G'day, mate, 40 here. So one way that we change is that something that we've got pre-existing in our life, something that we're comfortable, that we rely on, that we feel good about, connects to something else that we haven't thought about. And so we move from that which we already feel good about, we become open because that connects with something else, and then we adapt that new thing and include it in our life. So I'm a big fan of the left-wing podcast, Decoding the Gurus, because I am naturally right-wing, and so I find I often benefit from getting a left-wing perspective. Also, most of the decoding work that goes on in Decoding the Gurus is not politically ideological. It's more a matter of logic and common sense. So I was listening to Decoding the Gurus, and I saw that they went on another podcast called Curiosity Porn. It's a podcast hosted by two academics, and it was like, yeah. So I've added the podcast Curiosity Porn to the podcast that I followed. And on this particular interview, one of the hosts, Matthew Brown, who is at the University of Central Queensland, the prestigious University of Central Queensland in Australia. He's a psychologist, and he talked about how he was asked to name one book or one paper that had a particular influence on him. No, he was asked to name his favorite psychologist, and he didn't do that, but he named a favorite psychology paper that he'd read, and it came from 1986. It was by a Yale psychologist and political scientist named Robert Abelson, and the title is Beliefs Like Possessions. And just as soon as I heard that title, I was able to kind of grok what it was about. And so I noticed when people most desperately need to feel special, right, they are most likely to adopt special beliefs. I notice in the world that I see and experience, people who have children rarely need to go out and pursue excitement, but people who do not have children are more likely to pursue excitement. So I do not have children. So I am probably far more incentivized to pursue excitement, including exciting beliefs, than if I didn't have children. All right, if I still did this show with kids, I'd probably be much more conventional, and I'd probably be less edgy because I would likely be getting all the excitement that I need from my kids. I notice that people who have kids, they rarely seem to need to pursue excitement. But if you need to make your life more exciting, one of the ways that people do this is by adopting exciting beliefs that are outside of the mainstream. Right, something that's cutting edge or unusual or unique, or that signals that you're a special person. So people who don't have children, and if the rest of their life is not working, then they desperately need something to hold on to. So they may adopt the belief that, hey, I am a truth seeker, I see through the BS, and so by these various conventional metrics, my life doesn't work, but at least I see through the nonsense. And so then they'll often adopt all sorts of beliefs that may appear ludicrous, but at least they are exciting. And so people who listen to Candace Owens or Joe Rogan, right, they get to hear a whole bunch of exciting perspectives on life. Right? The notion that we never landed on the moon in 1969, that it was all fake, that's an exciting perspective. The neo-Nazi perspective on life, that is an exciting perspective. And if you don't have enough excitement in your life, you may be quite tempted to join a cult or to adopt some fringe belief because it's exciting. And I think that's the lure of relatively mid-wit podcasts like that of Candace Owens and Joe Rogan. So I love this analysis by psychologist Robert Abelson back in 1986. One finds or adopts beliefs with personal or social appeal. All right. So if you love a particular narrative or story, right, it resonates with something in you. For example, I tend to resonate with stories of loss because the most intense feelings I had in childhood were of loss. I lost my mother at an early age. I grew up in foster care for several years. We moved a lot. And so the most intense and therefore somewhat exciting feelings I experienced were loss. And so narratives about loss, they resonate with me. Narratives about martyrdom resonate with me because I grew up a Protestant Christian where I heard hundreds of sermons about the wonderful act of martyrdom by Jesus on the cross. And one of the earliest films that I remember seeing that just moved me deeply was called A Man for All Seasons, which won the 1966 Oscar Award for Best Movie. 1966 was the year that I was born, and it portrayed its protagonist back in the 16th century as a man who was willing to die for his beliefs, and that got imprinted on me. And so I think that was part of the psychology that underlay much of my life, that yeah, I would lose on traditional metrics, but I would pursue truth. I was the brave guy. I was willing to martyr myself for a greater cause. And of course, you're going to be much more willing to martyr yourself if you don't have children. All right. The less you have to lose, the more likely you are to martyr yourself. God forbid that I grew up as a Palestinian or, say, an Afghan living in a refugee camp, and someone came along and said, hey, you can become a star by committing this act of self-obliteration by becoming a terrorist. I kind of understand this desperate need to feel consequential, to feel like you matter, if particularly you don't have kids and you're not succeeding on the basis of conventional metrics. So we usually tend to inherit our beliefs, right? Our worldview, our hero system is usually something that we inherit and that we take on without critical consideration, right? We're simply raised with a particular worldview, and that is the worldview that we are most likely to stay in for the rest of our life, just as we're going to be raised with certain possessions. So we're also inclined to ornamental beliefs, because we want to communicate to others that we're special. And then if people criticize us for our beliefs, if we feel attacked, and if we feel like we have to respond defensively, if our appearance, our taste, our judgment is called into question, right, then we are much more likely to fervently hold on to our beliefs, right? And we will add new beliefs to our collection if they do not destabilize the beliefs that we already have. It's like the accumulation of furniture. Right, we will tend to be reluctant to change any of our major foundational beliefs because they are familiar, they're comfortable, and a big change upsets the whole collection. So there's this one other analysis that I find compelling, self-perception theory from a bloke named Bem, that people never have beliefs or attitudes. They merely invent appropriate things to say to suit the circumstances surrounding the occasions on which they are asked about them. And so I think only about 5% of people can articulate a coherent worldview, particularly with regard to something like politics. Most people don't live much of their lives in an abstract intellectual world. So these are the circumstances that tend to induce the possession of a particular belief. If you're asked to make a kind of public commitment to a belief, so I noticed in evangelical Christianity, in which I grew up as a Seventh-day Adventist, right, people who would publicly commit their lives to Christ, right, they would be much more likely to stick by that belief than those who did not. My brother was at an assembly. He was at a Seventh-day Adventist school in something like 10th grade, and his classmates were asked to go forward and publicly commit themselves to Christ. And when people started doing that, my brother yelled out, "Sucker!" And my brother is stuck by that skeptical view of religion ever since. If you have suffered for your belief, if you've had to explain your beliefs, if you've had to elaborate on a belief or to trace its origins, if you've had to defend a belief, or if you attribute your longevity or your success to a belief, you're much more likely to stand by that belief. And if a belief serves you, if it's instrumental, so it brings you inner peace or a feeling of being special, that you feel assured, for example, of your eternal heavenly salvation. For most people, that's not going to be helpful. But for those who feel a burden of sin, then assurance of your eternal individual salvation in the next world will be reassuring and a tremendous blessing. Most people don't understand that their inherited beliefs are just something that they've taken on without consideration of time and place. And many of us who come from a particular Christian upbringing, we just look at the world and other religions through the lens of the one religion that we know. And so this sense of being burdened by sin is essentially unique to Christians, right? In no other religion is there this palpable burden of sin, right? You don't find that much in Judaism, nor in Islam, nor in other religions. It's something that speaks to Christians, doesn't really exist outside of Christianity. And so your deepest feeling might be connected to a belief that is unique to a particular religion, such as Christianity. Many people receive a benefit from a belief that defines them, defines their in-group, that defines their experience of life, and that defines their feelings. Another thing that contributes to belief are sharedness, right? It connects you with other people, connects you with your family, friends, people you grew up with. It may show that you are unique and special. It can be justified quite easily, and it can be exciting. It might be sharp, it might be intense, it must be the most intense extreme belief possible. And another key attribute of beliefs that we hold is centrality. Does this particular belief fit in with other beliefs? So we are all motivated to act in ways that increase the values of our pre-existing beliefs. So whatever source our beliefs come from, we'll be motivated to build on them and to maximize them to increase their value. So the longer and more intensely and the more defended our beliefs, the more we will hold on to them and the more they will increase in importance. When our beliefs are threatened, right, our beliefs will take on much greater value. And then there are opportunity costs, right? That's the alternative benefit. If we give up one belief and perhaps take on another belief that serves us better, we might do that. On the other hand, sunk costs, if we have devoted much of our life to one particular belief, we're highly unlikely to give it up. For example, I made considerable sacrifices to convert to Orthodox Judaism. There's no way, given the quote-unquote sunk costs that I have put in for my Orthodox Jewish journey, that I'm ever going to give that up. So that would constrain my beliefs. Right? Sometimes we have to abandon beliefs to adopt new ones. And this abandonment is usually costly. And so the older people get, right, the less likely they are to give away or give up a belief for a new one. Now, if you want to effectively sell a belief, the most effective way to do this is not through rational argumentation, but you have to offer people something of great value. And the more attractive the person making an argument, all right, then the more effective the argument will be. So some wrinkly old crone making a highly rational argument is unlikely to persuade people. So our beliefs are like objects. They provide us value, and this value has little to do with the truth of our beliefs. So competitions between various types of belief depend upon which belief system provides greater value to its proponents. And I'm just started thinking after I read this essay, a friend's a little bit like possessions. Do we make friends? Do we lose friends in similar ways to how we adopt beliefs and discard beliefs? I have frequently changed my mind throughout my life. It helps being a bachelor and not having kids. That makes me much more flexible to change my mind. And when I take on a new worldview, I often lose friends in the process. Incredibly painful and expensive, but that's the price you pay when you do something new and exciting and take on a new way of looking at life. All right, this is probably the most influential Christian sermon of the past 50 years. So if you grew up a Protestant, all right, or a Catholic or a Jew, you might think of the sermon as the very pinnacle, the key, the most exciting, the most valuable part of your religious experience. But sermons were not key to the religious experience until the rise of Protestantism in the late 16th century. And Protestantism, because it doesn't have a lot of rituals, it put a well-argued, compelling sermon at the very heart of the religious experience. And my father did a PhD in rhetoric, and my father was a skilled evangelist and preacher, and his words moved thousands of people. My father was like a rock star in our small world of Seventh-day Adventism. And I'd look around, and people would sometimes be in tears due to the power of my father's sermons. You may have heard the, I think, saying from the Hebrew Bible, a prophet has no honor in his own home. So my brother and I were not similarly moved by our father's sermons. Well, I always had a great deal of respect for my father and admiration, and probably put him on a pedestal up until I went to UCLA. And somehow, in the 9 months between entering UCLA and coming home the summer of 1989, I went from viewing my father as heroic to viewing my father as an emotional cripple who was channeling his inability to build normal bonds with people into the performance of his Christian evangelism. So, John Piper, Boasting Only in the Cross. He gave this sermon in the year 2000. He is an evangelical Christian, and this is probably the most influential Christian sermon of the past 50 years.
And that's a tragedy in the making. That is a tragedy in the making. About 3 weeks ago, we got news at our church that Ruby Eliason and Laura Edwards were killed in Cameroon. Ruby Eliason, over 80, single all her life, a nurse, poured her life out for one thing: to make Jesus Christ known among the sick and the poor in the hardest and most unreached places. Laura Edwards, a medical doctor in the Twin Cities, and then in retirement, partnering up with Ruby, also pushing 80, and going from village to village in Cameroon. And the brakes give way. Over a cliff they go, and they're dead instantly. And I asked my people, is this a tragedy? Two women.
So I think the normal human reaction to that story is that is a tragedy, but the more fervent a Christian you are, the less likely you are to see that as a tragedy. And so different religions meet different needs. And so if having your eternal salvation is vitally important to you, and you believe that so fervently that such an event is not a tragedy, then Christianity meets your needs better than any other alternative. I have various Jewish friends who recount that when they went to a funeral of a Christian, they were the only one crying. And so Jews and Judaism tend to have much more focus on this life compared to the next life. And so as a result, Jews tend to take this life more intensely and would be much more likely to experience such an event as this Christian pastor describes as an absolute tragedy. But this guy is telling a horrific story with a smile on his face. And so from a non-Christian perspective, this is unnatural, even creepy and weird, which exemplifies how any religion other than your own, at best, is going to seem creepy and weird, and at worst, it's going to seem downright evil and satanic.
In their 80s, almost, a whole life devoted to one idea, Jesus.
Wow. So Elliot Blatt has a great comment in the chat. I used to think my father was Superman. Then I realized he was just a guy that liked to walk around wearing a cape. And that pretty much sums up my own experience of my father.
Jesus Christ magnified.
Like, this guy's smiling. He's telling a story about two people, seemingly two wonderful, altruistic people, still in apparently vibrant health if they were going around working as medical missionaries in, I presume, some third world spot, and they died because their brakes failed. So this is an awful, awful story, I think, to anyone who's not a Christian. This guy's smiling. And so from an outside perspective, this is creepy and weird. But if you buy what he's selling, then it's stirring and inspiring.
Among the poor and the sick.
Now, I just wish he wouldn't make that neo-Nazi Heil Hitler signal with his hand, man. Come on, dude.
In the hardest places.
Stop doing that neo-Nazi signaling, bro. Not cool. Nazis are bad.
And 20 years after most of their American...
So there were probably hundreds of thousands of lives who were changed by this sermon. And it's hard for me to understand anyone who is in a healthy place, anyone who had positive relations overall with his family and friends and community, having his life transformed by this sermon. To me, only someone whose life wasn't working, only someone who wanted to get rid of an unwanted self by taking on a new, much more intense, transcendent, and non-rational identity would have his life changed by this sermon.
American counterparts had begun to throw their lives away on trivialities in Florida and New Mexico, fly into eternity with a death in a moment. Is this a tragedy, I asked? It is not a tragedy. I'll read you what a tragedy is. I've got a little article here.
So this is how I was raised, and this is what my father would preach about for 60 years. So I would say that was a tragedy.
From Reader's Digest. You don't read Reader's Digest, I know that. But there is a generation who does. This is a tragedy. Title of the article, Start Now, Retire Early. February 1998. Bob and Penny took early retirement from their jobs in the Northeast 5 years ago when he was 59 and she was 51. Now they live in Punta Gorda, Florida, where they cruise on their 30-foot trawler, play softball, and collect shells. That's a tragedy.
I loathe this. He has no idea of the overall quality of this couple's life. Right? Just because Reader's Digest says a couple retired early and one of their favorite things to do is collect shells doesn't mean that that's the sum total of their life. They may also volunteer. They may be deeply entwined in the lives of their children, their community, their relations. To just dismiss this couple and say that they are leading a tragic life because you read something in Reader's Digest that says they like to collect shells, I think that's abhorrent. Right? You call them out by name and then you deride them, but they have a hobby of collecting shells. You have no idea the overall quality of their life. You are not necessarily a better person because you go overseas to medically volunteer. It's entirely possible that those people who died at age 80 volunteering overseas, that they were not, it's possible they were lousy parents. It's possible that they were not good friends. It's possible that they caused an enormous amount of grief to people who knew them and loved them. And it's possible that they wanted to get rid of an unwanted self by so immersing themselves in some showy demonstration of self-sacrifice on behalf of people on the other side of the world while neglecting people that they grew up with and lived their lives around and forgetting those bonds. So I'm quite skeptical of this sermon, and I'm skeptical of its ideological points. Even if it wasn't pro-Christianity, I don't find this powerful, and I find it disturbing anyone who does find this powerful.
That's a tragedy, and there are people in this country that are spending...
Bro, you know nothing about that couple. Just because Reader's Digest article gives one anecdote about them, and you are now going to tell millions of people that this couple is leading a tragic life, that's incredibly obnoxious, right? There are certain persons, such as my father, and there are also Orthodox Jews this way, who view everybody as fodder for their religion, right? This guy seems to view everyone as fodder for Christ. That's obnoxious. Now, it may be adaptive for certain dysfunctional people to get rid of an unwanted self and to take on this new self. But those Orthodox Jews who just view everyone as fodder for their traditional way of life, or those Christians who view everyone as fodder for Christ, or those Muslims who view everyone as fodder for Islam, they are incredibly obnoxious. I'm not a fan of this approach.
Billions of dollars to get you to buy it. And I get 40 minutes to plead with you, don't buy it. With all my heart, I plead with you.
So I had a father who was an incredibly charismatic public speaker who found it near impossible to connect with people in the real world if he could not instruct them. Right? My father had 1,000 times more followers than friends. And I've also noticed this among Orthodox rabbis, right? The more charismatic the rabbi, right, the more likely he is to have some sort of grift going on. The more likely he is to be a predator. I found in my life experience, the more charismatic the public speaker, the more likely they are to be awkward in one-on-one relations.
Don't buy that dream. The American dream.
Okay, does Luke spit on Christians just like Jews do in Israel? So the percentage of Jews in Israel who spit on Christians is less than 0.1%. So you'll find a tiny number of Christians who just act horribly in a disgusting way with Jews. You'll find a tiny number of Jews who act in a disgusting way with regard to Christians. So 99.99% of Jews would never even consider spitting on Christians, right? And 99.999% of Christians would not consider doing something equivalent to Jews, but you'll have a tiny number of each group who acts in a disgusting fashion. Now, one thing that I will give this guy, I was curious. My father based his life on sacred texts that he could barely read in the original. It appears that this guy may well have a higher level of literacy in the original texts of the Bible than my father. But usually when you find a Christian basing his life on sacred text, the odds are 99.99% that they are not literate in the text that they are basing their life on, which I think is a bit silly.
A nice house, a nice car, a nice job, a nice family, a nice retirement, collecting shells.
Right. This guy is mocking the value of family. And that comes from the Gospels, right? Jesus says, "Who is my brother? Who is my sister? It's those who follow me." And so Christianity is a belief system, and early Christianity urged its adherents to, if necessary, split from their families, that their real allegiance should be to the story of Christ and to their fellow Christians, not to family. So virtually all revolutionary movements promote separating yourself from your family. And for most people, most of the time, separating yourself from your family is a bad idea. And so I have contempt for his contempt for family in relation to ideological beliefs.
As the last chapter, before you stand before the creator of the universe.
I just find it incredibly obnoxious that this guy takes an anecdote about a couple from Reader's Digest and castigates them and derides the value of family in comparison to taking on his ideological belief. And I just wish he'd cut out this kind of neo-Nazi signaling.
To give an account with what you did. Here it is, Lord, my...
Why do Jewish religious texts describe Jesus as burning in excrement? There is one text in tens of thousands of pages of Jewish text that seems to do that, just as you'll find similar horrible descriptions of Jews in plenty of Christian sacred texts. So in every strongly identifying in-group, you'll find horrible things about out-groups. And so if let's say I venerate 12 steps and I have a passionate relationship with a woman and then I break up with her, she will want to effectively urinate on everything that I held sacred if I then dared to break up with her. I've had two women try to get me fired, try to ruin my life, try to do as much damage that they could to everything that I held sacred because I chose to break up with her.
Shell collection. Look, Lord.
But this is straw manning. You take an alternative perspective and an alternative approach to life, and you try to make it look as ridiculous as possible. Right? This is the opposite of steel manning. You would think that this level of castigation, denigration, on the basis of flimsy evidence should be the most unchristian thing in the world. But this guy finds it rhetorically useful. So he castigates this couple that he knows absolutely nothing about, and he castigates an ordinary and healthy approach to life to try to promote something that I think is probably unhealthy for most people.
My shell collection. And I've got a good swing. And look at my boat.
Right, there's only a tiny number of people for whom their shell collection is the most important thing in the world. And I would wager to you 1,000 to 1 that this couple that he is mocking, this couple that he is denigrating, this couple that he's poking fun at, all right, I would bet you the odds are more than 1,000 to 1 that the most important thing in this couple's life is not their shell collection. Right? People who love their shells and love their boats and love their cars, they almost always have higher priorities, right? I bet this couple loves their kids, loves their friends, loves their family, loves people that they are related to far more than they love their shell collection. Right? Just because this couple didn't emphasize to Reader's Digest that their love of their children is more important than their love of shells doesn't mean it's not true. I just find it so obnoxious when people become instruments in your aggrandizement, when people just become tools that you use to show how superior you are.
God, look at my boat, God. Well, not.
And me says your argument was to suggest that this 1% of Jews spitting on Christians. I didn't say 1%. I said it's less than 0.001%, right? Almost never happens. Doesn't represent actual Judaism. Yes, it's literally in their religious text. Bro, I can show you just as many ridiculous things in Christian text, right? So every group has things in their religious tradition that a normal member of that group is going to be ashamed of. I don't like it that there is a tiny, tiny number of Jews who spit on Christians. Right? Are you proud of the number of Christians who have slaughtered non-Christians simply because these non-Christians would not accept Christ? Right? Tens of thousands of people have been slaughtered by Christians in the name of Christ. Does that fill you with pride?
Not for Ruby and not for Laura.
Or just imagine that this couple is autistic and he's mocking this autistic couple who fixate on a shell collection because they have certain psychological problems, some genetic blocks to connecting with people normally. And is he mocking them for that? Right? He knows nothing about this couple. But he has become great in part through mocking them. Right? He is happy to clamor over this couple in search of his own aggrandizement.
Don't waste your life. Don't waste it.
How does he know this couple wasted their life? He has absolutely no idea. Right? It's not like the only meaningful life is one where you go to Africa and you work as a missionary. There are many paths to a life of meaning and goodness and service.
I grew up in a home where my dad was an evangelist, and he lived for one thing, to make Jesus Christ known among people who didn't know him. And I would watch him leave on Friday and put him on the airplane. He'd be gone for a week or 2 weeks.
Perhaps this bloke has some wounds that, in comparison to his own mission, probably driven in large part by his own aggrandizement, right? His father wasn't around much or particularly interested in him, except to the extent that this guy could be an instrument in the father's aggrandizement.
Or 3 weeks, and then come Monday and he'd come home and we'd welcome him home. And I loved my dad, and I still do, because at 81 he's still doing it. And there was on the kitchen wall in our house a little.
So there's a modern Orthodox rabbi, Avi someone, I think. he wrote a book on spirituality, and this guy was in the news all the time for his various forms of activism, including against the Pope, with regard to a Jewish concentration camp and these Catholic nuns who wanted to pray there. So this guy was always in the news. He was a big deal in modern Orthodox Jewish life, and he notes that often clergy put their job first and their family second. And that was my father. My father put his job first, his evangelism first, and my father's self-esteem would largely come from the number and the quality of the people that he could convert. And when my father married my stepmother, he told her that his mission, his evangelism, came first, and family had to come second to that. All right, Aaron Renn is a favorite Christian thinker of mine. He came up with the notion that Christians in America now live in an anti-Christian country, that up until about 1990, America was largely pro-Christian. Between 1990 and about 2015, until the Obergefell decision, America was about neutral with regard to Christianity. And since the Obergefell decision making same-sex marriage the law of the land, the United States has become largely an anti-Christian country. And he has a blog post from May 29, Baby Boomer Secrets of Power.
This voiceover is AI generated. If you want to understand why baby boomers have been and remain so influential and dominant in our world, Baptist pastor John Piper's famous Seashells sermon from 2000 will help explain it. Trust me, this is relevant even if you aren't a Christian. Piper's sermon at the Passion Conference for college students was one of the most influential religious talks of the past quarter century. Known colloquially as the Seashells Sermon, it had a profound effect on how many people, young and old, lived their lives. The Gospel Coalition called it the sermon that swept over a generation, reaching not just the 40,000 people in attendance, but hundreds of thousands more thanks to the book he wrote, based on its ideas called Don't Waste Your Life, over 600,000 copies sold. Several people quoted in that TGC article completely upended their life plans as a result of what Piper said, in order to go into the mission field or other Christian work. Someone I showed the draft manuscript of my book to recommended that I include a reference.
So one tip-off that you're dealing with an empty person is that they boast about their metrics. So Dennis Prager, for example, always boasting about the billions of views that PragerU videos receive, even though almost all of those views are bought. For example, I could promote a video that I've made and I could get 1 billion views if I was just willing to spend the money to do so.
Reference to that sermon. After watching the clip about seashells itself, which is very powerful, I did include one. It wasn't until last fall that I finally watched the full sermon for the first time. Something really struck me. While watching that sermon, it hit me that I was the same age that Piper was when he gave it, 54 years old. I couldn't help but contrast Piper at my age, standing up in front of 40,000 people, and very prescriptively and directly telling them how they should live their lives, with my deep hesitation to even offer modest life advice to people. Some of that is because we are different people, but some of it is due to our differing generational styles. A gigantic generation, the boom.
Okay, Ricardo, my friend, is in the chat, and a large part of the reason that I love Ricardo is instrumental. He brings out the best in me, even if it's frequently just in opposition to what he's saying. How do I earn XP? So YouTube has changed something with the chat formatting, and now makes people MVPs the more they contribute to a chat. These excerpts you're talking about, says the chat, simply foretell the outcome of failing to come to Christ, not condoning non-Christians' abuse. Okay. Is this how you become a champion in the chat? Just make comments. Number 1 MVP in the chat. $5 super chat from Ricardo. Thank you so much. So here we go. I appreciate this challenging analysis here from Aaron Renn.
Boomers were the center of attention throughout their lives, and society has continued to reorder itself around their life experiences, orientations, and preferences. That generation, especially the early half of it, came into positions of power relatively early in life, and in many cases are still in them. Bill Clinton was the 3rd youngest person ever elected president. He was born in 1946, so were George W. Bush and Donald Trump. Someone pointed out that the people who were president in 1997, 2007, 2017, and in theory 2027 were all born in 1946. That's a 40-plus year span of dominance. John Piper was also born in 1946. He, too, was a prominent figure at a relatively young age. When he was about 40, he and his slightly younger colleague, Wayne Grudem, were the lead figures in developing the evangelical gender theology known as complementarianism that is still widely adhered to today. I can't think of anyone that age in younger cohorts who've created anything of similar impact. There are a lot of explanations for this boomer success. They benefited from being a large cohort of people that society had to adjust to.
So intellectuals are usually strongly motivated to do things with impact, to have as much influence as possible because it makes them feel more important. Problem is, most of the ways to have impact are negative. All right? So you can have a lot of impact more easily if you're willing to do bad things. Think about the historian Neil Ferguson. He had an impressive academic track record at one point, but then he got so much adulation and money for becoming a public intellectual that he became quite reckless with regard to facts. And he's crossed over from being a reputable historian to being a largely partisan shill. And he has the money to hire a fact checker, right? He could hire a graduate student to fact check his work so that he could keep his work within the bounds of what is true. But that would restrict him. And so if you have an intellectual like Neil Ferguson who does not want to be restricted to truth, right? He wants to move outside and beyond what is true because then he has more room to roam and to gain status. And so he doesn't want to restrict himself to the truth. Okay, let's get Kip into the show. Kip, what's going on, bro?
Hey, not too much, bro. Just walking the animals this morning. Got me. You were talking with her. Elliot sent a comment and reminded me about my daughter when I was like 8 or 9. My oldest daughter asking me why I wasn't president. That I was smarter than them. Why I wasn't president. And you know, it's weird because it hits home how much your kids, whether you like it or not, they build you up in their mind. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Ricardo just joined. Ricardo, what's on your mind?
I was just thinking about Kanye West. I didn't know we haven't talked about that at all. So
go ahead and raise it. No, go ahead and raise it because I actually have something to talk about with regard to Kanye. So go ahead.
You know, I just find, that his latest hit single, I disavow all of his content, of course.
Of course.
But that beat, sometimes it plays in my head. It's really tragic how he managed to do that. But
yes,
it's fascinating to me how he puts that out there and then a week later he takes it down and allegedly disavows all anti-Semitism. And I have a couple thoughts. Number one, is he there to make, I don't know, let's just say like he, criticizing Jewish power, like unpalatable to white people by making it ghetto? Or, is he, because like he put it on this album called Cuck. And I have to say, like, making an album where you call.
Okay, we suddenly lost you. Hope you come back in, Ricardo. We lost you. But here's an analysis on X by Hunter Ash. He says, Kanye does us the favor of being quite explicit about his thought process in this song. So minimal extrapolation is needed. And this is with regard to Kanye's song about Hitler. So come back in when you can, Ricardo. But despite all his money and fame, Kanye cannot see his kids, which is a primal human need. So he has declared war on the entire post-war liberal order. And you could say he's obviously crazy. You can recognize his madness because many people can recognize it in themselves, being highly sensitive, highly reactive, and prone to extremes. Probably why he lost custody of his kids. But from Kanye's perspective, society awarded his mind with international fame and billions of dollars, yet he does not have the same right to a family as the average janitor. And this is an inherently schizophrenic state of affairs. So you can understand how it would produce bitterness, right? The post-war liberal order uses his madness to make money, but it also uses it to take from him any hope of a fulfilling life. So he's given up on fitting into the world as it is, and he seeks to destroy it. So his invocation of Hitler is not about Hitler. It's not about some considered endorsement of the tenets of National Socialism. It's a form of secular Satanism, right? He perceives that Hitler is the devil of the modern world, much more so than Satan. So he hates what society has done to him, so he adopts the maximally oppositional stance. So Hitler has replaced Satan as the true devil in our post-Christian society. Ricardo, are you back? Okay, Kip, anything that we've discussed or anything that you have on your mind? Back to you, Kip.
I remember a British sitcom called Heil Hitler. Didn't catch as much flack as the Kanye song. That was from several decades ago. So it's weird how we've built up this boogeyman in our head. Now, I was going to ask you, I was actually wondering, what is the Jewish fetishness with black men? Because I can remember in my mind Ben Stiller doing some of his groveling that they were all doing around 2020. And he finished up with his groveling by saying, all Jewish white men wish they were black. And then I'm just thinking forward to the fact that I haven't seen a scene-by-scene narration from you on this Glenn Greenwald and a black guy. So I think you got a little work to do. Could you kind of explain the Jewish fetishness with black men and give me the scene-by-scene narration on Mr. Greenwald's
Okay, so
interludes?
yeah, I'm not going to watch Glenn Greenwald and his sex life. I find looking at male homosexual sexual interactions more upsetting than anything. Like, I'd rather see someone have their head cut off than watch two men kiss. I didn't choose this. This is just my own internal reaction. But with regard to this notion of Jews and the fetishization of black men, there's a different relationship between Jews and blacks than there is between your average non-Jewish white and blacks, and it runs in many different directions. So on the one hand, Jews tend to lead white flight, right? Jews will leave a white neighborhood that is getting less white more rapidly than your average white. Jews will react with more fear if they unexpectedly see, say, black men walking down the street compared to your average non-white. Jews would be more reluctant to engage in fisticuffs with blacks compared to your average non-Jewish white person. On the other hand, it's hard to find two groups who are more dissimilar than Ashkenazi Jews and African Americans. And so for many Jews, African Americans are just fascinating and can sit around and talk about them for hours. So there's just this wide panoply of Jewish reactions to blacks that is somewhat different from the average non-Jewish reaction. And it's because they are just so different and they have such different gifts compared to the average Ashkenazi Jew. So we tend to be astounded by their rhetorical abilities, by their abilities to move people emotionally, by their abilities to improvise in the moment, by their physicality, often their astounding physical prowess. And you're just looking at a group that is about as opposite from your group as you can get. I don't think there are two groups in America who have fewer deep interactions than blacks and Ashkenazi Jews. And so there's something about the opposite being a source of fascination.
Mm-hmm. 10-4 on that. The last thing I was probably going to mention to you is, I don't know, I thought you was off base a little bit when you thought that Dave Smith was midwit content. I don't agree with that. And I will say also that I wouldn't really know how to find much Candace Owens comment because you also called her a midwit. But I will say the things that she says, if you and I were to go out and say it, I don't think we'd find an audience. I mean, I think that they would stop us from finding an audience. But for some reason, her blackness, her womanness, she checks enough boxes where she can get away with saying things that I don't think you and I could get away with saying. Don't really, when it comes to Joe Rogan, I don't know about you, but I've never been interested in anything he had to say. Maybe he's got a guest though that had something interesting to say on a snippet or one or something like that.
Oh, yeah, let me jump in there. I 100% agree with you. So I've never found Joe Rogan compelling, but many of his guests are compelling. Candace Owen has special gifts of communication that you and I don't have. She's not just checking boxes being a woman and being black. She is incredibly skilled at what she does. Now, I may not. No, I don't like the upshot of much of what she says, but she's very, very good at communication. Okay, Ricardo, you're back, bro. Back to you, Ricardo.
Hey, so I was just kind of saying, I listened to you read that post. He does the anti-Semitic thing. He titles the album "Cuck." It's almost like just maximum transgression.
Yes.
Maximum. And it's interesting because in some ways, like, isn't he the one true artist? Everybody else, like, let's just say when he was popular, or other popular rappers, pop singers.
And we lose Ricardo again. So Kanye's never spoken to me. I mean, I don't like rap. It's completely foreign to me. So the appeal of Kanye is foreign to me. Okay, Ricardo, are you back? No, we lost Ricardo. Kip, so do you recognize... Oh, we've lost Kip too. So what the hell? I like this analysis here about what's really going on with Kanye, right? And how Hitler has replaced Satan as the true devil in our post-Christian society. So elite analysis does not usually ground itself in transcendent standards of good and evil, but there is one transcendent value in elite analysis, and that is that Hitler is evil and Nazis are evil and neo-Nazis are evil. And so it's like the one transcendent thing in secular elite analysis. And I think that probably counts for its power, because there exists in the soul of many people a deep yearning for the transcendent. And so Hitler and the Nazis, in conventional media appearances and conventional conversation, are really the only source of the transcendent. And aside from that, if we call neo-Nazis dangerous, right, we must be simultaneously saying that they appeal to some need that is not being met. The people have a need for connection, for in-group identity, and for the transcendent that they are not getting met in normal conversations. So this is back to Aaron Wren. Hitler and the Nazis were always viewed as bad, but they weren't always treated the way they are. Yeah, there has become a transcendent evil quality given to Hitler and the Nazis over the past, is it decade? Right. I remember watching Hogan's Heroes, and you've got a group of American World War II POWs who are constantly outwitting their hapless Nazi captors. You've got the Mel Brooks film, The Producers, centers around a Broadway play called Springtime for Hitler that was supposed to be a flop but becomes a huge hit. And so through the 1990s, Hitler and the Nazis could be constantly joked about. You could call people a soup Nazi or a grammar Nazi. And Satan was still considered a big deal, right? You had all these moral panics in the 1980s about ritual satanic abuse in daycare. You had many people seriously disturbed about satanic names and imagery used in rock music. And Satan does not play the same role, right? With the decline of Christianity in America, and we have the dethroning of Satan from his old position in the culture, but nature abhors a vacuum. So in the absence of the Christian Satan, we've now perhaps turned to Hitler as a secular Satan. Right? There are many comedies about Nazis. Aaron Wren says, I don't remember the last time I heard someone use the term as a metaphor in casual conversation. Right? Even the use of the Hitler reacts meme online has diminished significantly. So Hitler is no longer just an evil totalitarian dictator. He's an actual satanic figure in our post-Christian society. And so the more secular our society has become, right, the more we have the rise of Nazism and Hitler as the one transcendent in the world, which seems quite strange on face value.
Instead of vice versa. True. They were in the right place at the right time, such as to go to college and buy houses when those things were cheap. True. They were given opportunities by older generations that they did not give to younger.
So Jewish law is quite skeptical about people transitioning, trying to transition from sex. It appears that Islam in general and Iran in particular are much more on board with transsexualism than any other religious tradition of which I'm aware.
Generations in return. True. They were the first generation to benefit from modern healthcare and lifestyle knowledge, such they lived longer and stayed healthier and more productive after age 65 than previous generations did. True. But this misses that there were things the boomers did that earned them their success. For example, in adulthood, many of them were workaholics. Growing up, the blue-collar boomers I knew would grab every hour of overtime they could, and the white-collar ones were working late and on weekends. Younger generations have put way more emphasis on lifestyle over work. Gen Z TikTokers regularly inform us that they don't even want a normal 9-to-5 job, much less one that requires large amounts of overtime. You can't blame this attitude on the boomers. Another core boomer attribute that has been incredibly powerful for them is their incredible self-confidence. Watch Piper's sermon and see someone who comes across as utterly confident that he is right, that what he's talking about is the most important thing in the world, and that he is thus empowered, indeed, obligated, to tell these young people how they should be living their lives. It's worth watching the first 15 minutes.
So if you're deeply moved by this John Piper sermon, or if you're deeply moved by some secular gurus such as Dennis Prager or Jordan Peterson, I would submit to you that there is a deep hole in your soul that these gurus and teachers are filling, and it's not a good sign. Now, you may still get benefit from taking on this kind of mentor, but I think the benefit is quite small compared to the realization that there is something like deeply missing in your life that you would need meaning so desperately. I used to think the search for meaning was about the most noble thing that you can find. And I remember reading a great book by a survivor of the concentration camps called Man's Search for Meaning. And it made the point that the meaning of life is not really a question that we should be asking life, but it's a question that life asks us. And we should find our meaning in our relationships with our family and friends. And if you don't get your meaning from your family, from your friends, from your community, and from your children, then that's a really bad sign. And seeking an external meaning outside of the people close to you or who should be close to you is desperation, and it's an indicator of something desperately wrong.
Plaque. I grew up with it from the time I was 6 on, and now it hangs on the wall in my living room at home. And it said this: only one life, 'twill soon be past. Only what's done for Christ will last. 48 years, I've seen that almost every day.
I think there are many different ways to live a life, and this attitude probably works for some people. I would submit to you that most people who take on this attitude, it comes from something broken in their inability to have normal relationships with friends and family. How could you feel empty if you had generally positive relations with your children, with your spouse, with your family, friends, and relatives?
Of my life. And I am here to plead with you to make your life count.
Just imagine pleading with strangers to adopt your particular ideology, your particular worldview, and to essentially tell them that any alternative to your worldview is counts for nothing. I don't think that comes from a healthy place.
For the cross. I'm 54 years old, and most of you are 17 to 23 or so, and some exceptions around. I have 4 kids your age. Carson's 27, Ben is 24, Abraham is 20, and
so honestly, I have known some people with this perspective on life who are good fathers, right? Who have close relations with their family, with their friends, who are competent at their work. So I've definitely seen this perspective work for some.
And Barnabas is 17, and then there's Talitha, she's 4. So I have 4 sons who could be sitting out there, and nothing.
So at the time, year 2000, I don't think anyone saw this and thought, oh, he's doing a neo-Nazi salute. But because in increasingly secular America, the one transcendent has become the Nazis, right? This would be remarked upon today. It seems bizarre, right? He's violating, the great taboo.
Nothing moves me today to long and yearn and ache and desire more than the desire that these boys not throw away their lives on fatal success.
And again, he regards throwing away your life doing anything outside his particular hero system. So if his sons became doctors who saved the lives of hundreds of people, to him, this would count for nothing if they did not have his theology. Right? To me, this is such a narrow and crippled worldview.
And therefore, I come to you. This just came over me like a wave yesterday. I come to you as a father. I'm old enough to be the father of almost everybody on the grass. And
so all my life, I looked for father figures because I didn't have much of a relationship with my own father. And if this is something you do, right, it refers to a very deep wound that probably needs to be healed before you can be effective in life.
I speak to you as the father perhaps that you never had.
Right, he's willing to become your virtual father if you will take on his theology.
And I speak to you perhaps as the father that you did have who never had a vision for you. Or maybe the father that you had who has a vision for you, and it's all about money and it's all about status.
Now, usually the pursuit of money means that you are pursuing the needs of other people. So if you do it ethically and legally, it means that you're meeting the needs of a lot of people. And so most parents are naturally and rightly proud if their children grow up to help people. And if you are making your money legally and ethically, right, you're doing it by helping people, which is a great thing.
Or maybe, this would be the best of all, I speak as a father exactly what your father has always wanted you to hear, and you never would listen. To lay down your life for Jesus and to go to the hard place and do the hard thing for the glory.
Right, he is venerating laying down your life for a particular theology. To me, this is a crippled and dangerous perspective that would undoubtedly serve many people, would work for some people, but would be reckless and dangerous and destructive for others.
Glory of the cross. So hear me as a father speaking to my sons and my daughters this afternoon. I love Passion. Passion 96.
So Passion refers to this evangelical Christian series of outdoor conferences.
98, 99, OneDay. One of the reasons I love Passion is because the 268 Declaration.
So can you imagine how much love and adoration he received, right? He's speaking to, 10,000, 20,000 people. Just an absolute high.
Based on Isaiah 26:8, goes so close to the center of what I feel like I'm about. You know what it says, especially.
So he probably did not wake up in the morning with a lack of energy. All right, he's got a mission that consumes him.
Minutes to get a sense of that. This comes through most clearly in the way that he explicitly assumes fatherly authority. He says,
I'm 54 years old. I come to you as a father. I'm old enough to be a father of almost everyone on the grass. I speak to you as the father, perhaps, that you never had. And I speak to you, perhaps, as the father that you did have, who never had a vision for you. Or maybe the father that you have, who has a vision for you, and it's all about money, and it's all about status. Or maybe, and this would be the best of all, I speak to you as a father exactly what your father has always wanted you to hear, and you never would listen.
Here's someone who got up on stage in front of 40,000 people that he didn't know personally and didn't even have a pastoral relationship to, and tells them that his fatherly direction trumps that of their actual.
So most people who get up and feel comfortable speaking to 40,000 people are not normal. And those who are really good at it are very rare people, not necessarily people that we should embrace or want to emulate. Has Luke seen Musk's tranny son? I find that whole transsexual thing incredibly disturbing. I was living out of my car for about 6 months when I first moved to Los Angeles in 1994 because I'd rather spend my small amount of available funds on taking acting classes rather than getting an apartment. And then I met this Israeli bloke at a Chabad synagogue, and he said, "Oh, I just noticed a good energy about you," and invited me to live with him rent-free in exchange for helping him with a script. And so I'd spend a few hours a week helping him with a script. And this bloke who, in part through my influence, right, moved from being secular to becoming a Haredi Jew who moved back to Israel to embrace the most traditional Jewish way of life possible. He had to take the script in a trans direction, which I revolted at. It was just completely repelling to me. But it's a fetish that is very strong with some men.
Fathers who know them intimately, love them deeply, and are in a God-ordained position of authority over them. That is, unless their father's advice matches his own. That's pretty stunning if you think about it. Think about how confident you have to be, how sure you know the circumstances of the people in your audience, how sure that you are right about what you are saying, how sure that you know what the most important thing for them to be doing is, how sure that your imperatives are for the best, in order to say something like that and give a sermon like that. This incredible confidence is a trait that I've noticed in boomers. Think, for example, about the various debates around Tim Keller's ministry approaches towards the end of his life. His basic conclusion out of them seemed to be that he had gotten basically everything right. Or think about Dave Ramsey's approach to financial advice. This is true in the world at large as well. Donald Trump is the platonic essence of the boomer here. While his character is different from those other folks, to say the least, he exhibits the same self-confidence and belief that he is the one that should be giving direction, should be in charge. That incredible self-confidence is one reason why boomers are so ready to assert themselves, to believe that they should be in charge, to believe that they are empowered to change things and indeed must change things, to believe they should be setting direction, and sometimes to believe that they shouldn't give up power or pass the baton because no one else can do the job. This might sound like a critique of the boomers, but in reality, it is a critique of those of us who came after them. The joke is on us because we did not have the confidence necessary to assert ourselves to the extent we should have. The fault for generational underperformance is in part our own. Think about my own Generation X. We tend to sit back, somewhat detached, analytical. The one hand this, on the other that. My own work exhibits this to a great extent. Or think about Joe Rogan's interviews, which exhibit this inquiring style. Millennials and Gen Z have their own different styles. These have their virtues, of course, but they have tended not to make us the kinds of people who would become institutional or movement leaders, or the kinds of people who run things and reshape societies. In order to aspire to do something like be president or be the CEO of a company, or create a high-ambition startup, or to shape the vocational choices of the next generation, you have to almost be able to generate a reality bubble around yourself such that you genuinely believe and can cause others to believe that you are the person that should be doing that. When the boomer who became my great mentor at Accenture recruited me as a staff consultant to come work on a project he was managing, he sold me on it by telling me it was the most strategic project in the firm. Big, complex, technologically ambitious business transformation. For years, I just assumed this was true. But was it? Reflecting back, I honestly don't know. Maybe it was, but I can't be certain. I don't know what else was going on in the firm at that time. I do know that he often described what he was working on in similar terms. This is strategic. This is important to the future of the firm. This is the project to be on. The important thing is that from his own perspective, this was all actually true. This wasn't just some sales job or cynical manipulation. He believed.
So Beale asks, what's my favorite race? Probably the marathon. I've been watching a lot of documentaries about ultra marathons. So I completed 5 marathons when I was 12, when I developed knee trouble. Never been a long distance runner since. But it was just another crazy thing that I did to feel special.
Believed it himself.
And the less connected you are to other people, right? The more distant you are from your family and friends and your community, right? The more desperate you need to feel special, and the more likely you are to take on beliefs that show that you're a special person.
He had internalized it, which is why it was so compelling when he talked about it to other people. When younger generations are able to do this, they are often very effective at achieving boomer-level success. Marc Driscoll was a Generation X evangelical example. Although he took a tumble, he built a huge church and was massively influential. He had, and has, the same self-confidence. Elon Musk's certainty that we must colonize Mars is another example. In fact, most big startup founders have this air about them. It's almost the first requirement. It's a common trait in post-boomers with high-level accomplishments. So this confidence and reality bubble effect is not unique to boomers, just more common among them. The successes of those post-boomers who had boomer-like confidence shows that while post-boomers did indeed face some structural challenges, as a whole, they probably could have been much more successful than they were.
So there are all sorts of beliefs that are probably not true, but that serve you, right? The inordinate amount of self-confidence to speak in front of tens of thousands of people, right, probably often requires believing in all sorts of things that are not true. But sometimes believing in things that are not true will be an enormous advantage. So about 6 weeks, 2 months ago, I got quite weepy. Right? I had a weepy few days. And what spurred it was I saw some people preparing a Friday night dinner, and I knew at least one of them, and I knew 2 of them, and I thought, oh man, I'm not invited, I'm uninvited, I'm unwanted. And I got all weepy for several days afterward. And then about a week later, I realized, hey, I had been invited, and I simply didn't want to bother going to that particular Friday night dinner. But this interaction was not the cause of my unhappiness. It was the exemplification of there's a certain misfiring in my central nervous system, a certain degree of reactions to stimuli in me that are not aligned with my best interests. And so there's something in how I operate that tends towards too much solitude and a feeling of loneliness at times. And solitude's great when you're happy and you're thriving in your solitude, but loneliness sucks. And I'll probably never be as healthy as the normal person who grew up close to his family and friends, but I can certainly make ever closer approximations. But there's definitely something miswired in me with regard to loneliness, and it results in, at times, embarrassing displays of neediness and weepiness. And this bloke, Tim Fletcher, he articulates what I struggle with.
But it partly because, to me, we're facing a bit of a crisis in our world around loneliness. It first came to me when COVID hit back in 2020, that all of a sudden, because people...
And this has huge ramifications for politics, because the more lonely you are, the more desperate you are, and the more you need to find something to show that you're a special person, right? So if you're failing on all the traditional metrics of life compared to your peers, you need to embrace something that shows that you're a great person, a good person, a truth seeker, that you see through the bullshit. And so the more inclined you will be towards conspiracy theories.
Had to kind of be on their own.
Right. A normal person doesn't base their meaning and purpose in life on religion or on politics, right? They base their meaning in life on their family, their friends, their community.
And cut off from going to work, etc. We saw this huge spike in loneliness, and everybody started talking about it. But after everything opened up again, what has stood out to me is loneliness is still an issue. Loneliness has not gone away. Loneliness has continued to be a problem all around the world, and it's a significant problem. So let me just give you some of the statistics that are coming out. So in November 20.
So the more lonely you are, the more inclined you're going to be to seize on to some worldview that's exciting, some theory that is exciting and that will enable you to feel special. And the more desperate you'll be to join some sort of community that may well be based around esoteric beliefs.
2023, the World Health Organization declared loneliness as a global public health concern, and it launched an international commission to study the problem. A recent Gallup survey.
So at Runyon Canyon, there are a couple of benches that are marked out for sit on this bench if you want to start up a conversation with a stranger. I think that's a great idea. Like, I've started up conversations with people just met on the street. I met someone on the street the other day and just talking to the bloke, and turned out to be a highly accomplished scientist who was absolutely brilliant and fascinating. And another bloke I met in a park and started talking to. No, I'm not having sex with these blokes, but I met a bloke in a park in Brisbane, Australia, who was doing a PhD in musicology, and he was a graduate student from China, and he was in the park with another bloke, and they were homosexuals. I didn't enjoy them in that, but musicologists tend to be very intelligent, very, very thoughtful people.
Reveals that 20% of U.S. adults experience loneliness daily, marking the highest rate in 2 years since COVID. This figure has increased from data earlier in the year. It's still a bit lower than where COVID was at when it was 25%.
So one way that many people who stumble on my channel find the transcendent is through conspiracy theories or through exciting perspectives on the world. And for some people, the neo-Nazi perspective is incredibly exciting and fulfilling, and it at least temporarily fills the hole of loneliness that brings them to this desperate search for excitement.
But it's getting up there again. And then a comparative overview conducted by the Joint Research Center of the European Commission indicated that 8.6% of the adult population in Europe experienced frequent loneliness, and 20.8% experienced social isolation, with Eastern Europe recording the highest prevalence of both phenomena. And then the annual National Household Income and Labor Dynamics in Australia survey reported a steady 8% rise, in agreement with the statement, "I often feel very lonely," between 2009 and 2021. Responses indicating strongly agree rose steadily by over 20% in that same period. So it's just like there's this growing awareness that loneliness is an issue, but there's another growing awareness, and that is that loneliness, there's consequences to it. So loneliness, prolonged loneliness, is now considered as harmful as smoking 15 cigarettes a day. Loneliness and social isolation are detrimental to our health and well-being. They're seeing that loneliness increases mental health issues, especially depression and anxiety. So loneliness, bottom line, poses serious physical and mental health risks. It's comparable to excessive alcohol consumption and smoking. It's associated with poor sleep, increased risk of cardiovascular diseases, depression, anxiety, and premature death. And it often results in people getting into addiction. And they now see that it affects the brain negatively. If you remain lonely for more than a month, it begins to impair your concentration, creates memory loss issues, and changes your cognition abilities. And then it also affects you physically. It weakens your immune system. It makes your body feel as if it's under attack. And it even makes you feel colder. It increases your risk of cardiovascular disease and increases your likelihood of an earlier death. So it's an issue. It's an issue that has major consequences in every area of our life. And so I want to look at this issue. And I want to begin by just dealing with some of the misconceptions I think that people have around loneliness. So I think a lot of people think that the more friends you have, the less lonely you are. The problem with that.
So remember this classic clip, right? You think that she came from a place of good relations with her family and friends.
Black Lives Matter! Do Black Lives matter to you? Do Black Lives matter to you? Do Black Lives matter? All right, Karen? Fucking white piece of shit, you little fucking pussy-ass bitch! Okay, you wanna fucking go, Karen?
A normal person doesn't act this way.
No! No! Until Black Lives matter! Until Black Lives matter, no life matters!
Black, white, yellow.
That is not our fight! Until Black lives mean something to this country! No. No.
So I remember meeting someone on the street who was just screaming about Jews and human trafficking. And I said to the person, hey, I'm interested in what you have to say. And as soon as I did that, right, she stopped screaming. And we had this productive conversation, and I met up with her on another occasion. And right, someone who's in a normal, healthy state isn't going around screaming like this, whether it's about Jews or Black Lives Matter. But if your life isn't working, then you're going to be particularly predisposed to believing in all sorts of nonsense.
In case people are feeling, oh, Douglas Murray, what a great guy.
Yeah, he's so great.
He's so great. Don't right. Don't first, like, we already flagged up how much of a propagandist he is. Even Josh Epps, who went on.
Right. I agree with Douglas Murray about virtually everything, but he is a lowbrow right-wing tabloid pundit.
Two of them noted that, like, with the Israel stuff, he's a full-throated propagandist, right? And he is in the later part of this conversation. Here's another clip from Douglas Murray from this conversation where he's raised the point about anti-establishment sentiment. So he needs to demonstrate his own credentials there, right?
I agree with you about the breakdown of trust. Absolutely. We have lived through an era where in real time we saw something called a conspiracy, the lab leak, which turns out to be true, as you and others said it might be from the beginning.
I find that to be very racist.
And against Joe?
How dare you?
Against
both of you.
It used to be racist when we were saying that it was likely that the COVID variant had come out from the place making COVID variants.
Especially since it's in the exact house.
So anyone who says that we now know the origins of COVID, it was definitely a lab leak, is a buffoon, right? We don't know the origins of COVID. There is some non-direct evidence that it was a lab leak, but we have absolutely no solid basis for declaring it true. And it's a fascinating case because those with the most expertise, right, virologists, are the least likely to say that the origins of COVID came from a lab leak. And almost all those who are the leading proponents of the lab leak theory don't have expertise in virology, right? Alina Chan is not a virologist, right? She's a biologist.
Seemed like it. Seemed like it was possible to us.
By the way, I was referencing the New York Times calling the lab leak racist, which is just the funniest thing ever, that they go, it's racist to think that there was a sophisticated lab where they were developing like gain-of-function research. And they go, no, what happened is these freaks were eating bat heads.
That's
and
right.
you're like, wait, that's not racist?
Pretty
the
racist.
other one was racist?
They're eating pangolins.
But that one fell apart in front of our eyes.
Well, it took
of course,
4 years.
It took 4 years. And I've said repeatedly, it's kind of inevitable to me that if you see something that is called a racist conspiracy theory fall apart and become also what we used to call true in a few years, it's likely to blow a lot of people's minds. But the question then is, do you help those minds that have been blown?
So it illustrates one problem with Douglas Murray. It also illustrates, Chris, how all three of these people are just so red-pilled, and that entire ecosystem. Like, in their world, the only objection to the lab leak theory was that it's so racist, and that was the line that was coming down from everywhere. Like, all it took was a couple of very liberal journalists to mention that, in the context, by the way, of Trump being incredibly xenophobic and proclaiming it, so that they might have gotten over their skis a tiny little bit. But they take that as the whole argument against the lab leak hypothesis. Like, there is nothing else in the world. There's just good old-fashioned science and reason and logic, and then there's a bunch of shrill woke scolds wagging that fingers and saying, you can't say that because it's so racist. Yeah, their brains are fried. And it puts Douglas Murray in an incredibly stupid position because he can't have it both ways, can he? He can't get on his high horse and rightfully.
So one of the things that I admire about the hosts of this lefty podcast, Decoding the Gurus, is how unaggrandizing they are, right? How little they engage in self-serving, boosting up their own importance. They're excellent role models in this regard about not becoming a self-aggrandizing jerk just because you do a podcast and talk about many different issues.
Point out that you're promoting.
The challenge with doing a live stream is that people will only do a live stream or a podcast usually if they are looking for some kind of external validation of themselves, which easily leads into audience capture or people contorting themselves to try to get as much applause as possible. On the other hand, it is possible to do a podcast, do a live stream with a goal of contributing something and not taking on insane levels of self-aggrandizement. So narcissism is usually situation dependent. It's not usually a universal condition that a person has. And having a little bit of a desire for external validation is often healthy if it can give you the energy, the enthusiasm, and the incentive to go out and do something publicly. But it's then really easy to make a total ass of yourself.
Absolute conspiracy theory bullshit that is in fact Nazi apologia, so it's right next door to racism right there. But when it's something that he's down with, then he's on board 100%.
And what the
yeah, it's absolutely possible that the virology consensus is wrong and that lab leak is the source of COVID. Right? It's entirely possible that gain of function research, perhaps funded by the United States government, was a major cause through the Wuhan lab leak of COVID. Right? We should embrace truth from whatever source it comes.
Referencing, by the way, there, Matt, when they say the New York Times called racist, what they mean is a columnist at the New York Times said on X that someday we will stop talking about the lab leak theory and maybe even admit its racist roots, but alas, that day is not here yet. So this was a columnist, not an article in the New York Times, that said this on Twitter, right? Their personal account that
Chris,
mentioned that.
I know it seems like just a random tweet from a single journalist, but no, that's the orthodoxy. The minute that person tweeted out, it became the liberal mainstream orthodoxy that you and me and everyone else just fell into line with.
That's right. That's why all the scientists that we spoke to about this, the researchers involved in exploring that possibility, they all just said there's no actual evidence. It's not a scientific issue. It's just a racist conspiracy. They didn't spend 3 hours with us talking about the evidence. No,
Chris, they all seemed incredibly woke. They just kept going on about social justice. There's no science in there at all.
yeah, that's it. Now, Matt, you mentioned that Murray is in a bit of a bind here, right? Because of...
So when you hear a narrative and you love it, such as the experts are wrong, COVID came from a lab leak, it's worth asking, why do I love this narrative? What needs in me is it serving? Because then you can notice your own tendencies and perhaps then adjust, right? A particular narrative may serve you, and when you become aware of that, you might see reality more clearly.
What he wants to argue elsewhere. Now, do remember that we covered Douglas Murray before discussing with Eric Weinstein, and he did have some things to say about, how much trust you should put in people from institutions and experts. So I'm just remind myself of what Douglas previously said here.
Just remind me, Chris.
And then you get on the institution one, which is that nobody, as you know.
So the most red-pilled person is only going to want to get on a plane that was designed and built by experts and flown and navigated by experts. So the most anti-expertise people, they still want expertise when it comes to their own vital interests, because it'd be maladaptive to be otherwise.
Nobody in an institution now can tell the truth. And it's slightly worse than...
Right, that's absolutely insane to say nobody in an institution can tell the truth. Right? You cannot have civilization, you can't have anything good without institutions. Right? A strong society, a strong community depends on institutions. But every institution is going to have weaknesses, and every institution is going to create at times some perverse set of incentives to not say the truth. There's never been a community of which I'm aware that just universally embraces truth.
that, which is that
I'm used to my saying stuff like that, and then people calling me an extremist. Do you believe what you just said?
Yes, I mean, I don't doubt that there are some...
My phrase is almost everybody, particularly in an institution, is lying about almost everything, almost all the time. That's where I believe we've gotten.
Right.
That is why I just not correct him here, by the way. So
yeah. It's a little awkward. Yeah, a little awkward.
Yeah. So now let me play another clip from Joe Rogan on the back of that. Okay, they're talking about Daryl Cooper. More concerns that Douglas has about Daryl Cooper.
You are saying that.
No
one's saying that
in the
doing...
1930s, Hitler kept the anti-Semitism down. No. That's not what he's saying. What he was saying is that he didn't do it.
Look, Daryl Cooper consistently shades things in favor of Nazis. He can be quite accurately be described as a neo-Nazi apologist. That's who he is. Those are the needs that he meets. He's not some brave truth seeker.
As publicly, he was doing it in meetings because the support for that kind of thinking wasn't as ubiquitous as it was.
I've seen this before. I know exactly what these guys are drinking. They're drinking a couple of very, very discredited historians like David Irving, and they are just regurgitating it. And it was always been the same thing. It is always an attempt to minimize.
Right. So David Irving did some solid, valuable historical work. On the other hand, he always shades things in favor of the Nazis. So people are complicated, right? David Irving is not just a buffoon. He's not just a neo-Nazi shill. He also did some valuable work.
Hitler's anti-Semitism actions. Eventually down the road, you get to minimizing his actual involvement in the Holocaust, and then you can go on to the next stage.
You can't say that about Daryl.
Okay, I think what you're guilty of here is kind of similar to...
Yes, you can say that about Daryl. Daryl Cooper and David Irving consistently shade things in favor of the Nazis. That doesn't mean that they don't have, at times, some insightful things to say.
Something that the woke left has done, which is this concept creep, where you're talking about some people online who are doing this thing, and then you're lumping in other people with them.
Again, it's incredibly awkward because on one hand, Murray is exactly right? He's talking about the way this innuendo and historical revision, purportedly it's just about some little historical details, but it is laying the groundwork for an alternative narrative, which takes you to David Irving, basically straight up neo-Nazi territory, right? And that is the problem with getting the history wrong or skewing it towards this apologia. Now, and these guys are then saying, well, but you're doing what the work scolds do. You're saying that this is like a gateway to something else, like worse, and we all agree that that's wrong. We should be able to just talk about whatever ideas. We got to decouple, man. And Murray is on board with that, right?
Yeah.
Right. The less desperate you are to find an exciting idea, right? The less needy you are, the more effective you will navigate life, and the more discriminating you will be with regard to the beliefs that you adopt, right? This self-sacrificing belief system that this particular pastor was pushing here, right? This is not going to be adaptive for most people, right? That you get this out of touch with reality, that only a life lived where you're looking to martyr yourself for the cross, right? Not a good idea for most people.
That last phrase, your name and your renown are the desire of our souls. So here...
Right, so pretty much everyone has a hero system because we don't want to be insignificant. And so we find ways of imbuing our daily choices with significance. This is one way people do it. Another way is Judaism or Islam, or a commitment to the tenets of liberalism, or commitment to science, or we need desperately some way to create meaning in our lives because it's not necessarily empirically just obviously there. And the more disconnected you are, the more desperate your need. But usually we will take on the hero system that we were born into.
Here's not just a body, but a soul. And here's not just a soul, but a soul with a desire. And here's not just a soul with a desire, but...
Right, and if you're not inside that particular hero system, it seems quite strange.
Yeah, he's in a tangle, in essence. And I've got another clip that highlights this. Like, you can hear what he's arguing, but in my head, I'm hearing him voice the objections to what he's arguing, right, from his previous content. So listen to Murray get a bit tangled up here.
But what he's trying to do is show what happens to human beings when they're confronted with unbelievable atrocities and how things go so incredibly sideways.
Lots of people have written and spoken about that.
So why is he not allowed to? I
He
don't
is
understand.
allowed to.
So
He is allowed to. I'm saying that there's a weird way in which figures like him, whose ideas are not being countered when they are raised, are given platform after platform.
Okay, so you often hear this line of argument, why isn't so-and-so allowed to? And you are allowed to, but what this argument's really saying is, why isn't he able to take advantage of certain forms of prestige or attachment or group identity and go ahead and make these points? But connection always comes with a price, right? When you form bonds with people, that's going to limit your freedom in some ways, right? You become an important member of your community, that will limit your freedom. You get married, that will limit your freedom. You have children and you are devoted to your children, that will limit your freedom. If you embark on a particular career path, that will limit your freedom. If you love your job, that will limit your freedom. So what people really mean is when they say, oh, why isn't he allowed to do X? What they're really saying is, why can't he have all the benefits of this group identity or this particular platform without paying any of the prices? Right? One reason people love spirituality as opposed to organized religion is people want the benefits of organized religion without paying the price of belonging to an organized religion. People want the benefits of group identity or the prestige of participating in certain platforms without paying the price.
To spread their views. They are welcome to those platforms. I'm not saying they shouldn't be platformed. I'm saying these are very, very fringe figures who are pushing ideas that are either debunked now, have been debunked before, or they will not stand up against somebody who disagrees with them.
Oh, okay, I would just say maybe this is the disconnect here. When you say there's like not pushback, Daryl's one line.
So winning a war does not debunk an idea, right? Just because the West won World War II doesn't debunk the ideas of the losers.
On Tucker Carlson, this one line where he himself said he was being hyperbolic and kind of says this to prod at his buddy, got more pushback than any one line.
It wasn't the line, it was that it embodied a consistent pattern of a neo-Nazi worldview.
I've ever heard on a podcast. There were numerous articles written by historians, numerous shows that covered it. People went through their Twitter threads about it. So I don't exactly get your point. Like, there was lots of pushback. If you're saying he should go and debate somebody who's giving him pushback on that, okay, maybe. I also think it's reasonable for him to say, I don't really do debates.
Yeah, I think it's weird to mainstream very fringe views constantly and not give another side. I think that's weird.
Well, I mean, okay, I think there's...
Well, that's the whole basis of the Candace Owens podcast and the Joe Rogan podcast, right? To present exciting ideas. And I did this a lot in 2018, right? I was looking for exciting people to bring onto the show. And so this show is much more exciting in 2018. Unfortunately, exciting ideas combined with unstable, desperate people has some bad effects.
There's a little bit of a contradiction here. You're saying now that these are fringe views, but then you're also saying that these are enormously powerful views.
No. There's
so
no contradiction. Let me clear it up if you think there is. I think there are very fringe views that have become mainstreamed on the right.
But then aren't they not fringe by definition?
Sure, you can play an epistemological game.
I'm just saying let's be
But you do
accurate.
understand the concept, don't you?
That fringe ideas become mainstreamed?
Yeah.
Okay,
right.
Sure.
So that's it.
Okay. I'm not exactly sure. So you're saying that Joe shouldn't have Daryl Cooper on?
I'm saying
that he should debate.
That there will have that if you mainstream very, very fringe views, which are easily able to be debunked.
And comment in the chat: if Luke Ford gets circumcised, would Luke then be trans? Right? You can call me a trans Jew. I'm a convert to Orthodox Judaism, and as part of that conversion, I had a ritual circumcision. In fact, I had it twice because I did 2 different conversions to Judaism. And I was circumcised at birth, but then during my ritual conversions, they take a drop of blood as part of the ritual. And yeah, you can make a case that I'm a trans Jew.
If you mainstream them, at some point, that view that was so fringe will be what eager, very disconnected, unhappy people are going to start playing with too.
Yeah. So Douglas Murray, I guess, is in a very tight spot. He's arguing a very fine line here because he can't say he's for deplatforming.
Right. Douglas Murray wants the Overton window just wide enough to accommodate him and to allow him as much status and prestige, attention, and money as possible, but he doesn't want it any more to the right than him, because then that would introduce more competition for status and power and views.
Platforming. He can't
These
say,
guys, no, he can't say that. That's not allowed. Yeah,
it's not allowed.
But
He can't say you shouldn't. These people shouldn't be allowed to get on, and Joe Rogan shouldn't talk to anyone about anything. That's fine. This is forbidden, right? This is the free speech.
Yeah, that's verboten. You cannot say that. Yeah.
Yeah. But on the other hand, like he wants to, and frankly, it's like so he ties himself in knots here. He doesn't. For us, it's quite straightforward. Like responsible journalism means that you don't just endlessly platform fringe theorists, cranks who especially when they're voicing extremely, dangerous, unsavory views. Yeah, like they might get interviewed, but yes, you be a proper journalist and you push back on it, and you definitely provide for equal, if not much more, opportunity for the mainstream, like more correct view. And what that means is you have to exercise some editorial discretion, right? When people work for the BBC or they work for any other organization, that's what they do, right? You actually have to
theoretically.
Theoretically, that's what you're supposed to do. You're supposed to go, okay, now this guy or this gal are a respectable mainstream historian whose views on World War II are very accurate. This person is a fringe crank, and actually use some discretion there in terms of how you treat them. In Joe Rogan world, that doesn't happen. Or Lex Fridman world, or the rest of the podcast sphere. That doesn't happen. It's free speech.
It's the opposite.
It's the opposite. That's right. That's right. Because the cranks are far more interesting, right? They're wild. It's crazy. This is stuff you're not going to hear anywhere else, right? So it's the exact.
And you see it with people like Neil Ferguson, formerly a respectable historian, but so desperate to be interesting and to gain money and status and power, he doesn't want to be limited by the facts, right? He can afford to hire a graduate student to act as his fact checker. No, he wants to roam out beyond the limits of what is true to accumulate a following.
Exact opposite. They've got their own little like Tonka toy version of principles here, which is basically free speech, rah, 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 forever. We do whatever we want, which basically means doing platforming and indulging the most rank conspiracies and misinformation on every topic whatsoever. Douglas Murray is not liking that right now, but he's signed on to this, right?
Well, he's on board with that for almost every other topic that you might conceive, right? Like, so if you put into practice what he's saying,
No, he's only on board with that amount of free speech that serves his interests. No more and no less.
Hancock, his approach has been...
And you'll see this with virtually all pundits. Right, their primary agenda is self-aggrandizement.
Debunked by historians, like the claims that the ancient civilization people make. It's already been covered throughout history by a whole bunch of archaeologists, for there's reasons why. You don't need Flint Dibble to explain it, because it's been countered repeatedly. And it is also associated with, some very fringe...
Right, the most exciting beliefs usually aren't true. And if you limit yourself to that which is not true, you have to make do with finding meaning and purpose and excitement in your life elsewhere outside of your particular beliefs.
Views that, the Nazis and whatnot, their interest in Atlanta. So in the same way, Douglas Murray could be making that exact argument, saying, well, sure, have Graham Hancock on, but you must have critical responses, and you shouldn't just, indulge everything that he's saying and not highlight that there are, counter narratives. But actually, Joe Rogan had Flint Dibble on, then it had Graham Hancock on. He's had him on 14 times, I think is the amount that he's had Hancock on. And after the debate with Dibble, he invited Hancock back on to shit on Dibble, then invited on Hancock's orbiters. So
that's right.
This isn't how he rolls.
This is Joe Rogan's editorial line, which is he's very sympathetic to and completely encourages or gives energy to people like Graham Hancock.
Alex Jones
actively undermines. He might have someone like Flint Dibble on occasionally, but then actively undermines, frankly, that his point of view. And also in his own personal kind of responses to things, like unlike many other journalists who might do some research or might be, inform themselves on a topic so they're prepared and can ask difficult questions and provide a bit of skeptical pushback. Well, we all know Joe Rogan's approach to this kind of thing. And Chris...
So when I was most desperate for meaning and purpose and for feeling special, the more resentful I would be of the challenge that the truth and empirical reality would pose to my new pet, exciting, special beliefs. But the healthier you are, the more you should welcome reality instead of going to war with reality.
Yeah, you have got me going with these clips because it really does encapsulate everything that's fucking wrong with the alternative media sphere, right? Because they have absolutely no editorial principles whatsoever. And it's just so fucking annoying when...
Well, it depends on which part of the alternative media sphere.
Whether Lex Fridman or people like that are talking about this high-minded search for truth and so on, when really what they're doing is monetizing and just scooping up.
So usually people do not say what they mean, and usually people do not mean what they say people can talk about the great search for truth, and in all likelihood, they have other priorities such as self-aggrandizement or excitement or just feeling special rather than seeking truth.
The entire bottom from any editorial principles that existed. It's true that the mainstream media isn't much better these days because their entire model has been undermined, frankly, by online media.
Right. People now don't want to pay for news, but they will subscribe to the New York Times, not so much to pay for news, but to have their own worldview reinforced and to pay for the liberal crusade, the left-wing crusading agenda of the New York Times, or people may pay for some right-wing agenda. So people are not paying for news so much as for constant reaffirmation of their pre-existing worldview.
Yeah, but it's like it's going to have to be this sort of decades-long, arduous, slow process where people rediscover the reasons for why you have editorial standards. It's just like it's like you do with children who can't grasp this. Why can't we hear Daryl Cooper's opinions about the Nazis? They're really interesting. And
but Murray is caught in that bind of like, you can, right? Like as he says, you can, right? And actually, my general position on things like that is, yes, again, you can't stop the content from flowing, but there's a way about responding critically to stuff that you consume. And Joe Rogan is not, if you want to hear him be critical, get him to talk to somebody promoting vaccines. If you want them to hear.
So what does it mean to understand things critically? You understand the time, the place that ideas or a text or an argument arises, and what needs are being met, right? What group is this commentary primarily aimed at, and for what purpose?
Hear him be indulgent, get him to talk to someone being anti-vaccine. That is not the same Joe Rogan at all in the way that he handles the conversation. So he does have standards, just like Lex with Zelensky and Putin. It won't be the same conversation, but they act as if it's completely devoid of, they treat everyone the exact same, and they do not. They definitely do not.
So how do these two blokes, right, keep going with a podcast without falling out? Because both are relatively low in self-aggrandizement and narcissism, as opposed to most commentators on the dissident right who have such disabling levels of narcissism that they can't consistently work together with other people.
Yeah. I mean, I think what you mean to say is they have a definite editorial line. I'm not holding up like...
It's probably a lot easier to sustain a relationship if you both share a hero system where you both recognize that there are certain values more important than your own importance.
Old-fashioned mainstream media as paragons of virtue in this regard necessarily, right? Because obviously they fail to do it a lot of the time too. But at least they have some understanding of what they're meant to do, and in some cases, at least try to do it to some degree or another. Which is that when you interview someone, it could be even Zelensky. You might be very sympathetic to the Ukrainian thing. It could be that you're speaking from the UK, so the BBC and maybe the community as a whole is very sympathetic. You might still ask a few difficult questions and push back a little bit because that's your job as a journalist.
So that's the end of the clips from the Joe Rogan Douglas Murray crossover, right? And that caused a cavalcade of reactions online. You can imagine a lot of the people in the Rogan verse didn't like it, right? Douglas Murray as being a gatekeeper and whatnot. Joe Rogan was actually doing an impression of Murray.
There is an argument to be made that, starvation and stuff like that, and people dying, is worse than a podcast.
But wait a minute.
I wouldn't make it.
Wait a minute before you say that. Have you been there?
Right, that's a good point.
You haven't been?
By the way, how is he in all these wars? Can I just go to wars? By the way, are you allowed to just go to wars?
Because one of the other stupid arguments that he invoked was like, you're not allowed to comment. He kind of implied that because Dave Smith had not been over to Israel and the Middle East, that he was unqualified to offer any opinions on the conflict or what's happening there.
When were you last there at all?
I've never been.
You've never been?
Well, am I not allowed to talk about it now? Have you ever been to Nazi Germany? Are you allowed to have feelings about them?
You can't time travel, but you can. But you can travel.
Okay, but so what? So what's the point? Like,
no,
okay.
I find that
lots of people have been there and agree with me, and lots of people have been there and agree with you.
Yeah, but
so
if you're going to spend a year and a half talking about a place, you should at least do the courtesy of visiting it.
All right. I just think this is a non-argument.
You don't think?
Okay. No, I think it's a non-argument.
But if you're an expert,
you have to go and touch the ground.
No, I think you have to see. I think it's a good idea to see stuff, particularly if you spend a career talking about something. Yes. I have a journalistic rule of trying never to talk about a country even in passing unless I've at least been there.
Now, there's a valid version of that where you can be like, you are talking about an issue without having done enough proper research. But like, obviously you can learn about conflicts and areas without viewing everything firsthand, and simply going somewhere doesn't mean that you aren't then going to have an extremely biased perspective. And people expectedly dragged up clips of Douglas Murray talking about places that he hasn't visited, right, and whatnot. But this is what we're talking about, that like he's kind of like rhetorically, he's trying to win the debate, and he's throwing out arguments that are reasonable, also invalid arguments. It's like it's all mixed in together. But it is unusual to hear Joe Rogan having to deal with pushback, and you can hear that like he's just not very good at it, right? Like his answers are bad. They're also not like really coherently hanging together, but he does at least have...
Right, there are all sorts of points that you can make and arguments that you can put forward that sound impressive but completely fall apart upon examination, including this one.
The thing that like, well, I always am promoting French people. I mean, he's not exactly arguing that, but that is what he does. So it is a little weird that Murray is now suddenly has a problem with it when this is exactly what Rogan is about right now. So there was all sorts of reactions going back and forth. Some people saying, "Oh, I agree with Douglas Murray. It was good to see pushback." Blah 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 blah. And then just recently, Matt, he went on with Sam Harris. Right, Sam and Douglas Murray had a conversation. The majority of it goes as you would expect.
All right, let's bring Michael back onto the show. Michael, what's going on, man?
40 boy, how are you?
Baruch Hashem, praise the Lord.
Praise the Lord. So I do have a thought on the Douglas Murray-Dave Smith debate, which is that I actually think that Douglas Murray had a very good jab in when he said, "Have you been to Israel?" That's actually kind of a funny question that Dave Smith has dedicated apparently so much commentary to Israel, and he's never been there. And everyone reacted to that and said, "Oh, what a fallacy. What a stupid question." Actually, no, that was kind of a good jab in that debate. What do you think?
I didn't find it good at all. Murray offers commentary about all sorts of places he's never been. There's nothing transformative or immediately insightful about visiting a place. I just think it was like empty rhetoric. Okay, have we lost you?
Oh, I'm sorry.
Okay, you're back.
You
okay.
froze up. I heard.
Okay, I just said I thought it was
okay.
empty.
My bad. My computer decided to update something.
Okay, I just said I thought it was empty. That
you thought it was like a fallacy, right?
Yeah, it doesn't give you any more expertise necessarily to go visit a place.
I think it does. Could I say anything really about California not having been there besides studying it in a textbook? Could you say anything about Texas? I can speak about New York City because I've been there so many times. I was born there. I live there. And if someone who's never been is trying to make a characterization about New York City with which I don't agree, I would have to kind of take the high ground there and say, actually, you've never been there.
I don't see why that's the high ground, because I don't see the increased level of knowledge that comes with necessarily visiting a place. So if you were to offer me, on the one hand, somebody who's read 100 of the most scholarly, esteemed books on California versus someone who has read, say, half as many but visited the place, I would expect that the person who's read more scholarly work would have a sharper, more accurate and valuable perspective on California, despite not visiting it, compared to the person who has visited it but hasn't read the work.
Right.
Because I think scholarship...
Okay, but what about people that have both
approximates reality? I don't think it's necessary. So some people have a gift for observation.
Yes.
But many people don't. Right, some people have sharp first-hand observations.
But what if they both read 6 books and one person?
Right, all things being equal, yeah. If things were equal
Right.
and one person had visited, then I would expect the person to visit to have a little bit more clarity. But I believe that that scholarship and just solid journalism are close enough of an approximation to reality that you can learn a great deal from them without having visited a place.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, how transformative has it been for you
Yes,
to visit
and
a place?
I agree in principle.
Tell me, how transformative?
100%.
Like,
I mean, it goes from just an No, you go from just having a vague idea of a place to an actual experience, a tangible experience. It's really just 100% difference. But I get your point is taken. However, just the kind of indignant response that Dave Smith had in the moment struck me as a little silly because, again, it was a good jab. It was a good point. Like, you keep pontificating about this place you've never been. And number two, the kind of secondhand commentary that came from that, as though that were the most absurd point that you can make. I don't think it is an absurd point. I think it's kind of funny. And I use a boxing metaphor because it was like a jab that he didn't see coming. So I'm not saying that Douglas Murray won or lost the debate. I think he's probably better at debating, but
it reminds me of a jab used about sports commentators who'd never played the game. So Howard Cosell titled one of his memoirs, "You Never Played the Game," because Howard Cosell was a leading sports commentator, but he was never an athlete. And so there are advantages for the commentator who has played the game, and yet there are many excellent commentators who never did play the game. So in the final analysis, when it comes to argumentation, I don't think there is anything more important than checking the facts and the logic of an argument. And compared to those two criteria, nothing else comes close. Now, this is not the way that we operate in the real world, because that requires effort, and we simply don't have the effort to put into all sorts of different questions, and so we use different heuristics. But if you're going to publicly engage in a debate, then I think one is best served by putting one's primary emphasis on facts and logic, and facts and logic are not terribly swayed with regard to, say, the Arab-Israeli conflict or any other hot-button issue on the basis of whether or not someone has been to a place.
No. Well, and I think, I maintain that it does, but I think that another element of it is that international travel is like really expensive and difficult, and you kind of have to really have it together and have, I don't know, a good career or paid vacation or something. So it's a lot easier to pontificate about subjects than it is to travel internationally. Like for example, if you wanted to be an expert on the French language and you wanted to be a French teacher, it kind of is a little bit of a shot to your credibility if you've never been to France. It's a similar situation. Now, like if Luke Ford wants to talk about Israel, I wouldn't hold it against you that you've never been there.
Well, I have been there twice, yeah.
Oh, okay, great.
Yeah.
So you're proving my point. So, but if what Douglas Murray says is true, that Dave Smith's career is like focused around criticizing Israel, I don't know if that is true or not, then it is kind of funny that he's never been there.
So what do you suspect, for people who have very strong opinions on the Arab-Israeli conflict, what percentage of the time do you think their opinions are changed by a visit on the ground to the conflict? My suspicion is that 99.99% of people don't change their opinions on the conflict by visiting.
No, probably not. So that's a fair point. But I would just think that I like the word I just used, credibility. I think it would just affect one's credibility as it's one thing to just be like a political pundit, and it's one of many things you talk about. But if you put yourself forth as a kind of self-styled expert on a particular region, I would think you would want to be there.
Right. So there is a level of expertise that is way outside of the Douglas Murray, Joe Rogan, Dave Smith discussion. These are three non-experts having a conversation. But if you're an academic or someone who has devoted your life to the French language or to Israel or to Palestine or to China, then it would seem weird if, one, you weren't literate in the primary languages of the place, and two, if you'd not been there.
Exactly. I think we've come to a place of agreement. That's pretty much how I see it. But moving on, what about decoding the gurus? What about Jordan Peterson? Did you happen to catch that viral clip of some kid asking him if he believes in God?
I don't think I saw it, but what did you take away from it? I'll see if I can pull it up.
Well, it was a debate, kind of a gimmicky debate that was on YouTube, 20 atheists versus Jordan Peterson. Probably a lot of people watching your show saw it. And it was a very long debate, but this one soundbite was the takeaway. And a kid asked Jordan Peterson, he's like, "So you believe in God?" He's like, "Wait, do you believe in God?" And Jordan Peterson said, "Define believe." And that, of course, was the viral moment because it does admittedly seem a little absurd. However, I just think it's a very superficial understanding of Jordan Peterson.
Well,
and
that
what he has
is
to
not
say.
that's not a good faith response by Jordan. He wants to grift on the benefit of talking about Christianity and defending Christianity without actually being a Christian, right? He doesn't seem to believe in God or any of the tenets of Christianity, but he wants to extol how wonderful it is. And then it's such a slippery response to say define belief. I just don't think it's in good faith. Why would he make that response? And the answer is he's not a Christian, but he knows that most of his potential audience is Christian, and he wants all the advantages of defending Christianity and talking about Christianity without paying the price of actually being a Christian. And it seems to me representative of his duplicitous game. I can't imagine that any Christian would answer that interrogatory, "Do you believe in God?" in the fashion that Jordan did.
No, probably not. And I think that's the reason why it went viral, because it appears to be that. However, I think that if you're more familiar with his work, then you would know that Jordan Peterson has a very complicated relationship to Christianity, which is not, I disagree with your characterization that he's kind of like cynically using Christianity as a way to connect with his audience.
Well, complicated is a euphemism. He is not a Christian by any standard normative definition of Christianity, but he still wants to tap that audience. He still wants to be identified with it, but he's not a Christian. It's not complicated. He is not a Christian. He does not believe in any of the tenets of Christianity. Now, you can be a Jew and not believe in anything, because Judaism is a tribal identity. You get it simply from being born of a Jewish mother. But to be a Christian, you have to affirm some things, and Jordan Peterson, in good faith, cannot affirm those things. It's not complicated. He is not a Christian.
I think it is complicated because I admit that it shouldn't be, and that it looks weird, and that if you are Christian and someone asks if you believe in God, you would just simply say yes. And if you're not, you would think that you would just say no. If you asked me, I would just say no, and I wouldn't have any kind of agonizing response. But two things. Number one, he's written 2 books analyzing the Bible to the extent that he clearly feels that there's some extremely important significance to the Bible in some kind of metaphorical or symbolic way, which is well above and beyond what most kind of not especially committed Christians might see. And so he seems to have some kind of mystical belief in archetypes and myths that go beyond just a casual interest. And so that's why I say it's complicated, that in his mind, it's so complicated that he just doesn't even want to answer the question. And if you would ask someone at a party about their religion and they're just like, "I don't want to talk about it," then it's like you would drop it. But in this context, it was certainly a fair question because it was literally a debate about Christianity.
Right. He will extol the virtues of Christianity. But you ask him if you believe in God or you believe that Jesus was resurrected from the dead, and he'll go, "Oh, that's complicated." And so I was listening to that Curiosity Porn podcast. It did a 2-parter with a Professor Jerry Muller, who wrote a book on the tyranny of metrics. And he noted in this conversation that many public intellectuals will shift their views, or will shift their presentation of their views to follow their audience. And he named Jordan Peterson and is it David Lindsay? Both people who were atheists.
James
Lindsay. He noted that they both essentially followed their audience to, tell their audience, who were dominantly Christian, much more of what they wanted to hear. And think about the rewards for Jordan Peterson associating himself with Christianity. He then aligns with the vast majority of the people who are predisposed to him, and he gets to tap into something that will receive a lot of revenue, a lot of applause, a lot of love, and status with that in-group by associating himself with the beliefs that most of his real audience and potential audience already holds. So in the face of those overwhelming incentives, and how it's very clear that he doesn't believe in God and he doesn't believe in any of the traditional Christian tenets, but wants to abstract them into archetypes and metaphors, it's just, I find it a distasteful grift.
Yes. Yes. And again, I get how it would seem that way, but I would suggest that based on his writing, that it couldn't be that he just recently found this interest in Christianity. It must be that he's been studying this his whole career. It must be that. And like he enjoys Carl Jung, for example. And I don't know if you've read any Carl Jung, but that's probably where Peterson gets his interest in all the archetypes. And I could read you some from his new book, which is We Who Wrestle with God. And I'm wrestling with this book. So here's about Genesis. So in Genesis it says, God created light from darkness, and God saw that it was good. Isn't that an interesting line? God saw that it was good. What do you think of that?
Yes, and it reflects an optimism in Judaism vis-a-vis this world and human potential that is not nearly as prominent in Christianity. So while Judaism has a highly skeptical view of human nature, it has a much more optimistic view than Christianity about the possibility of this world and the possibility of human potential. So the Hebrew Bible, though highly skeptical and quite critical of the basics of human nature, recognizes and gives prominence to the beauty and goodness alive in this world, compared to Christianity, which is more focused on the next world.
Oh, well, that's a great interpretation, and I haven't really heard that before. So maybe that's why I was impressed by what Peterson said, which is not that far away from you. So here's what he writes in We Who Wrestle with God. What does it mean? It means, in the first place, that God not only confronts and shapes chaos and possibility, but does so with benevolent intent and positive outcome.
Right. So that's a much more optimistic view of human potential and life in this world. And so to that extent, it's more in alignment with traditional Jewish teachings than the normative Christian approach, which is this world is a vale of tears to prepare us for the next world. So in any normal version of Christianity, the next world is much more important than this world.
So did you find that analysis to be somewhat profound that I just read of Peterson's? Not mine, Peterson's.
It's fine. It was one that I was already aware of. And I think you can have very profound analyses of life, the Bible, and religion without believing. So I don't criticize for Jordan Peterson for not believing. I don't think it makes him less of a man or makes him less authoritative to talk about life. I just don't like the grift that he seems to be pursuing. If he would just be clear, no, I'm not a Christian, then I would have much more respect for that. But he can still say profound things. It's just that there's so much nonsense with Jordan Peterson that, to me, it's not worth wading through the nonsense to get to the value.
Okay. Again, I don't think it's a grift. I think it's part of maybe his incentive that he knows he has a conservative audience, so it's not cool to not be Christian. I would probably think that's part of it. But okay, here's another take from his book, We Who Wrestle with God. And my point is that it's a very close reading of the Bible in a way that's kind of impressive, but also speculative. And so when it comes to the story of Adam and Eve, so it's fairly conventional to say that Eve was tempted by the devil and it was like a weakness, right? And then Adam stupidly followed her and ate the apple.
Yes.
However, in Peterson's interpretation, he kind of has like an anti-feminist take on it. So So Eve's sin and therefore the eternal temptation or flaw of the feminine, quote, my compassion is so all-encompassing that it can convert and incorporate even that which is deadly poison. My compassion is so total that it can transform such poison into veritable nourishment. So he's saying that Eve is doing pathological empathy with the snake.
Yeah, and that's an interesting perspective. And men and women not only have different gifts, they also have different weaknesses and different delusions. Let me come back to you with a question about expertise. If Jordan Peterson is not literate in Hebrew, would that change your regard for his commentary on the Hebrew scriptures?
Yes, but he does throw around some Hebrew terms in this book. So that maybe that's another subject he doesn't want to answer, whether he can speak Hebrew or not.
Well, my dad would throw around Hebrew terms. My father had a PhD. He had to take like 2 years of Hebrew to get his degrees, but he was not literate in Hebrew. He had just a minimal understanding, but he would spend his adult life telling people what various Hebrew terms meant, because you can just look them up with glossaries and concordances. So you can orate to audiences and tell them what the Hebrew really means. And for every 100 Christian pastors who tell their audience what the biblical text really means, maybe one is actually literate in the particular text. So this is a very common approach that for every 100 people who base their lives on biblical text, only 1 in 100 on average is actually literate in that language. And you can make proclamations to millions of people about what the Hebrew text or the Greek text really means without actually having any literacy. You've just read some commentaries that tell you X, Y, Z. And I don't usually particularly have much time for people who are not literate in Hebrew or in Greek for their perspective on these scriptures.
Or you should at least be able to read the King James Bible.
No, there's no expertise with reading the King James is just another translation. A person does not have any expertise to talk about texts that they're not literate in. They can use the text, and I would talk about text, but I don't have any expertise. And so one should be honest, right? If Jordan is saying the Hebrew really means this, but Jordan is not literate in the Hebrew, he should make that very clear. Otherwise, he is posing as having a degree of expertise that he does not have.
All right, I'm just saying there are people who are even less literate who can't even read the King James Bible.
Right, so someone who can read English.
Modern translation.
Right. Someone who can read is likely to have more expertise than someone who's unable to read.
So okay, but yes, and what you said, I agree. However, the King James Bible is a literary work in and of itself. Even if you can say, oh, like you might have mistranslated something, just look at it almost like Shakespeare. Just the way it is written is quite beautiful, above and beyond the debate about the point, which I concede that you should probably know Hebrew or Greek to be a real Bible scholar.
Right. There are beautiful translations. There are beautiful translations of Leo Tolstoy's War and Peace novel. But if you really wanted to have expertise with regard to the novel, there is no translation that is as beautiful and profound as the original text.
Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't know. But
you are a man of you have some common sense. You recognize that a translation can never approach the clarity of the original text.
Yes, but I think in the case of the King James Bible, I think the translation itself has just been so ingrained in the culture that it has some aesthetic value apart from the fact that it happens to also be a translation.
Right. You can have aesthetic value from a translation. No argument from me on that.
And just a final point, the thing that Jordan Peterson said about Eve, I was like, that's really interesting, but I don't remember that. That doesn't really, that's not familiar to me. So I went back and I read like a little part of Adam and Eve in the Bible, and there's nothing about Eve as being empathetic to the snake. So again, it's quite speculative. I don't think Eve had pathological empathy. I think she just like ate the apple. She's like, okay, I'll eat it. That's it.
Right. So people who attain Jordan Peterson's level of success, they're really good at putting a quilt of meaning over the universe or a quilt of meaning over the book of Genesis. This is what they do. They create meaning for people who desperately need it. And if someone has a deep need that is met by Jordan Peterson, I would proffer to you that this is a sign of a deep emptiness in a person. This should be a garnish on top of a life. It should not be the fulfillment of a deep need. If it is the fulfillment of a deep need, you're in a lot of trouble, and Jordan Peterson's not going to solve that trouble. He may temporarily mask it.
Not to be confused with me. I'm just a guy reading his book.
Right. Well, but what do you think of the argument? So I know it upsets people who love Jordan Peterson, but if a guru seems to fulfill a deep need, to me, this is a sign that you have a very deep problem that no guru is going to solve. You're just going to have the problem masked. Right. This should be a garnish on top of a life. If this suddenly makes the pain go away for a person after reading Jordan Peterson or any other guru, the pain in life go away, that they're simply masking the problem.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. I agree. I mean, I've never looked at Jordan Peterson like, oh, what should I do in life? Like, what does he say? Because, you know, I encountered him, first of all, as like a middle-aged person. So I'm a grown-ass man. I'm not looking at Jordan Peterson for answers, but I will read his book just for intellectual stimulation. But all right. Thanks, 40. Appreciate it, man. I'm going to get going.
Talk to you, bro. Okay. Thanks. So Commentary Magazine is a neoconservative publication, and it won't say anything positive about evolution because most of its funding comes from evangelical Christians. So there are all sorts of public intellectuals and those who are supported by various nonprofit foundations who are quite willing to compromise on truth in order to keep the money flowing. Right. This is Jordan Peterson.
Do you believe in the all-knowing, all-powerful, all-good notion of God?
What do you mean by believe?
Do you think it to be true?
That's the circular definition. What do you mean when you say you believe?
How is that circular?
Because you added no content to the answer by substituting the word true and believe.
I said you think it to be true.
All right. So if you believe something, you stake your life on it.
What do you mean by that?
You live for it and you die for it.
Okay, so you're saying that you don't believe something if you wouldn't die for it?
Not really, no.
Okay. So then,
how would you define belief? Something you say?
Can I explain? Like, I could believe it is the case that this pen exists, but if someone like threatened my life, right, I would lie in order to be able to save my life, right? Like, I think you would do that too. You wouldn't lie to save your life?
Don't be so sure.
You wouldn't lie to save your life?
How much do you know about me? I didn't lie to save my career. I didn't lie to save my clinical practice.
Would you lie to like save your children, your mom, your dad?
I don't think lying would save them.
No, can there ever be a circumstance logically that lying could save someone?
Yeah, and if you're steeped in sin, you're likely to live in circumstances like that.
I'll give you an example. If you're like in like Nazi Germany, and it is the case that there's like Jewish people in your attic, and you're trying to protect them,
example.
Would you lie to like the Nazis?
I would have done everything I bloody well could, so I wouldn't be in that situation to begin with. It's a hypothetical, and it's not answerable.
You can't answer hypotheticals?
No, I can't answer a hypothetical like that because
Did
it's
you eat
far.
Today? Did you
Don't
eat today?
play games.
I'm not playing games. I'm just
Yes,
asking if
you
you
are.
ate it.
I just told you I would do everything that I could to make sure that I'm never in that situation. By the time you've got there, you've made so many mistakes that there's nothing you can do that isn't a sin.
Being born in Nazi Germany and trying to protect people that you care about, like there could be a Jewish friend that you have, and you want to protect them.
I think you should
have
just
them
give
in your
up on
attic.
that line of questioning.
But like, okay, again, you're not answering this hypothetical because you know it shows that you clearly would lie to save
I'm
someone's life.
answering it in
Obviously,
a
that's
manner
not what
you
truth
don't
is.
find acceptable.
Obviously, because I care about truth.
I wouldn't be in that scenario.
Obviously, right? Logically, because that's
No.
already happened. Like that's in the past. You don't have a time travel device.
All right, just devastating clip. All right, Jordan Peterson looks absolutely terrible in that clip. And anyone can look terrible at any time, but to me, it embodies his grift.
A conversation between Sam and Douglas Murray to go. They complain quite a lot about, how Israel has been vilified in the West, this kind of stuff. There's this section where Sam is talking about the psychology of extremism. This is a pet bugbear of mine. But he's talking about the legitimate thing that there is a strand that is uniquely hateful towards Jewish people, and like responded very quickly in the wake of the October 7th massacre to downplay what had happened and kind of appear celebratory, if not like at very least unsympathetic to, you know, the Israelis that were killed in that attack. But then he goes on about, you know, the psychology of Hamas and Palestinians in general, right? And there's often not that much distinction made between the two. But one of the things that he's saying is, you know, people simply don't understand religious extremist psychology. They imagine their psychology and they kind of extrapolate it out, right? So if you're a secular liberal person, you're just like, well, everybody's like me. There's no such thing as religious fundamentalists, really, right? They're not like actually believing what they're saying. Sam says, you know, people should take that seriously because there's many people who believe many things. They've done many terrible things for the things that they believe. And people can genuinely believe, you know, that like killing a gay person by throwing them off a building is actually doing God's work, right? It's possible that you become so ideologically invested in a particular, you know, anti-gay religious theocratic morality that you think that's a good thing, a moral thing to do. That's undoubtedly the case. Okay, just to be clear, Matt, I think this is absolutely true. People are not that good at imagining the mindset of people that are like extremely different from themselves or like extremely devoted to, you know, whatever ideology, religious, political, whatever. There is a failure of imagination and there is sometimes a downplaying of the role that ideology can play. Okay? Have we made that clear?
Yeah, I'm on board. I definitely struggle to understand the mind of the ISIS people, for instance, who burnt those Yazidi girls alive and not agreed to be sex slaves. So yes, we all agree about that.
Brutal activities, and it's not all carried out by like, you know, slavering people with like neo-Nazi symbols or whatever like carved into their head. This is one of the issues. But I feel this insight has been known throughout the ages, like most notably with like the banality of evil, right? Hannah Arendt and whatnot. But in any case, when he's talking about the psychology of like Hamas, and really he kind of is talking about all Palestinians, he's talking about how, you know, they love death. They love death as much, you know, because they've made those statements. We love death as much as you love life or whatever, right? And that they have all these extreme statements about like, you know, they're willing to sacrifice other people. Their actions show that they don't have that much care for civilians' death. But if his model was accurate, based on what he says, they should every day be just marching.
Okay, let's get Ricardo back onto the show. Ricardo, over to you, sir.
Yeah, I just want to say, I mean, I didn't, you know, I know the Jordan Peterson thing's been going around. I haven't actually like watched the videos, but in that clip right there, like maybe he's just saying, yeah, I would never be in that situation. Like I wouldn't hide Jews in my attic. Like, I don't know what to tell you. Or I would have fled already. Or, you know, I think also what he's saying there is like, how can you sin? Like nothing good comes from sin. And the whole premise, like, you know, the phrase saving lives, like when you want to save lives, like fact is we're all mortal. Like what does saving lives mean? Does it mean extending lives, like life years? Or everybody dies eventually? You know what I mean? Like, right? Ultimately,
Yeah.
like you can't actually save a life. That's not real, right?
Well, if it was your life, if for some reason you became vulnerable in an hour and someone had the ability to save your life and extend it by 50 years, saving a life would suddenly have meaning to you.
Yeah, but I think he's also saying like, you know, like, okay, in the Christian worldview, your life on earth is the smallest piece of your reality. Okay. Like it is, you compare to the infinite afterlife, you know, how could you be saving your overall, your soul, your eternal life by committing sin? You're like choosing to forego the eternal for more time here on earth. So it's like, yeah, that whole concept is really. Now, if you save my life, like I'm drowning, you dive in, we're not involving sin, you know, but to lie.
Bro, what if I say
there's no exception in the Bible about lying, right?
It depends on your perspective. That there are certainly you can make arguments for it and against it. There's not a definitive lying is always wrong in the Bible. The Israelites in the Torah used spies. They used a prostitute to spy out the enemy. So certainly from a Jewish perspective, there are times and places where lying is the right thing to do. And there
but
are
isn't the
Christians.
Ten Commandments? The Ten Commandments don't have exceptions. Like it's a very short list, and right on there it's like thou shalt not lie.
No, I think it's about not bearing false witness in court. So just like the Ten Commandments don't say do not murder, do not kill, they say do not murder. So there is legitimate moral killing and there's immoral killing. Immoral killing is called murder. There is legitimate moral use of lying and there is an illegitimate use of lying. And testifying falsely in a court is an illegitimate use of lying.
But so God put on these tablets, it's like you can say whatever you want as long as you're not in front of the courthouse, at the courthouse. Is that right?
No, he said do not lie in court.
Okay, but there's no like explicit prohibition on lying in general. Is that
Correct.
your position?
Correct.
Okay. All right. Well, that's interesting.
It's either true or it's not. Yeah.
I don't think. I mean, you grew up Christian. Like, is that how it was presented to you?
No, it was not. And I always thought that was ludicrous and didn't. No, I'm not sure if I always thought that. But upon reflection, it struck me as ludicrous. So, generally speaking, Protestants think that lying is always wrong. I'm not really sure what Catholics think. I think most normal people understand that there is a time and a place to lie. So, for example, let's say that you were
normal.
Yeah,
well, I think most
normal people.
Most people are not more. Yeah, most people are not Christian, right? I guess a normal person is not Christian.
A normal person is not passionately Christian, just like a normal Jew is not passionately Judaic into their Judaism. Most Jews are secular. Most Christians don't sacrifice much for their Christianity.
Well, I have to say a high trust society is largely built on the premise that people don't lie in general, not just in a courtroom. That they're like afraid of God, therefore they're honest when no one's looking.
And yet Japan has created a higher trust society than Christians or Jews ever have, and they do it without reference to God.
I don't know that that's entirely true. I don't think we have enough true cultural visibility into like exactly how it works over there with them. They, I mean, Christians definitely have a high trust society. Like before the 1960s, I mean, you could leave your house unlocked. Certain parts of this country, you can still do that, and that's because people are honest.
Right, and
now,
plenty of
if what you're
secular
saying is
people
that
in Northern
the
Europe
Jews,
could do
even
that
the religious
secular.
Jews, aren't. I don't know. I mean, but they've been bred that way. There was a time at which they their ancestors were Christians and the criminals were dealt with, and those who got to breed were Christian. Now they may have lost this, and are in a downward spiral now. But there's no question that, especially those Northern European countries, those are Protestant nations. Like you said, I agree with you that Protestants basically understand that commandment to mean that thou shalt not lie, period. I mean, I understand politeness is maybe omission of a statement, but making, out making false statements in general is sinful. And you could imagine, I mean, if we took the perspective that sin has negative repercussions on your life, which I don't know if you agree with that, lying outside of the courtroom causes problems for people,
But also telling the truth causes problems. So
not nearly, not honestly, I'll say this, sometimes, one of the things that you've always said that I think is pretty profound, okay, is that betrayal is like a consensual act. And it's not necessarily, and I think it extends somewhat beyond betrayal where, you become complicit in something sometimes by inaction, like being polite, sweeping the issue under the rug causes you to get deeper and deeper into other people's messes. And it's not good to be operating on a basis where you've tamped down your own, what you feel, whatever, tamp down the truth, ignoring the truth. It's like an employer, you ever been at a job that it really wasn't working? You weren't happy, maybe your performance was lacking, but you felt like you maybe couldn't say something, criticize the boss or do whatever, because you needed it to get along. But if you would just face the issue, it might be uncomfortable, but and maybe it means you end up terminated, but the status quo is not working. Living in lies doesn't work in the long term?
Good question. And I think often people would be better off telling a higher percentage of truths. On the other hand, everybody's vulnerable. And if you say some blunt truths to people, sometimes that can be a spur for an improvement in their lives. And other times it can lead to a downward spiral. So let's say someone's just bought something and spent a lot of money and a lot of effort to get something, and they're sunk. They've sunk costs into something, and then they ask you how you like it. If you tell them they got ripped off, they probably won't react well, and they may not be able to deal with it. So there's a saying in Proverbs, I believe, that I try to live by: never reprove a fool, for he will hate you, but reprove a wise man, because he will love you. So if someone will appreciate and respect you for telling them the truth, then tell them uncomfortable truths. But if someone will simply hate you for telling them the truth, don't waste your truth on someone who's just going to hate you for it.
Well, I think it's like there's a couple issues. I mean, Peterson would say, and he kind of just said in that clip, that by the time, like, why are you in association with such a person? You know, it's like you made a series of choices that lead you into this road where you have no way out, right? Like you have no way out but to sin. Like you're either, you know, creating problems because you know this person is toxic, or you know, so like, how did you end up like in association with such a person? You know, like somewhere along the line, like you're not being honest about what's working for you in your life, you know, and being honest with that person. Like I think there is a way to tell such a person, hey, listen, let's face reality. Or, you know, and if they don't, then you put distance between the two of you. You know, like to enslave yourself to someone else's psychosis is not a good choice. You know, you
Yeah.
subordinate the truth to going along to get along, you know, to what ends? Like, I think people are so afraid of being alone or being ostracized from something that you know, this is part of the problem. You know, everybody's going along to get along.
What would be
You know,
fascinating is if you implemented a little bit of what you're saying. So I don't want you to go out and destroy your life, but try telling more truth and like let us know how it works.
so
Because
I could, because I would say in the past year, I've I mean, there's things that have happened in my life that I'm not going to get into, but that have led to more frank confrontation of like, how about this? Like, you have a relationship with your wife. Do
yes,
you want to just get through the day? Or do you want to like address the thing that's been the elephant in the room for 3 years? And, you know, the thing is, like, talking about it feels risky. Like, what if we can't agree? What if we face the issue and we can't agree? Well, then we're going to lose our marriage, right? But the status quo isn't working. You have to face it. And like, it's a painful process, but sometimes you almost have to risk losing things to gain them, you know? And I can say in my life, like, I've gone through one of these processes, my marriage has greatly improved. At work, you know, instead of maybe being resentful about certain things, you know, finding a productive way to speak up about my own needs and not letting myself get, I mean, taking advantage of a strong word, but you can understand what I mean. Like,
yes.
you know, getting paid for what I'm doing, let's just say. And I've taken those risks, and it has been super psychic. Like, I've had some hard times and battles, but you know what? Frankly, they were only really hard because I delayed. You know, if you let these things build up, they become worse. You know what I mean?
Yes.
So it might seem like in the moment you're making this pragmatic choice that makes sense. You're setting yourself up for long-term suffering.
Yeah, I think that's profound. Do you know the word that you just used in the last 2 minutes that I'm going to jump on?
What?
Productive. So it's not enough to tell the truth. You have to be able to tell the truth in a productive way. You can tell the truth in an incredibly destructive way.
Yes.
Take a little
Cruelty.
time, little effort, and phrase it in a productive way.
Right. Absolutely. But I think like failure to find a productive confrontation is probably the most difficult path. It takes some skill, experience, you know, but you have to try it. You can't just avoid. And I feel like, you know, people
Right. Once you give people any permission to lie, they're going to take advantage of it and abuse it.
Yeah.
And I think you're also touching on something that's incredibly important, and that is masculinity means courage. And if you are too weak to say the truth when you should be speaking the truth, you are less of a man. And I think what you just described is you've become more of a man by developing more courage to say truths.
Yes, it's definitely true. I think that some of the mistakes I've made in my like, I've had to admit, like lack of courage, like that basically I've been a pussy on some fronts. You know what I mean?
Yes.
And it's not nearly as bad as you think it is. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I would just say to anybody listening, you know, it's never as bad as what you build it up in your mind, but you got to face it. And especially like raising sons, you know, I got to walk the walk, man. So,
right. It's probably the biggest shortcoming in men in America is a lack of courage to say tough truths.
Absolutely. I mean, 100% agree. 100%
because it's
agree.
very hard because also the more self-respect you have, the better able you will be to say truths. So if you loathe yourself, if you don't respect your choices, it's very hard to step up and start telling the truth. But if you start consistently making choices that you can respect, then it will be easier for you to speak out. So the reason that I've so often put up with abuse is because I internalized that was an okay way to treat me. But when I started consistently acting in a way that commanded my own self-respect, it changed the way that I spoke to other people.
No, I can't agree more. Like the whole thing, it's definitely a big feedback loop. And I think that, you know, the cultural expectation now, particularly in, so let's just call them blue, not non-Christian areas of the country, is absolutely, no judgment. Someone does something wrong, it's like, oh, no judgment. I couldn't possibly judge, you know? And a lot of it is because people don't have any, you know, maybe everybody is such a pussy, like they're making all these compromises in their own life. How could they judge someone else? You know, it's just this terrible feedback loop. And so I don't know if more people would stand up but you know, cruelty is not kindness. You know what I mean? Like there's a kind way to, you know, help other people like live in the truth. You know what I mean?
And also there is sometimes much benefit to come from the cruel word. I don't endorse it as a general strategy, but an acquaintance of mine was getting out of his car and someone was driving by and they yelled out, "Get out of the way, fatso." And this so shook this acquaintance up that he lost about 100 pounds and he wrote a best-selling book on fat. And it came because a stranger had yelled at him and said, "Get out of the way, fatso."
Good for him.
So sometimes some very important truths can be conveyed by a cruel word. Do you consider John Peterson a Christian? Do you have respect when he's asked, "Do you believe in God?" And he says, "What does believe mean?"
Dude, I really don't know what to make of him. It's kind of like, I mean, I don't know, man. I think like as I've gotten older, as I approach 40 years old, it's like, dude, we're kind of all on our own. Like I can't like make your spiritual journey for you or judge it for you because like he makes the point right there. He goes like, what do you mean believe? Like I could say anything I want. Like to say you believe something is like, it's, I don't actually I'm not like a Jordan Peterson lover. I just think like what he said there, like it does hit home. You know what I mean? Like there's plenty of people that like name drop Jesus, you know, like just necessarily or unnecessarily. The point is they name drop it, right? But like, do they gossip? Do they do all kinds of like socially destructive behaviors? Like who knows what goes on in their personal lives? Like who knows, you know? Jordan Peterson, but I'm saying with Jordan Peterson, I think I don't know what he's afraid of. I don't know what's going on with him. You know what I
Well,
mean? He's
I
clearly.
think it's pretty clear he does not believe in God. He is not a Christian, but he wants all the benefits of associating himself with Christianity. I wish he'd have the balls and the courage to say the truth, which is, I do not believe in God. I am not a Christian.
But see, I think he intellectually believe. Like there's something I don't quite. I don't know. I just feel like he's afraid. I think he is a coward, actually.
Yeah.
Like
he should have
but
the
I
balls
think
to say, I don't believe. I'd have more respect for him. But he wants
I
all the
actually think it's
benefits.
the other way around. I think he's afraid. Well, or he's afraid to say what he really thinks, which is maybe like, I know this is true, but I just can't. I mean, did you ever go through an atheist phase, like in your early 20s or anything?
Yes, I did,
Like,
from age 18 to 22.
Okay, and then you came back to religion,
Yes.
but probably not in the same way that you
Correct.
understood how it worked as a child, right?
Correct.
Like when I prayed, okay, like I'll say this, like when I was 13, 14, I'd go on a mission trip, right?
Right.
Or I don't know, whatever. My exposure to church, like people would pray, and it felt like what they were saying was they were having like some direct connection or like feeling talked to by Jesus in a way that like I didn't. Like I didn't. I felt like I was not on their level or something like that. Or are they lying? I couldn't put that together. You know what I mean? And
Yeah.
maybe it all was performative, to be quite honest.
And
I
you
think,
reckon much of it was. I'm not saying all of it, but I assure you some of it was performance.
right. So, but like as life has gone on, I absolutely believe I don't really care about the details in this. Like to me, the story, like everybody, atheists love to get hung up on like weird, like supernatural, unimportant details about the Bible, Old and New Testament. Okay, and they totally missed the point. And the point is so obviously true to me that yes, I believe it. I believe if there was like a purge of Christians, like I would absolutely stand there and say like this is absolutely true because it's just what it says about the consequences of sin, what it says about, you know, the real way towards, the way Jesus taught people to behave. Like that
Right.
really is the way to heal the world.
Right.
And
you will die for Christianity, but you won't live for it.
well, I do. I mean,
really?
I
What
teach-
do you sacrifice? How is your life any different than if you weren't a Christian?
I don't like swindle people the way I could.
And if you weren't a Christian, you would be swindling people?
Yeah. Why not? Why not?
Because you'd hate yourself and you would lose relations.
Why would I hate myself? I could take like a utilitarian, like evolutionary biology view that survival of the fittest, and I'm just more fit than you. I'm smarter than you. I can take resources from you. It's kind of like Elon Musk. Like I think Elon Musk is like pure like atheist evolutionary biology, like everything.
Yeah, I agree.
It's just survival of the fittest, and
I agree.
he doesn't even have like loyalty, I think, honestly, to like the human species. Like it's but I think that point of view makes a lot of sense, like absent of the Christian God.
Right, but you have had enough experience where the side of you that participates in some low-level swindling makes you feel like crap, and you know that you'd be on a path towards death. So for you to swindle is to embark on a path towards death.
Yes.
Other people can pull it off, but you can't because you have a past in addiction, like me.
All right, elaborate. So you're saying I can't sin because I'm not as I don't know, evolved as these other people.
No, you have a
don't
weakness
have-
that I do where we're both susceptible to certain types of addiction. And we know that once we start lying and deceiving, we are moving towards death in a way that other people are not similarly vulnerable who are
Really?
addicts.
Right.
For us to lie is to
it's
die.
hard
For
to-
us to swindle is to die. For us to start participating in our addictions is to get way too close to the edge.
Yeah, but I think like maybe we're the ones who need the religion. Like the
Yeah, we do. We both
that's who
need
going to
religion
church.
in a way that other
That's what
people don't.
going to church is for us. Like maybe there's people that don't need to go to church.
Exactly.
Or there's people that never really fell off the wagon. Like
Exactly.
I think that, here's what I'd say is like the Bible says that the way, sin is born by the generations beyond you, right?
Yes.
And so like our fathers play a role in our struggles from the outset. And their upbringing, it's a chain, you know what I mean? And you can't help the fact that you've been set up for this life, but you don't get any other position, you know what I mean? And it is like fair in a way that as the offspring of these people, like we're sort of just the latest iteration of that person, and therefore part of their um it would make sense that we would actually bear responsibility for the things that they did, you know what I mean?
So
It makes
it makes sense to me. But how much do you sacrifice? Like when I came to America, my father told me Christianity in America is a mile wide and an inch deep, because to be a Christian in Australia or to be England was to lead a noticeably, demonstrably different life from the non-Christians around you. But I came to America and I recognized that for most people who identified as Christian, that there was nothing different in their life compared to the non-Christians, that it was just a rather superficial identity. And to me, religiosity, one way that you can understand someone's commitment to their religion is by how much they're willing to sacrifice. So, for example, I will not broadcast on the Sabbath. I will not broadcast on the major Jewish holidays. I will not eat things that are not kosher. Well, that's not a sacrifice because I'm vegetarian. But there are certain sacrifices that I will make for my religion. I'm just curious, what sacrifices will you make for your Christianity? What will you do for Christ day in, day out?
I'm trying to be, sexual purity and drinking, and I'm not drinking and drugging.
Yeah.
So, some of it, it's hard, man, because like I sin for sure. Like to say like, oh, I'm a Christian, I don't sin at all is bullshit, But I guess in some way I don't know. I bear the burden of my mistakes somewhat. I mean, I also try to move on because I realize like that it's really like Jesus Jesus gives me the freedom to basically make mistakes and not like get depressed about it.
So is the way you live your life any different from the lives of non-Christians in similar circumstances?
I mean, I think so. I mean,
How so?
I really well, mainly like the how I spend time with my children. I know a lot of guys that really neglect their wife and kids, that just, drink all the time. They golf all the time. I would love to do like all kinds of shit. Over the past 12 years, I've given up a lot of hobbies. You think I wouldn't love to spend 3 hours a day streaming? I
Right.
would love to do that. You know what I mean?
Yes.
But, but, you know,
Right. Yeah. Yeah. More important things to do. And so you recognize how people who don't have children, how they seek excitement, that people who do have children, such as yourself, just don't have that same visceral need.
uh, that's interesting. Yeah. I mean, I feel like you need, like, without children, the existential dread. I couldn't imagine, man, like aging, hitting 40. I mean, no offense. Okay. I'm not trying, but
I don't
like,
care. Go ahead.
okay. Without some sort of like, what are you living for? You know what I mean? Like,
Yep.
is it, I mean, I can see like a certain, these women on TikTok, like these mid 30s, they go travel and it's like, the foodie scene is like, oh, the novelty around food is like just another restaurant to go to, like another high, another experience, because like the reality of the grind is just not fulfilling. Like it's not going anywhere. You know, you're just on a treadmill to nowhere. You know, I look at my life as like I'm excited about meeting grandchildren. Honestly, I'm like, how can I like have more kids and like make sure that those kids like give me more grandkids so that like my life can be full of people and like human connection.
Yeah.
You know, I think like you're right to say fuck the highs I'm getting on this YouTube channel if it means like I lose my real life community.
Yes.
Like what do I have? Nothing. There's nothing, you know,
Yes.
like so I guess like a huge part of trying to be like I think God wants us to be together and like and share love and just you know, I mean, what do I sacrifice? Like I sacrifice myself for my children like every day. You know, my health, my money, my time. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I'm giving everything to others. I give it to my community when I coach baseball and football. And um
There's just a
so I don't
different
know.
way that
But
married
like,
men
dude,
with children speak and
I know, but
conduct
like, dude,
themselves.
I don't like hear God. Okay.
Yeah.
I don't really hear God, you know, and I don't know what that means if I'm just like deaf or whatever, you know, but I've never felt like the evangelical ecstasy that I've like seen other people perform in my life. You know what I mean? And
Yeah.
it kind of like turns me off because like I don't know how to do that, you know. But then I go to like, you know, stuffy like a stuffier like there was this Presbyterian church I was going to that was conservative. It wasn't like no female pastors or anything. But it's like so Northern European in a way. I think it was like sort of like Dutch reform kind of thing. So you have just it's just so stoic and I don't know. And then, you know, people do effed up things, you know. It's just kind of like I don't know. I guess like I feel like in the South I have the luxury of like everybody like it is very culturally Christian. Like we pray before games, you know,
Yeah.
and we pray Christian prayers before
Yeah.
games. And you know, like why do I need to like go to church and listen to some closeted gay man preach at me? You know. By the way, I've also come to the conclusion that all Christian clergy is homosexual. Like either like in actual and like maybe that's just the way it is. Like what do you do with such men? You know what I mean? Like is that just
You got to check out Aaron Wren. He makes a similar point about the anti-masculine perspective from virtually all Christian clergy.
yeah, it's like
And
they're
he's
all
a
just
Christian,
kind of
but
gay.
he's not clergy. And he just notes that virtually all Christian clergy have an anti-masculine, anti-heterosexual masculine perspective.
Right. So like and maybe that's actually maybe that's okay. You
No,
know,
it's
like
not.
maybe
It's
that's
terrible. It's terrible.
well, hold on. Just like, hear me out, because it's kind of like, okay, like let's say paganism, like Roman paganism is hyper masculine. Okay. It's the patriarch has power of like death over any one of his families or any family member. It's women have no rights. Um, it's just the value, you know, warlike. It's just hyper masculine. And Christianity like presents like this tempering force where you almost have like if you imagine the medieval church, the lord, right, of the manor is a warrior, his band of troop, like these guys are they live by chivalry, you know, they sort of like have the same warrior ethos of like the prior paganism, like it's almost like Vikings and Romans with this layer of Christianity just like saying, hey, maybe you ought to be charitable to your peasant, you know, um
Yes.
You can't just cut his head off. Like, even though that
Yes.
is your prerogative under this like might is right perspective that you have, which understandably, and like maybe that so like society can function where yes, the guy with the muscles and the troops ought to be in charge. I mean, that's just how the world works. Okay, violence has to be on top, but this, the Christian clergy mediated the relationship and made them, channeled them into much more productive, benevolent, overlordship. Okay. So, you know, and is that like a feminine energy? Like cooperation is feminine energy. And, the reality that what do you do with these, feminized men, you know?
Right,
Um,
but it's tilted too far. So that now, whenever you hear Christian clergy talking about how to improve your marriage, it's all about how the man needs to change. It's never about how women need to change, how women need to sacrifice, how women need to go against their natural inclinations. It's all about how the man, the husband, has to compromise and give in to his wife. You never hear Christian clergy saying, women, you're doing wrong things. Women, you need to change. Women, you need to grow up. Women, you need to mature. It's all about the man is at fault and the man needs to compromise.
you know, I agree. And I mean, so much of that is because the women have have gotten too much power. And like, I think a lot of it comes from but see, I think this is secular pressure.
It's because the Christian clergy now go to secular universities and they take on feminism and the secular worldview in some ways. And so they don't have the balls to ever say anything challenging to women.
Well, but see, the thing is like their parishioners, all the women go to college. Like, so every female in your audience has been to, has been to university, and it has spread. It's not all overnight. It's not at Bob Jones University yet, but in some ways it has. Like, it is absolutely like shifted. Um, that school, you used to not even be able to date interracially or, walk on the same side of the street if you're men and women. And now, like, it's the culture has seeped in. The church has failed to resist, but in America, what power have they really had?
They're
In
just
America, like
gutless.
America,
They're just gutless. Christian clergy are gutless. They will not challenge women. They will not say anything that will provoke women. They will just put all the blame on men. It's all men's problems, why there are problems in marriage and divorce and relationships. It's all about men because they do not have the strength to challenge women. It's really sad, and it didn't used to be this way.
Yeah, but okay, like let's talk about like the sources of cultural programming that people receive. Like the women have been gotten to, just like Eve. Eve's real sin wasn't what did he say? The fucking pathological altruism or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
It's that they're foolish. It's that like, I mean, you've seduced women with
yes.
They're easily tricked into thinking you
some
love
women
them
in
or
some
whatever.
circumstances, yeah.
Sure, but like this is their classic weakness, okay? And the culture, and it comes from let's just I don't know, like between the world wars, after World War One, the calamity that was the two world wars, we have left Christian society behind, become like sort of officially this agnostic, like pure secular society.
Anti-Christian
Women are
society.
getting educated.
We live
It
in
is
an
anti-Christian.
anti-Christian.
Well, I agree with that because to be non-Christian is to be anti-Christian. Like we're in monotheism. Yes, it's for or against. It can't just be tolerated. This is why Islam is incompatible. But the women have been educated. The women have been told, like in all these spheres of life, that they have equal say, and they come to church and they just like can't cope with Paul's epistles. Okay, this is and then the guys who are sort of like ranting at the wind with like, guys, like this is the truth. Like the flock has been misled, and the flock is being misled because there's television and radio now, right? And you can talk to women and universities, and the people,
You had to go outside Christianity to get real talk because Christian clergy lacked the balls to give you real talk about male-female differences.
I
so
think they
you
were
found
always...
real talk outside of Christianity because Christian clergy wouldn't step up and do what people like Andrew Tate and the Manosphere, etc., does. To the extent that the Manosphere and Andrew Tate give over hard truths, that they are meeting needs that Christian kids and Christian young men are not getting in the church because Christian clergy are pathetic wussies with regard to saying truths about men and women.
Right. And so this is where, like, I mean, you can feel whatever way you want about this, but like basically I'm turned off from church. I'm not into it. I don't see the appeal. Like I can sit with the Bible and talk to my kids about like what's right and wrong and sort of the basic core of like Jesus's message, you know?
But you don't know masculine clergy, Christian clergy who will stand up and say honest truths to women. They all cuck to women, and so you can't respect them.
Yes, agreed.
This is a major problem. There should be Christian clergy who have balls, who stand up and say, women, you have your weaknesses just like men. Women, you are doing things wrong in your marriage just like men are doing things wrong. But instead, it's universal condemnation of men. Men have to compromise. They don't have the courage to challenge and criticize women. And so you have to go outside of that to get real talk.
Yeah. But I just also want to say, like, Andrew Tate holds no appeal for me because I think it's just now I don't think I'm necessarily the intended audience. I think he's like under 25 young men.
And
I
morons.
think but like his point of view is also toxic because I'll say this. When I was coming of age, like the things I looked to really were sort of, I never would have like acknowledged it because I was, let's just say, racist. Okay. But like rap culture, like getting hoes, getting fucked up, getting hoes. This is how I went about things. Okay. And I sort of like happened to get a much higher quality woman than I had been slumming with when it all was said and done. Okay. But, you know, I don't know. Like
Christian clergy won't give men real talk about what attracts women. They'll say women are attracted to a man who is a disciple of Christ. No, women want a guy who will provide and protect. And the more money, the more status, the more power and influence you have, the more choice you will have with women. But Christian clergy don't have the balls to say these basic, honest truths.
Yeah, well, and I'll say this: like, it's like there are like. As I got older, right, and you start to see, you know, you have kids and you start to see other married people and people that have like made it to this stage of life. And you do see characters who are sort of an embodiment of, they're both masculine and Christian in like a healthy way, but they're not necessarily going to church. You know what I mean? Like there was this way to go about things to like, you know, just going and getting yourself a good woman without being without going to bars, without doing some of these things. It's just like.
But you won't have Christian clergy telling you that. They don't tell you the
there's
truth.
This path. Yeah, they're like. Yeah,
be a disciple of Christ, and that will get you a good woman. No, it won't, unless you're earning, unless you're ambitious, unless you're strong, unless you have the courage to say tough truths. You're not going to land a good woman just by being a disciple of Christ.
Absolutely.
And it's a basic truth,
I mean,
but they
right.
lack the courage to say these basic truths. And so boys and men who are Christian, want to be Christian, they have to look elsewhere outside of the church for people who will give them real talk. And that's sad.
Right. I mean, I could tell you, like, there was this, when I was in youth group, like, me and I had a couple of really good friends, and we had girlfriends. And around the age of 16 or 17, we kind of all ended up sleeping with our girlfriends over like a 3-month period, lost our virginities.
Yeah.
And one of them, like basically the youth group pastor, like somehow it got out that they had sex. Somebody seen text messages, who knows?
Yeah.
Well, guess who gets kicked out of youth group is my buddy. And like she gets to stay.
Yep.
And it was just like she's the whore. You know what I'm saying? Like, name the boy. Like, yeah, those guys over there, nobody's grabbing their PPs. You know what I mean? Nobody's touching them because they're too busy fucking, sucking up to the youth pastor. You know what I mean? So it's bullshit. So it was really like around that time that I got turned off. I was like, this is not the place where I'm going to get pussy. There's no pussy here for me. And at that stage of life, that's what you need.
Yeah.
It's your job. But it's like, listen, when you're 22 years old as a man, like what you need to be doing is optimizing for attracting like the best wife you can. You know what I mean?
Yes.
Both like, and pursuing the mission, and the women that you have at that time, like ideally you find like a good one that's going to ride with you. That's ideal. I don't really think this idea that you should wait until you're ready, until you've accomplished something is necessarily like the right way. Because I think you can accomplish a lot more with a teammate right there along with you.
And you're not going to get a high quality woman, generally speaking, if you're managing an Arby's. Right. You are taken out of the path that would normally lead you to a higher quality woman. High quality women don't want to be married to a guy who's managing a McDonald's.
Right. Absolutely.
What did you want to say about the Kanye track about Hitler? Because it kept getting cut off.
You kind of, I'm sorry. You kind of said that like you weren't into rap. What I was saying is that Kanye West is like doing real art. He's transgressing against like all the taboos of the day. I'm not saying like, I don't know if it's good or bad. I think these taboos are broken, and we're going through. I think there's so much going on with Donald Trump and this time in history, and there's a reforming that's happening, and Hitler as villain is not going to last forever. The people who were alive when he was doing his thing we are down to the wire. On living survivors, and what he's doing it's just fascinating. And I thought maybe like, I just don't understand why he took it right down. Like, what do you think about that? Like, do you think he was gotten to, but he's done this before? Maybe, and maybe what he's doing is just like trying to make it unpalatable to white kids.
Yeah,
we're brown coding anti-Semitism.
I think it's the most common thing in the world is to try to do something that you regard as heroic, but then not have the balls to follow through. I mean, it just happens all the time, particularly in the dissident right sphere. People think of themselves as heroes, but as soon as there's a negative article about them, or as soon as there's some blowback, they just crumble.
Yeah.
Everyone wants to be a hero, but almost nobody is willing to pay the price to follow through against opposition.
Yeah, I agree with that. Because I don't know. I mean, the internet is fake in a lot of ways. Like if you didn't spend any time, like I remember, it wasn't until I found you on YouTube that I got a Twitter and got into Twitter, and it's like one of the worst things I ever got into because it's just like it takes up time. There's nothing good coming out of it, yet I can't not look. Because now there's like people I know, like there's people there's these relationships that you form that you don't feel like you can walk away from, but they're not even real either. I mean, yes, they're real people, but I don't know. What do you think? Like,
I think it meets some real needs. Right, men often have a national perspective in a way that women don't naturally tend to. So this meets a real need for you to have some intellectual, national, and political excitement. And it's not necessarily maladaptive. I think there are healthier and less healthy ways to do it. But a man, I think, who's above average in IQ naturally inclines towards an interest in his nation.
Yeah, there's no question. I guess.
And the sanitized mainstream media discourse doesn't cut it. And the sanitized, cucked feminist discourse that you get at church doesn't cut it either. People want some real talk, and people experience reality one way, and then they get messages from the media, the elite, and from the clergy that bear very little resemblance to reality. And so it's no more natural and healthy that one would have a hunger for some real talk.
Yeah. I mean, what actually I'd rather scroll right now is Substack. I think Substack is the best.
Yeah, Substack's
like,
great.
I'm actually like, to me, what's gotten depressing about X is that there's just nothing. It's like what I'm really looking for is an interesting thread, and what I'm
Mm-hmm.
getting is like
Junk.
shock videos.
Yeah.
And I don't. I mean, they're interesting. I mean, they can hold me for an hour, but I want something that's like where the writers are. I want to see
Yeah,
the writers.
nutritious. Something that doesn't make you feel icky. Something that's that brings out the best in you.
Yeah, yeah. And so, and maybe this is the first time I'm articulating that opinion, and maybe what I really need to be doing is just going there.
Yeah, that's
Because
very
what
high
I like
quality
about that too,
conversations on Substack.
what's also nicer about it is like because it's typically longer form, is that you don't just mindlessly get into it. It's like, oh, I don't have time for this. I can't do this
Yeah.
right now. Like, and so it's more like discrete bites instead of this sort of infinity of dopamine.
Yeah, because Substack is primarily a written word medium that inherently appeals to a higher IQ audience than the spoken word.
Yeah, agreed.
Because it
All right,
makes
dude,
more
listen.
demands. Okay, bro. Good to
I got
talk
to
to you.
run. It was great to
Yep.
talk to you. I'll see
Yep.
you.
Take care, bro. Okay. Bye-bye.
Marching up to the front line of Israel with like infants strapped to their chest and just blowing them all up, right? Because like the way he talks about it is that they are all absolutely just waiting for the first opportunity for martyrdom.
What do you do against a movement that not only glorifies in your death, but glorifies in the deaths of their own side and sometimes in the deaths of their own family, like Ishmael Haniyeh, who finds out that his sons, all Hamas leaders, have been killed in an airstrike.
Yeah, we have the video. We can see his reaction to that knowledge.
He's happy.
Yeah.
He's happy.
The whole populace is, kind of basically in agreement.
And this is a genuine point of misunderstanding, especially on the left. People think that if the jihad, if the members of Hamas, or even we should actually make this point that it's not just Hamas that came across the border that day and
Islamic
killed
Jihad
people.
and civilians.
And civilians, yeah.
Then their actions don't make sense because he's talking about, suicide attacks and how common they are and so on.
I mean, you can find this death cult behavior in people who have been immiserated by occupations and been treated badly, and you can find it in people who have not been immiserated. Yeah. And so it's the ideas that give you the death cult. And conversely, you can find people who have been treated far worse than the Palestinians, and they never manufacture an endless supply of suicide bombers.
But they're not as common as they would be if the entire population was as radicalized as he's describing. If it was like he's describing, they're just happy to die. They don't even care about like being that successful. They just want more civilians to die more. There's many, many more inventive ways that they could cause more people to die. And it's just like, to me, it actually sounds like you're describing not just extremists, but like an entire people with an alien psychology. They don't care about their children. They don't care about their families.
Yeah.
They just want death and suffering. And that's not accurate. That is different than saying you can have like an extremist ideology and that kind of thing. So, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, you do see that flattening othering that people do on both, people who are partisans of both sides of that conflict, mostly from the West who have never been close to that area.
Yes.
Either representing Israeli Jewish people like this or Palestinian Arabs like this. And,
yes.
For someone like Murray or Sam Harris, I mean, they might spare a thought for like the history, because it wasn't that long ago when pro-Israel Jewish people had underground militias, had paramilitary terrorist forces that did stuff like blew up British soldiers and stuff to further their goal of getting a state, which the British brutally suppressed. They felt very strongly for their cause, right? And they did a lot. This is not even controversial. Jewish people recognize that. The Haganah organization eventually became the IDF. So there is extremism. There are people doing horrible things. They have their reasons. They may or may not be good reasons, but it would be just frankly stupid to kind of think that every single person who grows up in Israel or every single person.
And you can have a lot easier access to a place if you haven't said critical things about the powers that be. It's entirely possible that Dave Smith would not be allowed into Israel because of the number of critical things he said about Israel. Okay, bringing Claire Khaw in. Claire, what's on your mind?
Oh, hello, everybody. What you were discussing previously about culture and the law and the law not supporting marriage and family values and Christianity being basically a spent horse, which is why it doesn't support men or marriage.
Well, there's a segment. The Christian clergy are consistently anti-male, anti-masculine. I don't think either Ricardo or I was arguing that Christianity was a spent force. We were saying that there were some problems with current Christianity.
Oh, I thought you were saying that maybe you were saying that you can only look for proper a proper explanation of how things are outside Christianity, and I thought perhaps you meant Islam.
In some sphere. No, not Islam. I can't think of any important Islamic intellectual who I regard as essential for understanding, but real talk, people, particularly men and boys, want real talk about male-female differences. They have to go outside of Christianity. Also, there are far more masculine forms of Christianity than mainstream Protestantism. So a lot of Christian men are converting to Orthodox Christianity because it's much more masculine than Protestant Christianity.
I happen to know that there is this woman called Natty. I forget her last name now, but she seems to have caught the attention of the Orthodox Christians because she picked a fight with Andrew Wilson and Rachel Wilson, his wife. So just by dint of being female, she gets a lot of the attention, and she is, in fact, a very domineering woman who has muted Andrew Wilson more than a few times, and she's just arrived basically because before that, and I have met this woman. She was an MRA, a men's rights activist. So it seems that she is intent on dominating all the areas of debate. And now she is promoting feminism in Orthodox Christianity. And it seems that the men are helpless against her.
Yeah, there is something in men that makes them not inclined to fight directly with women.
Well, yes, I understand that, it's hard for them. They're very easily distracted if the woman's voice indicates that she's, young and of childbearing age, and they'll just be prepared to put up with more nonsense from a woman than nonsense from a man. And I think a lot of time is wasted. I sort of see the point of sex segregation at times, simply because women do kind of derail the discussions by whinging about their personal experiences, when I think, that people should be going beyond that and talking about what to do rather than just, continue whinging. But it seems that the mindset is now particularly feminine. It's almost as if complaining is more important to them than actually proposing solutions. And I find it incredibly frustrating because people don't want to be talking about solutions, because I suppose it means that if they talk about solutions, they are questioning the orthodoxy, and the orthodoxy is not Christianity, but of course feminism.
Right, a space is completely changed when it moves from an all-male space to start admitting women. Men are much less likely to argue for their point. They're much less likely to say difficult truths if there's a woman present, which is why I think most men are happier when they get to spend their social time around just men. And I grew up in Australia, which is about the most sexually segregated advanced economy in the world, where you go to a social gathering and men naturally hang out with men, women naturally hang out with women. And I think that's usually healthier. And much of woke culture is an extension of the feminine. It's when women come to dominate spaces that were once male dominated.
Yes, that's very true. I've been talking to Australians quite a lot recently, and recently I was talking to Jim Bowden, and I think, and it was actually another Australian man who said that it was almost impossible to even have a conversation about politics with one's own family, and that's why everybody's online on X whinging to each other, but that only just relieves the feeling temporarily, but the problem isn't solved because you're not saying anything that will inspire action on anyone really. Because if in a face-to-face conversation, yes, there will be people getting upset, but at least they'll remember that they were upset, and eventually, hopefully, these disputes will be resolved. But if we just go online to vent, and then we feel better briefly, and then when the feeling becomes uncomfortable, we do the same thing. It's kind of like repetitive behavior that doesn't actually address the issue.
Well,
it's
I
like
think
saying "ow" when somebody hurts you, and that's
right.
it.
There are spheres of life where you want to reduce unnecessary tension, and I think it's essential that people be allowed. The people have to discuss politics with their family. There may be a better sphere of life. They should have friends of the same sex that they can discuss these things with. Also, in the workplace, you want to have as little sexual and political tension as possible. People should not be discussing hot-button controversial issues with regard to work or with regard to certain social settings. So there's a time and a place for everything, and people shouldn't expect to get all their needs met from their family. That's why people have friends, right? Talk to your friends about some things, talk to your family about other things, and at work, probably steer away from hot-button controversial issues. In general, people seem to be happier and more effective reducing unnecessary tension, and having political and hot-button debates with family or co-workers, I don't think is a good idea.
Well, no, this is not what I'm suggesting at all. But if you can't talk to your spouse or members of your own family because, your children might call you a name ending with "ist," racist, Nazi, fascist, whatever, when you express what you think is truth and logic, then you won't be discussing politics with your children or anyone else, because they'll tell you, to shush and not discuss politics at a family reunion or something. So I think it is really quite sinister how terrified some people are of saying how bad things are, and that they are reduced to talking to strangers online that they know they will never meet. And
I don't think it's sinister. I think people are naturally evolutionarily evolved to want to live, most people, most of the time, in the middle of the herd. And if you're going to stay in the middle of the herd, you can't be saying hot button things that get the people around you agitated. So in every part of our life, we are playing a role. And if you do not respect the role that you're playing, you are going to run into a lot of unnecessary trouble. There is no relationship that we have where we just get to be ourselves, right? Whether you're a husband, a father, a son, an uncle, a niece or nephew, a worker, you always have a role when it comes to other people. And if you go outside of your role, you're going to get into trouble. And the only time you can fully be yourself is when you're alone. But with your spouse, you need to respect your role as a husband or as a wife. If you're a father or mother, you need to respect your paternal or maternal role with regard to your children. You never get to be yourself. There is no relationship that we have with other people where we can just be ourselves. We always have to operate from within the rubric and the discipline of a particular role.
Yes, I know, but this Australian man that I mentioned, he said from his childhood memory that his family were always talking about politics, and now he is forbidden from discussing these subjects. And this is also a childhood memory of mine, that my aunts and uncles and my father would go to my grandfather's house on Sundays and talk politics, and now people don't.
Right, for good reason, and they probably shouldn't, right? There are all sorts of relationships where you want to steer away from controversial issues because the benefits of having a conversation about controversial issues are outweighed by the harm that comes from it. I mean, this is where you should have friends, and you shouldn't expect any one friend to meet all your conversational needs. There is one friend that you should be after to discuss certain things with, and a different friend with whom you discuss other things, but to expect any one person to be open to everything you want to talk about is silly.
Well, I'm not saying that we should ever expect anyone to completely agree with us, but I think that there was a time. I mean, this idea of locker room talk. I guess there was a time, an idea that men would have some kind of male solidarity, and they would make off-color jokes about women, but it would be all right because it was all boys together. And I don't think this sort of thing exists anymore, and probably a lot of self-loathing must be felt by men who fear to discuss these things with their daughter for fear of or even warning their children about these things in case they get called a name.
Well, I agree with you. You think, and I think that the number one problem with men in advanced economies is a lack of courage.
Yes, and you were earlier talking about things to die for. So on the one hand, we sort of know that we are supposed to die for our principles, in theory anyway. Even if nobody does that, we are in theory supposed to stick to our principles. We say this thing that we believe to be true, whether we are praised or punished for it. And this goes back to Jordan Peterson, who is too terrified of even saying whether he believes in God or not, which utterly undermines his integrity. And I'm surprised he didn't. It didn't even occur to him to say that he's agnostic, as I do.
Well, it occurred to him. He just doesn't want to say the truth because it would cost him in money, power, and influence. So he plays this duplicitous game, which is highly unimpressive.
Yes, and I think, okay, this is just a little theory of mine, but I think he doesn't want to identify as Christian because the moment he says he's Christian, he would be expected to defend the Trinity. And this is indefensible, I think, with all these Jews and Muslims, now emboldened into being able to question the divinity of Jesus without being burnt at the stake for it.
Yeah, it's very self-serving, and people want the benefits of being Christian without paying the price. But if you're an authentic, fair dinkum Christian, there's a price to be paid, and you do have to stand with the Trinity. If you deny the Christian, I mean, you're outside of any normal version of Christianity. But Jordan doesn't want to do that. He's an atheist, but he recognizes that most of his following and potential following is Christian, and so he is playing this disrespectable game.
Yes, but wouldn't you say that the founding fathers were in fact heretical Christians who denied the Trinity, making them proto-Muslim?
Yes. Well, I don't know, it makes them proto-Muslim, but they were not, by and large, normal Christians.
Well, yes, I can imagine, educated men of the time, wondering why they were forced to believe in this thing that was never properly explained to them. Did you ever question the Trinity with your father?
No, I never really encountered any alternative to the Christian worldview until really I got to UCLA. Any other religious alternative? So I simply took it for granted until I was about 18 when I became an atheist. And I probably read some anti-Christian things, but I didn't consider any other religious point of view until UCLA at age 22. Most people grow up within a particular framework that they don't tend to question. Some people start to question when they get to university.
Yes, I remember listening to one of the cassette tapes. I think you played it. This was a few years ago, and there was you very fervently showing your faith in God.
Yes,
it was refreshing. Do you miss the days when you were so certain of things?
No, because what was underneath that certainty was a huge amount of insecurity and self-loathing. It was precisely because I so loathed myself and wanted to create a new self that I so fervently desired to create this new self under the rule of God, but I was not willing to wrestle with the degree to which I was operating in a self-destructive direction, and I wanted the magic key that becoming religious would put me on a new path. But in reality, I adopted some religious practices and uniforms and language, but I kept operating in an antisocial and self-destructive manner until I found 12-step programs at about age 43.
Yes, I suppose a lot of the problem is people not knowing which gang to join and which set of rules to follow, and there is this terrible cognitive dissonance that must be so destroying when you're really not sure what you're supposed to be doing and feel almost certain that you must have taken the wrong turning because there were so many choices you could have taken.
Right, I am misaligned. Like, I will never be as healthy as a normal person who grew up in a loving family. I am so orientated in the very core of my physiology that I consistently choose isolation when I'd be much better served choosing connection. And so I have to have some sort of program that redirects my natural impulses, because my own natural impulses are so self-destructive.
But what you're doing is, would you call it a kind of self-therapy? This kind of working up your feelings and expressing them in a way that is engaging and relevant to your viewers. That surely validates you as somebody serving a useful purpose and perhaps relieving your feelings as well. For myself, I think I don't think I would be able to live with myself if I didn't say at least a part of what I believe. And I think there are so many people who utterly deny their feelings and won't even acknowledge that there's something wrong because they don't want to be in the other group, the conspiracy theorists, the fringe loony people.
Right. So I can say 90% of what I feel and believe on a live stream, and then the other 10% I can talk about it with friends, or in some cases, say a mental health professional. So I try to operate this live stream so that it'll either have a neutral effect on a listener or possibly a positive effect. But still, I recognize that there's a miswiring in me that sometimes uses these live streams and podcasts to try to regulate myself. I've had a frustrating, humiliating day, and so I want to do something that I imagine I'm good at, and so I do a live stream to try to regain a sense of self, and I am consciously and ostensibly doing it to try to do good in the world, but it may very well come out of some kind of maladaptive, selfish, self-destructive compulsion.
What's like maybe taking it out on your guests or something if you've had a bad day?
Oh, not necessarily that, but maybe I would be better served by using my time and energy in a different direction rather than live streaming and imagining that what I have to say is more important than what it really is.
Yes, but some of your monologues when you are walking and talking and thinking, well they can be quite engaging.
I hope so. Like, I don't want to be acting in a self-destructive or anti-social manner. I ostensibly, consciously want to be doing good, but I recognize that my own ego and self-delusion takes over at times.
Yes, but I think fundamentally, all these problems, I think there is already a solution. It's just that people say things like, I'd rather die, or and I think a lot of the problem is there are all these people who pretend to believe in these religions that they're a member of, and they don't believe, and they are just people who want to enjoy the group benefits without sacrificing anything for them. But don't you think it's actually quite easy to sort out the true believers from the free riders and call them out?
Yeah, by the amount of sacrifice. So if you say you're a Christian, but there's no demonstrable difference in how you lead your life compared to non-Christians, then your Christianity is pretty empty. Most people can't articulate a coherent religiosity or worldview or politics. And so for most people, when they talk about a belief, they're simply responding to the particular situation in which they're in, and then they try to say the thing that is socially acceptable. Probably only 5% of people are capable of articulating a coherent religious or political worldview.
Yes, so I mean, right now I'm doing this thing about idolatry, and I'm just saying to Christians, look, if you really did believe in God, you would be concerned that you are guilty of idolatry, And the thing is, I get a blank. It's like, no, of course not. We're not, but obviously you are, and they have no defense because there never really was any defense because the church would, in the good old days when Christianity was firing on all four cylinders, they would get burnt at the stake. So there would, so now nobody, not even the Pope or the most, famous theologian would have any answer to why Christianity is not idolatry or why Jesus is God, because the retreat would be, it's not idolatry to worship Jesus if he is indeed God. And then they run out of the room before you get to ask them how Jesus is God. But I think because of all the stuff with Muslims, they are getting increasingly sophisticated in debunking Christianity, and I think ultimately the goings on Gaza is fundamentally a religious dispute.
Right. So I think that what's going on in Gaza is not fundamentally a religious dispute any more than what happened in Northern Ireland. I think that religion is the uniform, but what's really going on is a clash of interest between two peoples, and the religion is just the uniform. It's not the substance. Now, living in a multicultural, increasingly secular and anti-Christian society, it's not nearly as easy to maintain one's Christian identity. It used to be that you simply grew up as a Christian in a largely Christian society, and so you would just keep doing the way you were raised. But now society is increasingly anti-Christian, and so people are finding a lot more pushback against their hero system, which often makes it much more difficult to maintain. And so people, if they want to maintain their Christian worldview, they almost have to become Christian nationalists, because the tide is so anti-Christian that they have to become much more fervent to maintain their Christianity.
And if they're Christian nationalists, then I guess they'll come to the attention of the authorities. And,
right.
and this, I mean, I am quite interested in how this will play out, because I think Jews were traditionally singled out and persecuted, but they still remain stronger, while we don't know if Christians, are capable of withstanding state persecution, particularly when they must realize to their horror that being Christian gives you no protected characteristics at all, while Jews and Muslims are kind of more respected by Western governments and Christians.
Yes. So Christianity, compared to Judaism and Islam, had a much easier time adapting to modernity, and it required fewer sacrifices. But now, for the first time in hundreds and hundreds of years, being a Christian means sacrificing, and people don't usually like to sacrifice their desires. I'll just give you an example from my own community of Orthodox Judaism. So I know a reasonable number of modern Orthodox Jewish men who are successful who drive sports cars. I know virtually no Haredi, meaning traditional Orthodox men who drive sports cars. To be a Haredi Jew usually requires a much higher level of self-abnegation and self-sacrifice, and turning away from the visceral pleasure of driving a sports car, compared to the much more modern version of Orthodox Judaism, which is modern Orthodoxy. People don't like to sacrifice. People just want to indulge their whims. And now being a Christian requires sacrifice, and you don't get to indulge your whims nearly as easily. Instead, you get much more opposition from particularly the most elite sections of society.
Yes, so it all hangs on the beliefs of these Jews. So the secular Jews who are doing well and living an upper middle class lifestyle with their luxury cars, they are, well, just fitting in with the culture, while the Haredim, I guess, believe that their reward will be in the afterlife. And but you obviously you have to believe in it, or you won't be able to make these sacrifices.
Yeah, I'm not sure it has anything to do with belief. It's more about reinforcement. So in the Haredi community, you get status from doing things other than driving a sports car. For the modern Orthodox Jew who drives a sports car, he is receiving status, whether from within his modern community or among the secular Jews that he knows. So people do that which brings them status from the people who are most important to them. So for some groups, studying Torah and donating to Jewish causes and leading an observant Jewish life is the number one way to get status. And then in the modern Orthodox Jewish community, there is some status from religious performance, but there's also a great deal of status to be had from secular success. So I think it depends on the people who are most important to you. We all tend to orient towards pleasing those who are most important to us.
Yes, but don't you think fundamentally, if it's about God and the afterlife, and that's what the Abrahamic religions are all about, that correct belief, if you really did believe that good will be rewarded and evil punished in this life or the next, then you will do the right thing. But obviously, if you don't, or you're just pretending or being a hypocrite, then you're going to be saying, I would rather enjoy this life because this life is probably the only one I will ever have.
Yeah, so there are two extreme reactions, and I reject them both. One reaction is to say that beliefs are what's guiding people, and the other extreme reaction is say beliefs play no role. And I would posit the middle course, that beliefs play varying roles, and it's very hard to maintain the sacrifices required for living an Orthodox Jewish life without belief. It can be done for exceptional people, but overall, the rigorous lifestyle does not work for those who lack belief.
Yes. Is hypocrisy something that is discussed in Orthodox circles?
At times, but most people lack self-awareness, and most people don't want to discuss anything that makes them or their group look bad. But there is awareness that people often perform a level of religiosity that is not true, so that there's awareness in Orthodox Jewish life that there are people who perform great acts of religiosity while simultaneously cheating in business and having sex with hawkers.
So I don't know if you're aware that in Islam, hypocrites go to hell.
Well, there are similar statements in every religion, but religion isn't just a set of statements in sacred texts. So in all religions, there are many different sacred texts, and people operate in reality, and you will find admonitions in every single religion against hypocrisy, but hypocrisy is inevitable to all communities and all human relationships, because life and reality frequently demand it. Sorry?
I was going to say hypocrisy is a tribute that vice pays to virtue.
Right, and we're all hypocrites, and there are many wonderful things about hypocrisy, because hypocrisy is a type of virtue signaling, and you see signaling throughout nature, and we are part of nature. We also have a divine component in my faith-based worldview, but we're also part of nature. And so you see animals signaling all the time. They have lovely plumage. They will try to look tough or scary to repel predators. So if you see signaling throughout nature, you shouldn't be surprised when you see signaling among people, because there's an adaptive, useful variant of signaling. You would not want communities that are based upon signaling that you're a bad person, right? That's not going to be a great community. All good communities require signaling towards different types of virtue, even when the performers of the signaling don't live up to it. And the more costly the signal, the more power it has. So, for example, I wear a yarmulke everywhere I go, and that's a very costly signal, because it makes me much more likely to get abuse and pushback, and for people to want nothing to do with me, because it is kind of an aggressive signal to the world. And so because it's a very pricey signal, it also comes with it some value. I am identifying with a community, and I'm willing to pay the price. Signals that don't have a cost don't have much value. So if you signal that you go to church every week, that's a significant sacrifice, going to church every week. And so even if you don't believe in anything that the clergy says, you may well find that your life is worth making that sacrifice to identify with a particular community. So the more sacrifice your signal requires, the more value that signal will have with a particular community.
Yes, you were talking about animals earlier. Do you think non-human animals are capable of hypocrisy?
I don't think so, but they certainly are capable of signaling. So they're constantly signaling things that aren't true, right? They'll constantly signal that, for example, that they're more formidable than they really are. That they want to intimidate predators, or they may insinuate themselves into someone else's nest and take over. So I don't think that they know good and evil like people do.
Yes, I suppose they do whatever comes to mind, but certainly foxes are capable of some degree of cunning, which suggests that they are capable of reasoning, pretending to be something else, and then
and you'll see if you've had a dog, the dog will know when you're unhappy with it, and they will grovel. Right, they will recognize that you're about to get upset with them because they violated a rule.
Oh yes, did you see? I mean, some of the videos on Twitter? I think it was. I think it was this experiment. The dog would be giving something to eat, and then its owner would answer the door and be attacked, and the dog would just calmly eat everything up before even thinking of helping the owner. Maybe you saw that.
I haven't, but I'm going to move on. But any final words, Claire?
There was something, and it's gone out of my mind. Oh yes, I wanted to thank you for mentioning American Primeval, which I've watched all 6 episodes of it. Thank you very much for that recommendation. It gave me this idea that if Americans had been good Muslims by the time when they arrived in America, then all this unpleasantness would not have been necessary, such as the what was it, the Meadow Mountains massacre,
right?
When the Mormons were so mean to each other.
Yep.
So,
okay. I'll talk to you later.
Thank you, Luke.
Yep. Cheers. Bye. Okay, back to decoding the gurus.
And who grows up in Palestine or some other area is like an automaton, a fanatical automaton.
And I understand that you can definitely show that people have very extreme views of the other side in a prolonged conflict, right? Like you would expect that to happen. But what Sam Harrison, Douglas Murray describing is more than that, right? It's like a celebration of, that you're happy for your infants to die because it causes more trouble for Israel on the global scene. That's a different level of psychology than the people in Palestine overall have very strong dislike and hatred towards, the people in Israel who they see as connected to this state.
I think you can have people at the fringes.
Yes.
I'm thinking, for instance, to take a different example, like David Koresh and
the Branch Davidians, yeah.
They had pretty strong views and they were willing to go pretty far in order to bring them about. Terrorists of all stripes do this. So you do get really intense ideologically based radicalization that causes people to do things like willingly sacrifice themselves or their families, or indeed to murder a bunch of innocent people.
Yes, but that's why I started this discussion by saying that exists. The Tamil Tigers also use suicide attacks. There's plenty of people that do commit suicide attacks for their organization and stuff. But the way that they talk about it, so it isn't just that there are members in that organization or that specific organization, right? It's rather the entire population. It's the same as presenting the entire Japanese populace as willing to be kamikaze pilots, which is not accurate. That's not accurate about that history. But it doesn't mean that there also wasn't very strong indoctrination, right, and belief in the nation and that kind of thing. So it's just that flattening of what you say, that everybody is presented as a kind of inhuman, level.
That's right.
Of,
that's right. It's the flattening as you described, which is just saying, well, they're all like that, right? This explains everything. But it's also saying that there's none of that on our side, right? So if you're pro-Israeli, it's characterized as this is a perfect liberal democracy, very, very peaceful, just looking at whatever, no bad things happening, no religious extremists of any kind going on there, in contrast to the other, right? And you'll hear the same rhetoric on the pro-Palestinian side. And, it's not to say that there are no rights or wrongs in any situation. Arguably the East Asian co-prosperity sphere was a poor idea that I am not in favor of in hindsight, right? But it's just the simplification and dumbing down of it, which is very morally convenient, and it just makes, psychologically, you can see it makes things very simpler for you, right? If you're a partisan, if you're against such and such, it's just very convenient to make things a lot simpler for yourself, to flatten both the goodness of our side and the badness of the other side.
Yeah, and if you recall, I raised with Sam Harris when we spoke to him the issue that the Israeli leader Rabin being assassinated by an ultra-nationalist, right, because he was seen as potentially giving too many concessions during the peace negotiations with the leaders in
So it's often extolled to live your own life, to not just be a cock, to not just follow what people tell you to do, but there is a very, very big price to be paid, right, for living your own life.
Here it is. The cost of living your own life is the approval of others. That's it. If you want to live your own life, you have to give up any claim to social approval. Even though these cultures fail people every single day, people are very emotionally attached to them. They've largely dictated how their friends have lived their lives. They've largely dictated how their relatives have lived their lives. And they've largely dictated how their neighbors and colleagues and fellow congregants live their lives as well. These people might not be able to approve of your choices because chances are they won't be able to understand them. And how can someone possibly approve of something that he doesn't understand? But that's the reality. The more your life deviates from these cultural expectations, the less your life becomes comprehensible to others, and this can be a very lonely situation. What's more, as soon as you start to say, hey, you know what? That doesn't really work for me, and you start to take a different path, you run the risk of inciting the envy of others because your courage will reflect their own.
Right. It's usually a better strategy to think freely, but to act like everyone else in your group.
Cowardice. It will reflect the extent to which they have given up on their own lives. And this generally does not make people feel very good. Couple the.
So you may think that you want to live a bold new sexuality.
One of the reasons why we haven't shared this is because the path has been arduous and bumpy, and we've been in our own chrysalis of understanding what this looks like, how it could be.
You know, I had a little bit of hesitancy about this podcast just because it's exposing the most vulnerable part of my journey.
But I am here with my beloved wife, Vylana, and we're also here with beloved Alana, who is a part of our relationship constellation and shares a deep love with both myself and Vylana. And we're also here with my beloved and esteemed teacher, Rebbe, Dr. Marc Gafni, who's helped us navigate what this all means, how we're going to not only live in this moment to moment, but to create something that is pointing towards one possibility in the future of relationships.
It's beyond complex. Can we make it through this?
There's nothing more whole than a broken heart.
Maybe we can't go backwards. Now, what does it look like to go forwards?
I never viewed it as my job to make this work.
This is not prescriptive. And I can also hypothesize an evolution of consciousness, a new story.
All right, so this extolling of polyamory, it reminds me of extolling medical marijuana use for the terminally ill who've got deadly cancer. That's how marijuana legalization began, because if it had taken any more definitive an approach that using marijuana is a great thing for everyone, right, it would have attracted way too much opposition. But now you walk around places where marijuana is legal and it just stinks, many public places. But it started off, oh, this is for those with terminal disease.
Basis within all of us, I think that we've had to die to, or ideas or expectations, and really just knowing that, like, oh, we're moving through this together, and this is actually something that is forging like a deeper bond within all of us.
We've given this a name. We're calling it radical monogamy in the field of erotic mystics. Lifelong, committed relationship, but not in the classical monogamous sense. It's an expanded monogamy of deep exclusivity between Aubrey and Vi. And then there's going to be a...
Right, so if I wanted to date a non-Jewish woman, there would be pushback from my Orthodox Jewish friends. It's not something that would go. Or if I started dating a woman in her 20s, there'd be a lot of social pushback. And most people can't handle the amount of pushback that they would get for publicly embracing polyamory.
A new goddess who will step into the field.
For me in my life journey, it has never brought me to anywhere but the most liberated, beautiful, beyond what I could possibly imagine. If I had 1,000,000 hours to think that this would be where I would have been guided to, from just listening to the whispers, not submitting to the fears that can feel so real and can be so validated.
So many times, like when we're in conflict, you're there for both of us. Like you're such a stand for our relationship. You have shown over and over and over, like you're not here to take anything from me.
So worth it to forge and attune what truth feels like in your body and to you, and to create a relationship with truth.
Can I trust my deepest heart's desire? And can I clarify that desire? And if I can't clarify it, I shouldn't do it.
The hardest and most radically beautiful and majestic path that I've ever walked, and it's not an easy one.
All three of you have shown purity. You've all been exceedingly complex and a huge pain in the ass.
Through all of those moments, our love deepens and roots. It's like our love is like an oak tree, and those roots are so deep down into the earth. We know the insides of each other.
If you're in this type of construct, you have to be willing to put your money where your mouth is, proverbially in the erotic jealousy arena. Because both Alana and Vylana have had lovers while we're in this construct.
There's actually this interesting place where it's deepened our relationship, radical commitment and total freedom.
The idea that there are many possibilities, and if you stay with truth and with love and with honesty, grace, compassion, and compersion, you really care for each other, there's possibilities that can develop, and I think that's where we find ourselves now. Well, buckle your seatbelts, everyone, because this is going to be a podcast that is going to be shocking for some of y'all. It's going to be stimulating for many of y'all. It's going to raise a lot of questions. And the reason is that I am here with my beloved wife, Vylana, which many of you who follow me on social media or have listened to our podcasts have met and love. And we're also here with beloved.
There are very few relationships that can withstand going public with these type of intimate details.
Alana, who is a part of our relationship constellation and shares a deep love with both myself and Vylana in their own unique qualities. And we're also here with my beloved and esteemed teacher, Rebbe, Dr. Marc Gafni, who's helped us.
All right, you're not going to find many rebbes or rabbis endorsing polyamory.
Us navigate what this all means, how we're going to not only live in this moment to moment, but to create something that is pointing towards one possibility in the future of relationships. Relationships that, as we know, if you look at the statistics, there's staggering percentages of infidelity. There's staggering and disappointing numbers that come from statistics and studies about the decline of eros inside relationship.
Right. I talk about radical love and inclusion. Right. I talk about come learn Torah with me and learn love, but these guys are really living it. These are the fair dinkum exponents.
Painters. And so people are looking for different options. What are they? Do they work? Is it possible? And for some people, the traditional models, monogamy as it has been for thousands of years, just works perfectly. And so we're not here to be advocates of our way, but we're here to just humbly tell the story of our way and the reality.
And that's the only way to promote something that is sure to get mainstream opposition. Right, to be just very humble. We're not promoting this for anyone else. We're just sharing.
Is that we didn't plan to be here. This was not like we set out with this intention. We arrived at this intention through a variety of choices and mystical interventions and just the acceptance of what is. And what is has really guided us to where we are now. And where we are now is a story that we have not yet told. And so here we are to tell the story and also tell the story in the context of a world, a planet that's really, as you would say.
Yeah.
No, I don't know anything about Aubrey Marcus prior to this video getting reference on Decoding the Gurus, but he seems to talk a lot about psychedelics.
I'd be drenched in shame
I mean, maybe that's, I mean, there's going to be so much to hear from you, Aubrey, and from Vylana and from Alana. So maybe we'll.
So Marc Gafni was an Orthodox rabbi. He had a congregation. He's a prolific speaker and writer, and he got pushed out of normative Judaism, and so he has blazed his own path.
We'll just kind of set the frame, and then, away we go.
Right. You can think that you have innovative perspectives, but if no one within the community is going to support them, or if you overwhelmingly meet with opposition, right, eventually you're going to leave a community that is increasingly opposed to you. And I think that's what Marc Gafni experienced within normal institutional Judaism.
So first, I think what Aubrey said was so important, which is we're not here to suggest that there's this new optimal form of relationship which we are proselytizing for. Joseph Smith starting Mormonism.
So I'm on very friendly terms with Marc. I'm on very friendly terms, I think, with the people who are most opposed to what Marc says. So I'd like to think I'm on friendly terms with both sides. Marc is brilliant, and for many people in institutional Jewish life, they see him as the epitome of wickedness. Then he has also a very devoted following.
Nothing of the kind, so one. Two, for most people, most of the time, classical monogamy, and I say classical monogamy, is probably the best road, and not a simple one. Because actually, in this kind of classical monogamy vision, everyone envisions classical monogamy as this, perfect man and woman, first off.
I don't think this is accurate. I don't think any sensible person envisions monogamy requiring perfect people having an idyllic life. Rather, for anyone thoughtful, they recognize that monogamy is the most adaptive choice in a very difficult world.
Right? Heteronormative, if we can use that word. There's always a man and a woman. There's 4 perfect kids, incredible grand.
So Marc is not an idiot, right? He's very learned. He's very learned in traditional Jewish texts, right? He has a very strong background in Orthodox Judaism, and then he developed out of it to go his own way, and he's had to pay a big price for that.
Grandchildren. There's a philanthropic organization that they're all working in to make the world better. They have insanely beautiful Christmas parties. And
all right, nobody sensible envisions this as what's represented by monogamy. I think Marc is distorting recognition that for a very painful, difficult world, that monogamy is the best choice, but no one who's thoughtful would equate it with such an idyllic scenario.
Thanksgiving, they all love each other,
or at least pictures that look insanely
right?
beautiful. That
unimaginably
they
of just like this bliss and harmony, and you can just see the picture of all of them, and everything else is somehow reaching for that. Now, Donny Osmond might.
So for every intellectual who wants to blaze their own path, like Marc Gafni has done, right? At most one has the fortitude to pay the price, and Gafni has paid the price for blazing his own trail. Right? He's had to do it against considerable opposition.
Might have made that happen in Salt Lake City, or may not have. That's a question, but that's not actually how it works. Classical monogamy, which again I think is probably the best path for most people most of the time, is filled with holy and broken hallelujahs. And the reason why Leonard Cohen's song Hallelujah has more covers made of it than any other story is because it's about, wow, love is not a victory march, right? It's a cold and it's a broken, it's a holy and broken hallelujah, right? Meaning it's not simple. There's agony, there's ecstasy, there's pain, there's abandonment, there's trauma. So monogamy itself is a beautiful and gorgeous journey, which works for many people or doesn't, but it's a gorgeous, sacred possibility, which should be at the center of culture. Beautiful, we got that. And it's a critical and. Historically, what's happened is the way monogamy has been lived is through deception. there's actually a series of deceptions that are always at play.
So it's not just monogamy, right? In all your roles in life, it will require varying levels of deception. As an employee, employer, as a husband, wife, uncle, niece, nephew, friend, right? All roles require some self-abnegation and some deception.
So, for example, right now it's about 60 to 70% in classical monogamies of people who are having sexuality of some kind that violates the agreement outside of the monogamous container. And there's a range of what that means. Does that mean cheating of this kind? Does it mean pornographic play? Does it mean emotion? Whatever it means. But basically 60 to 7% of people color outside of the lines without telling anyone, which means that...
So Marc, in addition to having a popular following, has an elite following. And there are all sorts of ways of living for people who are highly intelligent, highly disciplined, and highly accomplished that won't work for your average person. So highly disciplined person, high IQ person, someone with more resources is going to be much more equipped to navigate the polyamorous life than your average bloke.
There's a fundamental lack of safety in the container because there's a fundamental deception at play, which is hidden every day. And it takes an enormous amount of energy to keep hiding it because you got to keep hiding it every day. You got to keep making sure it's not discovered. And then, of course, you know about it, so you feel shamed. And your essential shame is this experience that if everybody really knew what was going on, if they really knew where my mind, heart, and body were playing, whether in the palace of the real or the palace of the imagination, they wouldn't actually love me or honor me the way they do.
And this episode got a little bit of a critique on decoding the
There
gurus.
was more sense making to be had. So there was this conversation. Again, there's so many things that I could highlight in this, but do you know who Aubrey Marcus is?
I kind of know. I kind of know, like I know the name of my dog.
Okay. You'll remember when I'll serve as the reactive agent to regenerate your memory palace or whatever it is. So Aubrey Marcus is Joe Rogan's old partner at On It. Currently has a bunch of other companies. He's a kind of optimizer / spiritual woo / bro science type guy. And him and Joe Rogan cashed out of On It and sold it to Unilever for hundreds of millions of undisclosed dollars. So he's a supplement peddling bro, but he's more towards the new age side than is typical for Joe Rogan. He has a podcast. It's insufferable, but he did one recently where he wanted to introduce his kind of polyamorous new quasi extended monogamy relationship to his listeners. He has a wife and he has an additional third person that he's introducing to the relationship, and it's a spiritual blessing, and they're evolving monogamy, right? This is what they're doing. So it's kind of, you might wonder, Matt, why would you be making a podcast about this? You know, each to their own, like do whatever you want to do, but they can't do that. So they need to, you know, go through the spiritual transcendence and whatnot involved to their listeners. It's very uncomfortable in general, the whole thing, because there are parts where his...
So often people think they're being brave, saying uncomfortable truths, and they may not take into account how uncomfortable their uncomfortable truths make other people.
Current wife cries, and she's saying things about how on board she is with all of this, but that's not exactly the vibe that you get as you listen to it.
It's like, what happened? What happened there in the dark? And I take a deep breath and I tell her what happened. And that was just such a deeply, painful moment for you to receive that.
Mm-hmm. It's felt like, at first when you shared that with me, I felt pretty calm and collected and was able to like hold it from a place. But the more that our conversation continued, you know, like it was bringing up that piece of me that feels like, you know, like I always get like hit out of left field just like as soon as I feel safe. Like there's something.
So why would you publicize this? Maybe because you want to do
But she
good?
just point blank, she's like, what happened? What happened there in the dark? And I take a deep breath and I tell her what happened. And that was just such a deeply, you know, painful moment for you to receive that.
Mm-hmm. It's felt like at first when you shared that with me, I felt pretty calm and collected and was able to like hold it from a place. But the more that our conversation continued, you know, like it was bringing up that piece of me that feels like, you know, like I always get like hit out of left field just like as soon as I feel safe. Like there's something else. And so it was a lot of that woundedness around like this always fucking happens, and like I've been so open in the blessing and trusting, and then like the thing that I literally was the most afraid of. And this is like, you know, I had a little bit of hesitancy about this podcast just because it's exposing the, you know, the most vulnerable part of my journey. And, you know, we had a really difficult day, as you can imagine.
So most people are not going to thrive with this level of disclosure, but everyone's different. Maybe this works for them.
And, you know, once we kind of, both of us are very dramatic, so we went like full out. I have a little thing on my ring, but I like tried to like pull off my ring and I couldn't pull it off. And then that just,
Hate when that happens. You're trying to get the ring off in a dramatic moment.
yeah, I mean, it was
just doesn't work.
full drama.
I almost threw
He
myself
wanted
in
to
the Nile.
throw himself
Right.
in the Nile. Like
It was
the
dramatic.
people next door, I'm just like, Jesus Christ.
That was
can
me.
they-
Yeah.
But, you know, kind of coming down from like the big energy, like I feel like there's so many dimensions of myself. There's like my wounded self, the part of my imprinting and programming and fear and everything that I've been through in my life that's like.
Okay, it doesn't sound like it's a great thing for her.
Else. And so it was a lot of that woundedness around like this always fucking happens, and like I've been so open in the blessing and trusting, and then like the thing that I literally was the most afraid of. And this is like, you know, I had a little bit of hesitancy about this podcast just because it's exposing the, you know, the most vulnerable part of my journey. And, you know, we had a really difficult day, as you can imagine. And, you know, once.
So for 999 people out of 1,000, it's a bad idea to go public with this level of disclosure.
We kind of, both of us are very dramatic, so we went like full out.
Right. But I mention all this because alongside, so you have the primary partner, you have the new partner that's going to be entering the relationship, already has. And then you have the kind of spiritual counselor doctor man who's also there to talk about this evolution of relationships and how authentic it is. Right. And there's a lot of sense making going on here, Matt. There's a lot of sense making. The good thing is that the YouTube comments kind of reflected that even their cultivated audience of people that are kind of into this stuff find this a little bit much, a little bit, you know, dressing up your particular sexual preferences and whatnot in, you know, the highest spiritual insight language, and they did notice the dynamics that one partner seemed like slightly less into it than the other. But I'm gonna play you 2 clips from it. So the first one, this is the doctor man, okay, and he's I think he kind of gets into sense making about relationships. So listen to this.
You have a place where 65 to 70% of the population of the classical, let's say, Western world for now, but it's true also in the Eastern blocs, actually live in shame, an essential fundamental shame, which means that we have to actually begin to deepen, because a planet drenched in shame, which is the experience, not that I did something wrong, but I am wrong, right? Not that I made a mistake, I am a mistake, right? Is a devastating planet. That's a planet which becomes rife with war, starvation, abuse. So that's part one. That's just kind of frame one. Just have that frame. Let's just throw one more frame and then open it up, and we'll weave as we go. But one more kind of critical frame, which is crazy important. Reality is, as we've talked about so much, reality is evolution. That's just true. Reality is evolution means it's a story. It's an evolving story, and it's a love story. Right? Reality is not merely a fact, it's a story, and it's a love story. 2 is reality is relationships. That's just true. Atoms are relationships. Molecules are relationships between parts. So reality is evolution, reality is relationships, and reality is the evolution of relationships. Reality is, at its core structure, the evolution of relationships. And what moves reality forward from the molecular to the world of animals, of life, to the world of humans, is crisis. Every crisis is always a crisis of relationship.
Right. So this is not a type of critique that speaks to me, right? This doesn't make any sense to me.
It's never not. So every crisis is a crisis of intimacy. You solve a crisis of intimacy by actually reaching for a next and new structure of intimacy. Reality is the progressive deepening of intimacies. So
I live within an Orthodox Jewish community. There's no way that I can praise this.
We run into a crisis of relationship. Okay, so monogamy, right? Classically, it's not exactly working. So what do we do?
Wow, that's impressive. That's a complicated way to say that you want to fuck somebody else, isn't it?
Well, but in this case, it's not even him that wants to do that, right? He is the spiritual advisor.
I didn't realize who I was listening to. Right, so that's the rabbi. I thought that was the guy.
Yeah, he's just signing off.
He's on board 100%. This is, well, anyway, same thing applies. This is an incredibly, but it's such an abstract, all-encompassing. Like he developed a whole new theory of physics to justify this guy's behavior.
Well, yeah, but it's got that sense-making bit to it, where reality is relationships. That's just true. Atoms are relationships. Molecules are relationships, right? Like it's that word association thing where they're like, so reality is evolution. And reality is relationships, and relationships need to evolve. and everything is crisis, Matt. How do things resolve? They go through crisis, and then they evolve into a new,
a more complicated relationship. That's how things work themselves out. To get a little bit technical, did you spot we were talking about ontological confusions a little while ago? And, people making those, seeing parallels, making mistakes, category mistakes between things like animate and inanimate things. And this kind of wordplay around the word relationship.
You know what
I mean? Where a relationship between, say, chemicals bonding, hydrogen and oxygen molecules bonding together. That's basically the same, isn't it? As a guy, a woman, and another woman.
They're all relationships. Whichever you're talking about, it's got the word relationship.
It's got the word relationship in
it. So it's the same thing as it's a variation on the what do you do in the morning? You woke up right in the morning, and woke is a term for social justice.
Yes, it's the same. it's the same language play. I think so much of what our gurus do is it's just based on this wordplay, right? And just leveraging confusions essentially between.
And it's not just secular gurus who do this; religious gurus do it too.
The meanings of words, taking them literally, and then making connections that just are not there.
Yeah.
I mean, that's the one thing I'd like to educate everybody not to do. It's just it creates this cornucopia of nonsense. But of course, in this case, like if you're motivated, right? Like you need the motivation, right?
Yeah.
Jordan Peterson and James Lindsay have got the motivation. They just want to they want to find the 117th different way to call woke people
whatever,
the devil, demonic, right? That's their motivation. They'll find a way to do it. They play around with words enough. This guy here is looking for some cosmological, cosmic, all-encompassing philosophical justification.
So I'm pretty good with words, and I have been able to find infinite ways to justify my behavior. So I would be caught on the carpet by my parents all the time growing up for trying to justify everything that I do.
For the thing,
someone else's polyamorous,
someone else's
So yeah, Matt, so it wouldn't be fair, to not play a clip of Aubrey Marcus just so you can hear his kind of delivery and thing. But this is how he introduces, what the topic on the podcast is going to be that day.
Well, buckle your seatbelts, everyone, because this is going to be a podcast that is going to be shocking for some of y'all. It's going to be stimulating for many of y'all. It's going to raise a lot of questions. And the reason is, beloved,
Okay, that's enough on that topic. From the morning meeting on my birthday, I just turned 59 this week on May 28.
26 midterms. George H.W. Bush, Al Gore, Joe Biden, none of them were given the access to the president's donors the way Vance has. Sean, how big an advantage is this for him to try to lock up the nomination in 28 if he wants it?
It's massive. I mean, there's two stories here that I see. Number one, the story that you're alluding to, the role that JD Vance is playing, the opportunity he has. I mean, when you go, you are literally, I mean, what's the Glengarry Ross? Like these are the leads. You're getting on the phone, they're handing you and saying, call Dan Turner. I mean, Dan knows this better than anyone, but like here are the guys that give money. Here's the messages for them, blah, 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 blah. You're developing a relationship with them. This is like literally getting 18 extra at bats before the game starts. Like you're warmed up like no one else. You're developing relationships. This is huge. The second story that I think is almost as big but completely separate is the Trump political operation. Both the RNC, the Trump Vance 2025 committee, by the way, which is what the headlines are, and then MAGA Inc., etc. No president in modern history has, in their second term, maintained a political operation the size and scope of which this team is doing. It benefits the party, it benefits him and his team and going forward. But normally you win a second term and it's like you shut you throw the keys out the window and say bye-bye. These guys are maintaining a political operation the likes of which has never been seen in a second term.
And Dan, I wouldn't even say second term. Usually,
You're right.
Yeah. And Dan, Sean alluded to your deep experience with the donor class. There are lots of differences between Republicans and Democrats, but the donor classes are pretty similar, right, culturally. And one thing that I think occurred to me that is different between Vance and Trump, which is Vance is a lot more donor class friendly stylistically. Yep. Much easier to talk to him, to ask him questions and get linear answers as opposed to the weave. Much more, just greater cultural affinity. He worked in equity and private equity in a way that a lot of them can relate to. So talk about if Joe Biden or Al Gore had been given this type of perch, how much greater their chances would have been.
Yeah, I mean, there's three parts to this. There's the access to the donors, which clearly he has. There's the comfort with the donors. There's a lot of members of Congress and governors who get very uncomfortable around these people. JD Vance, to your point, seems very much at home, at ease. And then the last part, which may be as important, is there's no question that JD Vance is at the table on a lot of these issues. His staff populates the White House. They some of them are in charge of some of these agencies, and it's been pretty well documented. So on some level, it's the perfect storm. It's the access, the comfort, and the influence. And, you know, Trump, to his credit, seems very comfortable putting JD Vance in this perch. So
well, the relationships that they build, right? These guys, the team's goal is to maximize your time. So you get up there, you maybe make a phone call for a specific ask, or to go to an event, or to host an event. The relationship that you build, you can't put a price tag on that, because the ROI on a big donor. So when you put a piece of mail out to solicit a donor for $100, you pay for the mail, for the stamp, you pay for the paper, you pay for whatever. Your ROI on that is much greater than an individual that you call and say, hey, can you give me 10 grand? Can you host a $100,000 event, $1 million event? That costs you a phone call and 10 minutes of your time. So the ROI on big donors is so much greater, and the relationship that he builds is going to give him such a financial advantage going into the 2028 cycle. I don't know that anybody else who's not independently wealthy could compete.
Well, and the thing too that you're allowed to, that you can then do is, if I get to know Sean Spicer because he writes $1 million checks, I get to know Sean's family. So let's say Sean's kid's graduating from high school, right? I'll write a personal note. I'll send the video to the bat mitzvah, you know, seller. Those little things go so far in building and the Clintons were masters at this. They still do it today. Like they show up at Huma's wedding. They're everywhere. And therefore, as a donor, you're like, what can I do for you? And that transactional nature is how you form steep bonds.
Right. So if you look at modern history and the presidential process, which I do from Reagan after Reagan, because everything changed, 88, both seats open, right? The next time both seats are open is 2000, right? The next time both seats are open is 2008. The next time both seats are open is 2016, okay? And that's our sample space. There's no front runner in the Democratic Party. It's the most wide open it's ever been. And the asymmetry is the Republican contest is the most non-open an open race has ever been in this time period. Vance has a stranglehold on this. And even if Governor Pritzker is the nominee, I believe today there's every reason to believe that JD Vance's pot of money, super PAC, outside groups, money he raises into his campaign, will be substantially larger than any Democrats. Substantially larger. That's not everything, but it's a big deal to be able to say that today. And he's only increasing the chances of that as he gets the stranglehold over the party apparatus. Dan.
Well, I think that where that will really be key is, let's say in 2027, when let's say there's 10 Democrats running around the country competing in a primary, and let's say his field is clear, he can use that money to both like build himself up if he's got holes, hire the staff, and get ready to pummel whoever emerges, or if they want to play in the Democratic primary and try to like this different.
South African American. David Sachs is a great podcast host, a great business person. He's also in charge of two tiny little topics, AI and crypto. It seems like a big job. He spoke at the crypto conference that the vice president spoke at, and he also appeared last night on one of Dan's favorite shows with Jesse Waters. Here's David Sachs last night, 104.
This is the financial system of the future, Jesse, and we have to encourage it. What the Biden administration was doing, and let's face it, it wasn't Biden. Elizabeth Warren controlled the auto pen during that administration. She, for some reason, has this pathological hatred of the crypto community. She wants to drive this community offshore. She doesn't want it happening in the United States. That's the wrong policy for the United States. We want all the innovation happening here. This is a financial system of the future. It's cheaper. It's more efficient. We want it happening here, Jesse, and I think people are thrilled that President Trump is making that possible.
So my view is, fine to go on Fox, but somebody in that job shouldn't just be on Fox. And I don't think he should be so partisan. And I think Democrats should be looking to work with David Sachs, because these two issues are going to define, to a large extent, the future of America and the world, particularly AI. And the way AI has now become partisan. But the blame is not just with the Republicans, although they deserve a lot of it, because the Biden administration really alienated those two communities. Yep. Their over-regulation of AI, their hostility to crypto really opened the door for people like David Sachs to say, I'm going to go all in with Trump. Sean, how much confidence do you have in David Sachs to handle both of these? And how should the Democrats be approaching this?
So it's an interesting question you're asking, and I don't know that I know the answer to that, because every time I have a conversation about either one of those subjects, I'm blown away. The depth and breadth of the impact that both of those will have. I do think that everyone that I know has a ton of respect for the guy. Again, this is not my world. I am in awe of it. I'm literally, it's like space to me. And somebody, you know, when people talk about, it's like.
So I have no respect for David Sachs as a political commentator, right? I think he's pretty predictably partisan. But I hope he knows what he's doing with regard to AI and crypto.
I don't know how you do it, how you train for it, but I'm in awe of the people who do. And so I feel confident that at least, you know, it's funny. This is a weird anecdote, but I remember back at the RNC when we'd hire people who, like Spanish speakers. and you'd go in and you'd interview them, and I'd be like, okay, how do you like? I'm hoping that you're proficient because I can't, like, they could be speaking gibberish, and yet I'm like, okay, that sounds good. So you have to rely on others to say, yes, that dialect, they're really good there. It's not to, it's not one side or the other in terms of, there's people with a Puerto Rican dialect versus a Mexican dialect, and I didn't recognize sometimes the
consultant to Harvard, and you need to give them 2 pieces of advice about how to fight this war against the White House. 2 one-sentence pieces of advice. Dan.
The question, I would quickly offer a question.
Yeah.
Do you think you can wait the administration out with your resources and the courts?
They hired, dude, they're paying you a Burisma $50,000 a month.
Because
it's no questions, answers.
It's a fork in the road.
You decide.
If your goal is to get out of this, you need to give him something to win.
Yes.
He has to be able to spike the football in your face that he got a pound of flesh. Let's put all the options on the table and let's go offer 1, knowing you're going to have to accept 2. Otherwise, go to the endowment, go to the donors, and if you're going to fight this out and hope that Pete Buttigieg is president.
I'm the president of Harvard, and I'm your client.
I'm fired.
Oh, okay. Give me an example of something that Trump would accept.
We are going to create a public policy school on, like, basically the populism or whatever.
The Barron Trump School of Popular Studies.
We're going to name it after the Trumps, basically.
Yeah. And an honorary degree, and the president of Harvard has to resign.
And we're gonna allow oversight on anti-Semitism, which is technically what he says this is about, although I don't believe that whatsoever. We'll give you oversight on anti-Semitism.
All right, Sean, what would you add to Dan's advice to Harvard? $50,000 a month.
I don't think
50 grand a month.
This is from someone from New Haven, Connecticut, so take it with a grain of salt.
They need to do something bigger on anti-Semitism, like a task force on this, and allow key folks to come in to be part of some overhaul of Harvard's policy on anti-Semitism. You should give that away for free because it's the right thing to do anyway.
All right,
Number 2.
Yeah, go ahead.
Number 2 is I think that they should, they're going to lose on this foreign student thing. At the end of the day, that's going to cost them big time. So figure out a way to get them the list. The princess of Sweden or something is one of the students, or I mean, like, Trump's already said, I'm not looking to get rid of foreigners.
Right. The daughter of the dictator of China, his daughter goes to Harvard.
But I think that there's no reason. The State Department's going to deny the visas anyway, and you're going to screw yourself out of that money. So you need to come to a solution on that one quick. But I think those 2 things would address Trump's winning. So there's 2 issues here. There's the politics and the policy, and then the politics and the legal. Trump's winning on the politics on both. No question about it. People don't feel bad for a school that has a $54 billion endowment. So no one is crying crocodile tears for Harvard right now. The issue is they need to then fight this on the political landscape. In the political
state around Harvard, I'm telling you, this is unwinnable. It's unwinnable. Yes.
Oh, I don't agree.
One of the biggest stories right now that is happening, because it's all over New York City, is how much these schools depend on foreign students paying full tuition.
No, I know.
Wait, hold on.
I know.
The number of upper class kids who got off the wait list this year at a lot of these schools in the last month is stunning.
Yeah. You
walk down the street out here, and it's all you hear in Central Park from the moms.
I know. I never predict judges, justices, or juries, but I don't believe the courts will say it's okay to say Harvard can't have foreign students. But I do believe the State Department can deny them interviews.
Yes.
And that's that. So Trump is going to destroy Harvard if they try to appease him. He's just going to keep asking for more. They have to give up. They have to redo their model because they will never win this fight. The head of NATO said that he expects at an upcoming NATO meeting that all NATO countries will have committed to what they're supposed to do, which is spend 5% of their defense budgets on NATO, or contribute 5% of the NATO budget. I'm sorry, right? 5% of the NATO budget. That's something Donald Trump talked about in 2015. It's something Democrats and a lot of people in the press said was ridiculous, alienating, hostile, rather than not just the right thing to do to live up to their commitments, but also what the American people, a lot of the American people, would like. That seems like a pretty big success, not very well covered today. Second, tariffs. People said the threat of tariffs was a waste of time. There's articles in the Wall Street Journal and the Washington Post today that say China actually got spooked by the threat of the tariffs because of the disruption it caused and the threat of more in their domestic economy. So if you're someone who believes, as tens of millions of Americans do, they're trying to figure out a way to get leverage over China to rebalance the relationship, not just in trade, but defense and diplomacy and spheres of influence, seems like there may be some success there. And then finally, people may say the reconciliation bill isn't very good, and some people on the right don't like it either, and people on the left certainly don't, but it did pass the House, and people predicted it would not happen. So, Sean, is the president able to get credit for these things, or is it impossible under the circumstances?
Yeah, I mean, frankly, I also think the list is longer. I think what he has done in terms of refocusing on the military, and I know that not everyone agrees on Doge, but I think one of the things that I've said this before, and I'll say it again, I think calling out some of these issues that leaders in the past have told us were just things that you couldn't do, that you had to accept. What Trump has shown is that if you're willing to fight, you can get results. And I think what I get upset sometimes is people say, well, you went to battle and you only got, 5 out of 10 things. Okay, well, for the rest of you people, you never went and got anything for us. So Trump has, I think, reinvigorated folks, especially on the right, to give us a new foundation, a new sense of and willingness to fight for principles. We were told to cower at the wokeness that kind of pervaded culture and society for so long. Trump fought back. And I think sometimes what the press misses is that they're like, oh, well, the court's ruling against him. You know what? I'll still give him credit for trying, because I think that for so long, the issue with most politicians is, oh, it's not worth it. It's not going to do anything. And I think part of the problem is it will never yield any results if you don't do anything, if you don't try. And on all of these things, I mean, we have refocused on the issue on tariffs alone, just the idea of bringing light to what our trade policy is, to the imbalance that exists, not just with China, but with so many other countries.
No, 5% of their spending.
Right, of their GDP.
5% of their GDP. All right, thank you. Yep. I knew I had it wrong. I just couldn't remember what was right. So that's good for America, right? And even though it's come at the expense of some fraying of the relationship between the U.S. and Europe, net, that's a good thing, right?
Marc,
yeah.
The thing is, Marc, you phrase this correctly in terms of the narrative, right? This is what everyone says. Oh, it's frayed the relationship. I still don't get this. Article 5 says you do this, we do that, and everyone goes, "Oh my God, you guys are holding them to their commitments. How wrong of you!"
And what the critics don't get is it requires some fraying of the relationship to get this done. If you just ask them nicely, as some previous presidents did, they won't do it. And then, Dan, I'd say the same thing on China. Is the dislocation that's been caused by the trade war had a negative effect on the United States? Yes. But if it's demonstrated to Xi that Donald Trump can screw with their economy in a pretty substantial way, that's leverage, and that could produce a better result. So isn't it good that he spooked Xi? The world of possibilities. So you go from the presidents from Bush 41 through Trump and ask, what did they do to check China diplomatically, militarily, economically? Not a great record. Not a great record for any of them.
Outstanding questions for Trump, right? So we'll see.
Absolutely, but he's trying something with a theory of the case that could give us leverage over China. And again, go read the Wall Street Journal and New York Times stories today. It's like their economy was not that great before all this.
Correct.
They had lots of problems: housing, consumer demand, all sorts of things.
The property bubble is a huge problem.
And now Trump has basically said, we're cutting off your biggest customer unless you give us a better deal. I'm not saying it will work, but I'm saying at least there's a theory of the case. All right.
I thought the Journal had a great point. Empty U.S. shelves versus 20 million, unemployed.
Yeah.
Links first.
Yeah. All right. If you read
who you are, Trump is an authentic street fighter. It's just, you may not like it, but we've litigated this. Like, get over it.
He said John McCain didn't like John McCain because he got shot down 9 years after he said all the things he said in 2015 and 2016. We're still having this conversation about whether his political fate will be tied to how rude he is on social media. I just can't believe it, really.
But also, like, this isn't like, I could get if this was the first time that he expressed himself that way on a national holiday, right? But
my God, breaking news: Donald Trump was rude, shocking. Whoa! That's not the bloody link that I wanted. Come on, guys. All right, here we go. All right, can you just passively sit back and learn on your back watching YouTube?
And just in general to like podcasts and YouTube channels, where it is certainly the case that now there is access to.
So a lot of people want to opine on the lab leak and how that's obviously true, but they wouldn't want to spend 10 hours, let alone 100 hours, learning the basics of virology.
Lots of very good information. You can take courses in statistics online that are better, I think, than the courses I was taught at university undergraduate or master's level, right? There's online MOOCs, there's tons of material available online. And there's podcasts that go into minutiae on very specific topics. But I do caution that what often happens is that people mistake passively consuming hours and hours of content about a topic that they're interested in with the same thing as spending a year or two studying it at a university. And it is not the same. It could be the same. If you were a very motivated, individual learner, you could develop skills in isolation and you could critically evaluate a whole bunch of different books on it.
Right, you could, but that rarely happens. Right, those who just want to passively consume via YouTube, not accumulating the same level of knowledge as those who do the work.
With good critical evaluation or understanding of the topic. So it's a tricky world out there. Things are hard.
This is true. This is true. Okay, cool. Well, I think we've belabored that point enough, Chris. Any more from Kurt?
Have we?
Do we need to know more from Kurt?
No, Kurt is done. That's Kurt done. We move now from theories of everything to a more grounded topic, Matt. This is occasional subject of criticism, the fifth column. The libertarian themed media criticism podcast they sometimes bill themselves as. So one thing is that Matt Welch, he's one of the hosts. He went on with Bill Maher. We've covered Bill Maher. Go see our episode if you want to understand the kind of sleazy, long-term American TV host who's left-leaning, but also a bit of a shit when it comes to anti-vax and in general, just not a great thinker. Smarmy bastard is how I'd put it.
Yeah, fair. That seems harsh but fair.
Yeah. So Matt Welch appeared, and this was after the Larry David article, which was poking fun at Bill Maher for going to visit Trump and coming back and saying, Trump was nice to him. And Larry David did a parody where he wrote as somebody who went and had dinner with Hitler, and then wrote about, how disarmingly charming and how many jokes he made at his own expense and this kind of thing, right? Kind of suggesting that the ability to have a friendly chat with someone is not actually a very important diagnostic criteria. Right. Now, so Bill Maher, a bit sensitive about this, and the fifth column guys are talking about Matt Welch's appearance there, right? Because he made like a jab or two at Bill's expense about that. But he wants to clarify that actually it wasn't like a heated exchange. So listen to this.
A couple of our chat commenter people were asking whether like Bill was mad at me or something because I made a very gentle reference in, I think, my first answer.
So Matt Welch is a long-time acquaintance of mine. I've known him since at least 1999. And he has a very successful media career. And a reason that he has a very successful career is he's highly intelligent. He's very skilled. He's very funny. He's very good at what he does. And he optimizes for his career, right? He does not optimize for telling the truth, right? He will say absolutely ridiculous things such as, all groups that immigrate to America, they all assimilate and reach basically the same levels of success. Just patently absurd, factually absurd thing to say, but it's the kind of ridiculous thing that you need to say if you want to have a career in the news media.
Second answer in the night to, your new friends at 1600 Pennsylvania. And he kind of...
did he kind of grimace?
Oh, no. He just like, he rattlesnaked a little bit.
Oh, yeah.
Or cobra'd.
I'm sure I was expecting that. Right.
Well, also the thing was, and this is,
Right. If you want to have a career in a game where there are 10,000 people who want a job in that game for every one person who makes a full-time living, all right, you have to play the game and optimize for other things than truth.
Internal secrets of the fancy media business. But the point of like the first duty of going on that show is to be invited again.
Yeah.
And
right. So you're saying his first duty, if he goes on somebody's show, is to get invited back to play the game, and to successfully play the game, you have to placate the hosts.
Part of which, and as part of that, like your first duty is actually to help make a good TV show.
Correct.
So that you are invited again.
And they're really concerned about that. More than any other show, yeah.
And I am totally concerned with that too. We used to do a TV show on Fox, and I understand that. And Moynihan has been on TV shows everywhere, and just like there's nothing worse than like dead air or just clunky series of guests or whatever. Like
Right. There's nothing worse than putting on good TV. So if you just have to spout things off the top of your head, if you have to placate the host, right, this is all part of playing the game to have a professional career.
To lubricate all of that.
So do you know why I picked that clip, Matt, to play to you?
Is it because of the duty to make a good show to get invited back on again?
Correct. The first duty of the fancy media business is that your goal is to be invited back again. And that is, I think, an honest report by Matt Welsh, but also part of the very soul of the problem in the podcast sphere and the alternative media in general, is that seems to be the unspoken rule across so many different platforms. And it explains why they're so allergic to having strong criticisms or direct confrontations. And when it does happen, like when Douglas Murray recently makes some pointed criticisms aimed at, Joe Rogan and Dave Smith, it leads to a multi-week meltdown where, everybody's screaming and running around and their heads are on fire. So I just thought, it's good to hear it spelled out, but I think this is an interesting thing, especially because Matt Welsh and Moynihan and whatnot, sometimes presented that they're not really in that game,
And the president of MIT's graduating class, my God, she gave an unapproved speech. All right, she's not playing the game, so she was anti-Israel, and she's going to pay a pretty stiff price. She gave an unapproved speech, guys. You want a professional media career? Well, you can't engage in unapproved speech.
They're more calling the balls and fouls just the way it lands. But if your primary premise is, to retain friendly access to certain people, then you can't really do that. Can they come out and blast Megyn Kelly when they're guests on her show? I don't think so.
So explain it to me like I'm two. Pretend I know nothing, Chris. Why do they have to be so nice? Why do they have to help their other hosts make a good show? Why can't they make people displeased? I personally, not that I'd ever be invited on Joe Rogan's show, and if he did, I would not go on it. But if somehow I did, I would have no problem with burning my bridges with Joe Rogan. Like, life would go on. We would still do our podcast. Even if we didn't do our podcast, that would be okay. But what you explained it to me. Why do they have to be lickspittles?
Well, first of all, it wouldn't be okay if the podcast ended, Matt. That would be terrible. So take that back. But secondly, well, I think there's a couple of reasons. One is that they're dealing with people with gargantuan egos, right? Who wouldn't take well to being publicly criticized by their guests. I think that is one aspect of it.
Right. Bill Maher is funny at times, but he produces a low IQ, moronic show. Joe Rogan is a decent interviewer, and he sometimes has some interesting guests, but overall his show is a trash heap. And to simply point out these basic facts, I agree with Douglas Murray about everything, but he's a tabloid right-wing pundit who never deviates from the right-wing line that he takes on everything.
The second aspect is that, they are correct that if you throw a spanner in the works, if you stop yes-anding, if you raise strong, not limited counterparts, but you actually say, I think you're wrong on that, it does lead to a prickly encounter, right? And
so when I was making my living as a writer, most of the people I was socializing with were my fellow professional writers. And it just makes it easier if you abstain from criticizing the people that you socialize with.
It can lead to conversations that are difficult to listen to. We're actually going to hear some of that after this, where people are speaking over each other, getting heated. And there was another person who appeared recently with Bill Maher, and they did their best, Matt. They did their best to say, Bill, I'm a big fan of you. I've loved you since I was a kid. You're a great guy. I say this with all love, but
Right, and it is revolting how people kiss up to those with power like this.
Do you ever think that you could be being used by the Trump administration a little bit when you report on that kind of thing? And Bill responded by saying, who are you? I don't even know you. Who cares if you like me or what? He, wounded response, and a fairly venomous exchange followed. And like Matt Welsh said, You know, he's not going to get invited back.
I just wanted to report exactly what I saw. I did it to the best of my abilities, honest as I can be. Yes.
Counterpoint?
Yeah.
You know, Bill, I think you're right in saying that people have made too much of this, okay? It's not the Yalta Summit. You're not Churchill. Kid Rock is not Stalin. Trump sure shit isn't FDR, okay? So, yes, I believe too much has been made about this, but I think you've fallen into the trap. I think that I represent 99% of the internet when I say this, is that you've played the game of proximity is principle. And what people are worried about is not your motivation. We believe you. We love you, Bill. Everybody loves Bill, right?
If you want to be on friendly terms with Dennis Prager or any other professional bloke in the media, you can't criticize them, right? You want to maintain your friendship. That comes at the price that you can't say any painful criticism.
I'm not questioning your motivation. I'm questioning Trump's, okay? And if we can say that you went there in good faith, but maybe, just maybe, he wasn't there in good faith. I mean, you sold him on the Iran deal and he took it in. I mean, give me a break, okay? So the idea here is that your motivation is sound, but what's the impact? And I think a lot of people out there, fans of yours, people who love you, people who are fans of you, like me, I've been fans of you.
You don't have to patronize me, dude.
Okay.
I don't know you. I never met you.
I'm just saying that this comes from
not
a place
everybody
of
has to
love.
like it.
All I'm
That's
saying
what we
is-
said. There are people who didn't want it to happen at all. You sound like one of them. It's
No,
okay.
no.
But did
I
you
don't
hear
not
what
mad at it.
Did you hear what I said?
Yeah.
Like, what is the alternative to not talking? Just sit at your lunch table and don't talk to anybody.
I talked to him. I've interviewed Trump. Here's his interview.
That's not it. That's just not an interview. This was not an interview.
I agree with the principle of engagement. I'm just saying from his perspective, you have to understand that people out there know, all Americans know, that for him this was a PR stunt, and in his view, you were a prop in that PR stunt. Okay.
So that second factor is, if you are in the alternative media, if you want to build your brand, if you want to get access to bigger audiences, interview more people, it doesn't do you good to be building a reputation as somebody that's going to confront guests, cause hassle for people, right? You want to instead be a reliable person who can talk about these issues, who's going to make the host look good. So I think it's
right. The easiest way to go through life and to build your career is to go along and get along and optimize for other things than truth.
Kind of the Konstantin Kiss and Andrew Gold approach, where they're building their own brand, and that's part of their motivation, right? So
I agree with Konstantin Kisin and Andrew Gold on virtually everything, but this criticism is correct.
Those two factors, I think, combined, the gargantuan ego of the hosts and the desire of the guests or the alternative media people to build their own brand and get access to bigger guests and that kind of thing.
So it's about access and networking. Like
Yeah. And they all talk about it semi-openly. You know, like you remember Constantine, whatever they did there, we finally made it into the big leagues because
Right, but what the hosts are not talking about is how you have to say ridiculous things, denying the obvious truth that different groups have different gifts, and humiliating yourself by saying obviously false things is part of the price that most members of the professional news media have to pay to have their valued jobs.
he had the viral video at the Oxford Union and he was talking about, now I'm finally getting, phone calls.
And Konstantin Kissin's viral video didn't have any nutrition, didn't have thought-provoking content. It was just right-wing tabloid trash.
People, I'm able to look my wife in the eye, but not just that, but like people before who weren't responding to my messages have started saying, I saw you on that, we should do something together sometime. And that...
I remember when I published a book on Hollywood in 2004, I interviewed a bunch of movie producers, and when several of them saw my final book, it's like, oh no, like they wanted to immediately distance themselves because I'd criticized some powerful people in Hollywood, such as Michael Ovitz.
That is what it's about, like building a profile. So
when I'd go into different areas, people would call me up and say, you want to fail? Like, you can't criticize powerful people in this particular area if you want to have any success.
These people, their goal is to build an alternative media career. And, you don't...
So most people couldn't understand that I might value some things greater than my own professional success, such as trying to tell the truth.
Get that by pissing off the people who can give you access to bigger audiences. Like Bill Maher said this to Milo Yiannopoulos. When he first appeared, he told them, I see a Christopher Hitchens type in you, but you're burning too many bridges by being obnoxious and, fighting with too many people and this kind of thing. So, yeah.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, I just find it interesting. Like, I get all that. I understand that, I don't know, they all have a career as alternative media producers, influencers, what have you. And that depends on the good graces of their fellow media people. But, I think you could alienate like a lot of them and still go forward.
Well, this is a very good point, Matt, because actually the line to this is controversy sells. If somebody goes and has appearance on Bill Maher and they agree with everything he's saying, it doesn't really light up the internet. But when there's a spicy exchange, actually that does get attention. And like the most famous interviews throughout history are often the ones where there is direct, like uncomfortable questions and confrontation. So this theory that the best thing for a show is where you make the host look really good. And I'm like, it's the best thing for the host.
Yeah. Well, that's kind of where I was going to, because, I just thought, like, it's okay. Like, you don't have to make the host happy. You don't have to have good relationships with every single person in media. And just like you said, a heated, spirited debate, an argument where there's some sparks flying, that's fun content. People like that. That's got to get some attention.
Well, Matt. So speaking to that, this is the second part of these clips related to the fifth column. So Bacha Ungar Sagan, do you know her?
I do.
For your sins.
So she's among the highest IQ defenders of Donald Trump in the mainstream media.
Yeah.
She's an American journalist and author, now works for the Free Press.
She has a PhD in English literature from the University of California.
And is basically a huge fan of Trump, right? She thinks he's fantastic. The man of the people. She presents...
I can't think of any other person on the left who is so articulate a defender of Donald Trump.
Herself as like a champion of the working class. This is her kind of position, and she calls herself like lefty MAGA, right? So kind of all in on tariffs and all this kind of things, but essentially part of this court of sycophants that we've detailed with like Jordan Peterson and Schellenberger. They'll basically agree with everything that Trump was doing. Now, one wrinkle is that Bacha is critical of Elon Musk, but it's because she has a conspiracy theory that he is like controlled by the CCP. So, there are sometimes bits where they can...
So I read both of Bacha's books, and they're well above average.
Disagree, but as regards Trump goes, she's pretty much all in.
Yeah.
Right?
Okay.
Now, she appeared on the fifth column, and they have frequently raised criticisms of her while saying, our crazy friend Bacha or whatever. So they had her on, and they did the requisite thing of talking about how great it is that they can all, respect each other and agree and disagree. And she's still willing to come on. And, they focused on that for quite a while. And then they started to talk about the bits that they disagree with, right? So first off, just to give like a little bit of the flavor of Bacha. So Matt, you're not a big Trump stan, right? But you know about his meme coin and what he's been up to there, right?
Yeah, I do.
Would you say that's common knowledge? It doesn't require like specialist research to find out about that?
Well, I don't know. It's the ads on Twitter are pretty ubiquitous. I don't know how common knowledge it is.
Well, if you were a political pundit who made it part of your job to defend Trump, I think it wouldn't be unfair to say that you might have heard of this. But here's Bacha being presented with this issue.
But isn't that a little disconcerting that he says things very energetically that he doesn't agree with?
No, who cares? Look what he's doing. There's no shortage of action to take up with.
No, some of what he's doing, I think, is the problem. But,
related to this, we talked a little bit before we started recording about the announcement today that Trump's meme coin has jumped 50%. And one wonders why. Well, it's because the president said that top holders of the meme coin would be able to have dinner with him. This is profoundly corrupt, in the extreme. You set up your own payola scheme. It is publicly available for anyone, including foreign actors, to buy as much of this shit as they want.
And I think that's absolutely an accurate analysis. And corruption is a problem with Trump and with this Trump administration. But in the grand scheme of things, it's not necessarily going to be the normal Trump supporters' top priority.
On the market, and it will eventually enrich you if things go well, and you're going to have dinner with them.
That's rich people too, Bacha. That's not like Main Street people.
Grotesque. Sounds like barbers to me.
Yeah,
there's not the barbers.
I'm trying to think of a more flagrantly and openly corrupt thing I've seen an American president do in the last, like, in my lifetime. This is extreme in terms of like financial.
So there are some advantages to open corruption and some extra disadvantages. On the one hand, such open corruption, frays the social fabric. On the other hand, it comes as a relief compared to the more hidden forms of corruption of the Biden family.
I can think of
financial reward for yourself,
but pumping a meme coin is bad.
It's just
do you not think so?
Well, this is the first time hearing about it. It could be that I don't think this is a good idea, but how is this different than like for example, and I hate when people do this, like, oh,
no, you're not doing anything.
I don't want to
introduce
like,
hold
on, maybe she's going to do something bad.
But like, how is this different than like Alex Soros being able to buy dinner with any Democratic, like?
Well, Alex Soros isn't president. I mean, it is what it is, and you can buy access to politicians. I'm just saying that there is the kind of standard corruption that exists, and I'm not saying that I'm not excusing it at all. But then there is just this bananas clown world that we now live in.
Yeah, that is a bananas level of corruption with this Trump administration. But my number one concern with this Trump administration is lack of competence. Okay.